fine. Bienvenue à Oulton Park pour notre touche français de action automobile. La saison approche de son announcement et aujourd'hui nous verrons de champions coronas et dos championnats se réservoir. Prêts pour une journée palpitante de competition, de passion et de rebondissements. I'm not really sure what I've just said there, to be totally honest, but we are here at Oulton Park celebrating all things French with the Junior Saloon Car Championship, Britcar Endurance, track action as well, the 2 CVs and the CNC heads. Only one thing left to do. Let's get into the action. Vive la France! Yes, good morning everyone and welcome to Oulton Park. I have just got off the phone though to the French Embassy who've called me for a special meeting on Monday. Not really sure why, probably to apologise for butchering the language. Now we have started here with the CNC Head Sport and Saloon Car Championship and it is race number 500, yes 500 in the history of this brilliant championship. Started here at Oulton Park back in 1984 and we've decided to come and chat with Andy Tate because of course he's in a Renault Clio, a French car of course. Andy, how have you got on this season? You enjoyed yourself?
I'm just thinking of playing the, is it the Joker on the Phil Rouge?
Yes. Yeah.
Could we try that?
We can try that.
Yes.
I mean, look,
I'm just trying to think of something French.
Yeah, okay. How good is your French, by the way? Because mine, I did the show opening in French, believe it or not.
Oh, did you?
I'm not really sure what I said though,
Yeah.
and I might have offended an entire nation. But what's the longest French word you know?
Quelle heure est-il?
Say again.
Quelle heure est-il?
What does that mean?
I think it means what time is it?
Oh, okay. Well, it is 25 past 11.
You're supposed to say it in French.
Listen, Susan, how's it gone? You enjoyed yourself?
All right, it's the third race that I've done with these guys. So yeah, it's going all right.
Oulton Park, you like this layout?
Well, it's my local circuit.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know my way around.
Yeah.
I don't know the names of the corners. I certainly don't know them in French.
You don't need to know.
No, but I do know which way it goes. It goes right, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, go out of here, turn right. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Andy, look, best of luck. We better get out of the way. She's got a car wanting to come in behind, so we'll move that there. Good luck. There's Andy Tate. Look at this alongside us as well. 911. Listen to it roar as well. Oh, Baz, come on. Yes, give us a bit of needle with that.
Misfiring if I leave it on low revs.
Does it?
Flooding petrol.
Listen, tell us about the car. How did you come to be behind the wheel of it?
I bought this brand new in 1998.
98.
98, yeah, for ovals.
Yeah.
We did 2 years and then I joined the V6 Eurocars with this. They went bum.
Yeah.
And I carried on. Been racing. I've been racing 40 years.
So this car means a lot to you, yeah?
Say again?
This car means a lot to you.
Well, it's for sale now.
Is it?
I bought a brand new Fiesta for next year.
Really?
So this engine and box will come out and go into that.
Wow.
I'm having a change after 27 years.
Oh no. So you must be quite emotional then
I've
this
actually
weekend.
got 2 of these.
Yeah.
I bought 2 and the other one I stripped 15 years ago and never looked at it again and just keep racing this one. So,
enjoy it. Last dance for it,
well,
yeah?
I do 2 clubs. So it's not just here I'm racing, I race with the Southern Club who we've always been with.
Yeah.
So we do Silverstone, Brands Hatch, Leadmill, Snetterton. Then I jump, well I'm from Stoke so it's only 45 minutes for me to get here.
Yeah.
So we do this one.
Yeah, I love it, mate. You've got a big smile on your face. You enjoy this one, won't you?
I will do.
Good man, indeed. We do have 2 races for CNC heads coming up. The safety car just coming past. Hello, how are we doing? All right, jolly good. Good news weather-wise as well. It is going to stay dry all day long. Simon Holloway right down at the front. Let's take a little walk, shall we? We might even be able to give you a look as the cars make their way out on track. He leads the championship overall in the absolutely glorious Lotus Esprit. Let's make our way down, shall we? The V8 over here. And sorry, John, I've just gone too quick there. Apologies. Let's make our way down a little bit further, shall we? There is Simon in there as well. I always do. There he is. I don't know. My knees can get me down that low. We'll have a quick chat with Simon, shall we? I've got a sneaky feeling we might be having a chat with him in Parc Ferme as well. Simon, I don't know if my back and knees can get me down this low. How'd you do it?
It's a bit Dukes of Hazzard getting in and out of this. Lots of years of practice.
Yeah, it's something special, this car, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It wasn't so special this morning in qualifying. It was a bit lively, so we've changed some of the damper settings, and I'm hoping it'll be back where I like it. Otherwise, it's going to be an enjoyable 20 minutes.
I don't know. You're in a pretty good position here.
Yeah, but
well,
it's if you're not on it.
I was going to say, you can't even see the window of the BMW next to you because we're so low here, aren't we? I mean, it's been a pretty good season for you though, overall. You must be delighted with how things are going.
It is, yeah. It's been a really good season, and I just kind of really just want to sort of bring it home today if I can, and this is the last one for the year, so it'd be nice to get the championship and then no winter kind of.
This race is extra special as well. You know, it's race number 500 championship.
It is, yes. I don't know how many I've done in this championship. I think I'm probably heading towards 200.
Really?
So,
Okay.
Yeah, so I've done quite a few. And when I've not been out racing, I've been building cars.
What's the plan next year then? You coming back?
I'm still trying to decide. I might.
We want you back. We want you back.
Yes, I'll still be around, but I might be just mixing it up a little bit. Yeah, want to just try one or two other little different things.
Okay.
We'll see. You know,
We'll see.
not
I
decided.
know. The amount of drivers who say that to me, and then they get into winter. Oh, I need a break. And then 2 weeks into winter, they're like, I need to get racing again. So.
Yeah. But I mean, the sort of provisional dates for next year for this championship look good. So you know, it's I will be back.
So I'm going to let you get the door shut, and look, he's lying down in the car there. I always feel a bit. I don't know if I really want to. Shall I leave that for somebody else to do? Right, let's move down a little bit further, shall we? It's been an eventful morning here at Oulton Park. There was a bit of a shunt in qualifying a little bit earlier for Britcar Endurance, but that's why we're running just a little bit behind schedule at the minute. But there is a little bit of room in the timetable later today as well. We're just going to make our way up. We've got Paul here as well in the Citroën Zara, always a popular car, and of course because it's French we just have to very quickly say hello to Paul. Paul, we're celebrating everything French. You're in a Citroën Zara. It's always a bit of a crowd pleaser, this car, isn't it? What can you do from here?
Just trying to stay out of trouble, win my class, maximum score if I can, and then I think the best result I can come up with is about third overall.
Okay.
So obviously with the reliability problems I've dropped, I don't think I've got a chance to win the championship this time. So.
Okay. Well, does that mean then that you're going to come back for another stab at it next year?
I've got some work to do on the car. I'm probably going to have a year out. I've got some development to do.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
And probably come back just to give it a shakedown, whatever I come up with. That's the plan.
That's the plan. Well, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck indeed. There we go. Let's just shut that. We've got Mark Primmett alongside us as well. Let's just have a look at this. Wow. The cars are revving up, as you can hear. We're going to make our way just to the front. Stay with us for a moment longer if we can. Yes, Oulton Park are in Cheshire. Absolutely glorious. In fact, the last visit for the BARC here to Oulton Park in 2025, and what a season it has been. A lot still to come on BARC TV though this year. We're not done yet. Of course, we do head to Brands Hatch twice in November for the TCR and trucks, and of course for that Britcar into the night race. Let's turn the camera around, shall we? Pop it on to the cars. Just a quick reminder as well, thank you so much for tuning in to the BARC YouTube channel as well. Please hit that like button and that subscribe button. We want to get as many people as we possibly can and tuning in and watching the brilliant racing action today. We've got the CNC heads, as you can see. We've got junior saloon cars, the 2 CVs coming up as well. That championship will get wrapped up today. Britcar endurance a little bit later. Track action as well. So much throughout the course of the day here at Oulton Park. Every single race coming up for you live. And for the first time today, I'm delighted to introduce you to your brilliant commentator, the one, the only, Paul Walsh.
Good morning and bonjour, ladies and gentlemen. That's as far as my French extends here as we get set for an absolutely brilliant day of racing in this, what is the third running of the Autos de France at Oulton Park. Indeed, it's been run here since 2023. It's a celebration of the French automotive industry, and as Ian mentioned only moments ago, there is a French theme to all of the racing on our schedule today. Whether it be French machinery in the upcoming first race of the day, which of course will be the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship, or as we go on through, we have the Citroen Saxos, of course, of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We've also got the much loved 2CV-Parts.com Championship racing here. We've also got the arrival of French machinery in the Britcar Endurance Championship later today. And don't forget as well the classic Track Action Race Club, where you have a mixture of the Tricolor Trophy and also the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. On screen you can see there's your schedule as it currently stands. We are running approximately about 10 to 15 minutes behind schedule, as Ian referenced there. A brief instant earlier on today, unfortunately, just moved things to the right slightly, but as the day goes on we'll most likely be moving back to the left and back to our schedule. But coming up first will be round number 500 in its history of the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship, round 13 of its 2025 calendar. Then we come to the Junior Saloon Car Championship, which will be making its way into its penultimate race meet. And then we do have the first of the 2 season finale races at 12:30 for the 2CV-Parts.com Championship. And everything's on the line there. We've got 5 drivers in eligibility for the crown before we then do take our lunch break and return at what will be about 1:25 for the Britcar Endurance Championship and what will be their penultimate race meet and their 1.5 hour endurance race. That's going to be absolutely thrilling. A lot of strategy here at Oulton Park. And at 3:10, we'll have the first of the races of the Track Action Racing Club before we then make our way and loop the schedule back with the final round of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship. That'll be round number 14. Then we will make our way back to the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Our 14 to 17-year-old future racing stars heading out there again at 4:15. And then we will be seeing our final 2 races of the day. Firstly, the 2CV-Parts.com Championship season finale, and then it will be the Track Action Racing Club seeing us out at 5:20 this afternoon. In the commentary booth, you have myself. My name is Paul Walsh, for those in the uninitiated. I'm your discount Dave Goddard for today. Normally would be Dave here, but I'm here in his stead. I'm very excited to see all the racing that is due to play out. And, well, if you are in the YouTube chat right now, because, of course, you can be tuning in live from circuit side via the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel, don't be shy. Feel free to say hi. We can see so many of you in there at the moment, all excited for the racing going ahead. And we can give some initial shout-outs there. First and foremost to, I believe, what is Alberto Fernando Crinky, who's tuning in from Brazil, of all places, to the other side of the world, which is absolutely brilliant. We also do say hello there to Thomas SF, also to Tom Fawn, and we'll give some shout-outs to more of you as the day goes on. Also a couple of shout-outs there to the Jamesy boy, and also to Peter Ridley. No cars on circuit at the moment. I think they are just being held as the final circuit inspections are ongoing. And so talking a little bit with regards to the Autos de France event, we've mentioned everything that's happening on circuit here at Oulton Park, but what's happening off circuit if you are at circuit side or thinking of heading on down today? Well, off circuit you'll see plenty of displays, including display cars and car clubs, including specific displays from the likes of Sven Grubb, the TikTok star who has a rally prepped Citroen C1. You've got to see it to believe it in terms of how it looks. We also do have Brad Holmes here, the YouTube content creator, with his Hayabusa swapped Peugeot 106 of all things. We also do have there and the Scuderia Blendlines Subaru WRX, which is a Peugeot 206 rally prototype, which does have the engine mounted from a Subaru WRX there. We also do have a celebration of the 35th anniversary of the Renault Clio. That's right, it's been 35 years since the inception of the Renault Clio's debut in the motoring market, and it's here today on celebration. Not the very first one, I should point out, but there is a big display for those here. We also do have the Show and Shine car presentation competition, which I think will have a French theme with regards to the vehicles that are on display. We also do have here Perfect Acceleration Sim Racing. They have a stand with simulator experiences available, and I presume that they're going to keep to type and they're going to be featuring only French cars on the simulator. It's only appropriate, of course, for the Autos de France event. And just keep in mind, of course, as we did speak to one of our drivers earlier on, that the simulator is a great place to start if you're looking to get into motorsport but don't want to make the initial investment up front. And well, we do have a number of their members of the team here today who you can talk to. We also do have the French track parade after the racing has concluded. And of course, there's plenty of French cuisine here as well. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be privy to any of that French cuisine, but if you are at home and you do have access to a croissant or two, you're more than welcome to have one. But indeed, will we have to feast on all the brilliant racing action, as we do say bonjour to Richard Cadman there in the YouTube chat as well. The Oulton Park circuit, well, it's still silent at the moment. Marshall's doing a little bit of inspection there. And with regards to Oulton Park, of course, this circuit absolutely stapled in British motorsport history, located near the village of Little Budworth in the county of Cheshire in England. It is seen as one of the ultimate circuits on the northern to northwestern side of the country, and its initial inception for a lot of series was seen as a place to go race in the northwest, with motorsport in earlier times being considered to be more centralised or more southern within the United Kingdom, to the likes of, say, Brands Hatch, Silverstone, etc. But Oulton Park, if you've not visited here, and if you ever chose to visit here, you'd think that you're entering a country estate when you arrive, because as you get to the circuit, you'll find there are quite a few old brick walls around, and there is an old gatehouse as well. And indeed, that's how this circuit started out. It was the Oulton estate, which was gradually converted. However, converting from a bit of history, we now do see the circuit starting to come alive, and here come your CNC heads, Sports and Saloon Car Championship cars making their way on out gradually, and this will be, of course, to head to the grid in preparation for round number 13 of their season, and very shortly we'll bring that grid up. And it is an absolutely packed grid here. I do believe we have 37 cars on this grid. There were plenty of reserves, but starting on pole position is your championship leader overall and in Class A. It is none other than Simon Alloway in his Lotus Esprit V8 Silhouette, and he took pole position by 4 tenths. And right now he'll be very much looking to try and seal the deal on the championship, but keep in mind the race this afternoon is worth double points, so it won't quite be over until the final checker flag falls. He'll be joined on that front row of the grid by Chris Roberts in the 99, who did an absolutely brilliant job in qualifying and is continuing to try and move himself forward. Currently second in Class D, not eligible for the overall championship, but is looking to try and move forward in Class D to make sure the second place will be his, given the fact that the Class D crown has already gone to Cole Bennett with an unassailable advantage. Starting in third place, it's Paul Masters, I should say, in the Westfield wide body, and we look forward to seeing how he can get on after a great qualifying performance that put him just slightly ahead of David Lawrence in his Seat Leon Cupra, who joins him on that second row of the grid. Bod Buckby, a fan favourite in his Caterham 7, starts in 5th ahead of Zach Booth, and the Renault Megane R26 driver has got all the speed in the corners, much like Buckby's Caterham, and therefore expecting to be quick in the corners, but perhaps a little bit slow on the straights. But then again, you never know, might bring some surprises. Starting in 7th place is Thomas Cresswell in his Volkswagen Golf, ahead of Jamie Cryer in the Ginetta G20, an absolutely beautiful looking machine at that number 39 car, and it has to be seen to be believed. And then we do have Chris Coomer from the Volkswagen Golf in the 155. He goes racing from 9th place on this grid today, ahead of Mark Primet in the Banks Lotus Europa, and that's how your top 10 will start. We then do have even more cars on the grid. Paul Rovero will be starting in 11th in the Citroën Zara VTS. We heard from him only moments ago in the build-up. Joining him on the 6th row of the grid will be Anthony Sullivan in the Mini JCW. Carl Bennett begins his day in 13th place. I think he would have been hoping for a little bit more in qualifying, but that's where he's going to start, sandwiched in amongst a major pack. And alongside him is Alec Modra in the Westfield Aero, and that car is an absolutely beautiful car, and when it does go racing, well, it absolutely delivers a spectacular one, although I do have a habit of confusing it with a Caterham. Indeed, my kit car knowledge is not as great as it should be. Marshall Groves starts this one in 15th place on the 8th row of the grid for the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge, and indeed an absolutely beautiful car, that one as well, and draws a few eyes, number 86, and he'll be joined by Jason Hennifer in the Ford Fiesta ST180. Philip White in the BMW 325 Ci starts in 17th place ahead of Conor Modro, and then we will have Georgina Bartlett, who will be taken to the grid for the first race of the day, sharing that Renault Clio 182 with a colleague. Well, they'll be starting in 19th ahead of Andy Tate, who rounds off your top 20. We've still got the best part of another 9 rows to go. Baz Johnson starts in 21st, and a bit of an emotional one this one, because remember, he's been racing that Pontiac Coupe for 27 years, and this will be the final year we see it race before he transitions to the Ford Fiesta as of next year. He begins this one at 21st 21st, joined by Rob Phillips there in the Honda Civic. We have John Price in the Vauxhall Tigra ahead of Paul Goodlad, and then we have Ricky Walker and Louis Dobson behind on row 13. Row 14, it's Kevin Taylor and John Edwards-Parton, and then we have round off your top 30, John Maddock-Jones and David Jones. That'll be the battle of the Joneses towards the back of the grid. We've got a few more rows still to go as everyone gradually being marshalled into position there in preparation for what I believe will be the formation lap. And you'll see starting 31st on this grid will be Robert Wakelin ahead of Richard Hibbert, who will be starting that Honda Civic tyre path of race number 1 of the day and handing it over for the second race of the day. Robert Claxton starts in 33rd ahead of Gary Warburton. And then we have Nick Haynes and Jonathan Lee on row 18 with Errol Taylor and Helen Allen completing this 38 car grid. It is the maximum grid size that's permitted here at Oulton Park, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you there are 43 cars that signed up for this one. We've got multiple reserves. Indeed, the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship is doing even better as time has gone on, and indeed it's so oversubscribed at the moment. That's what we love to see. But we also love to see, of course, will be some brilliant racing, which will certainly be getting underway shortly. But a packed grid there, and in terms of the overall championship, well, Simon Alloway, the man who starts on pole on the left-hand side of your screen in the yellow and red Lotus Esprit V8, he's the man who needs to be beaten because he's leading on 89 points ahead of Carl Bennett, who is on 83 points. Remember, how drivers score points in this championship overall is it's based on where they finish in class. It's 6 points for the win, plus a bonus point for the fastest lap, then 4 for second, 3 for third, 2 for fourth, and then 1 for fifth place downwards there. And where you finish on class dictates how many points you take into that overall championship. And there are accolades for both what is the overall championship and your class championship. We do have, I believe, 7 classes here. The green flag goes up, and I believe we're getting the 1 minute board. And well, very shortly, we're going to be getting underway. And well, with that, there's the confirmation that the green flag formation lap gets underway here. So our drivers have 1 full lap of the Oulton Park International Circuit with which to get themselves comfortable, get those tyres warmed up and get a feel for the circuit. Of course, they can't go full attack around here for this formation lap. You'll see a lot of weaving from side to side and also a bit of work on the brakes. Now, the last time they visited here was back in July. It was a one-day event for rounds 6 and 7 of the championship, and indeed it was a brilliant round there, round the racing there. But what's perhaps more pertinent is what happened at Anglesey only a month and a half ago on the 30th and 31st of August. And at Anglesey, for a triple header, well, there were some stories, and perhaps the biggest one was the way the weather played against some and worked in the favour of other drivers as they made their way around the Welsh circuit. Given the fact that Simon Alloway could not make it 3 over wins out of 3 as race number 1, well, the wet conditions were so difficult that in the end he did have to lose the lead of the race after a spin, and it went the way of Gary Wardle instead. But Simon Alloway does have 10 out of 12 wins in Class A, and I do believe overall, and it's Gary Wardle who is doing everything he can to really keep Alloway honest there with regards to taking those over wins this season. However, Wardle's not on that front row, it's Chris Roberts here today. Don't count out in Class D, Carl Bennett, who is currently second in the overall championship, and well, he is your Class D leader on 83 points. He's got Class D wrapped up, but he's 6 behind the leader, and Gary Wardle on 68 points. Well, he used his joker, and our other 2 drivers we mentioned used their jokers earlier on this season, but Gary Wardle used his joker to leap into third ahead of Paul Rotheroe, and it's looking very tight between Wardle and Rotheroe, only 6 points between them as they make their way into these final 2 rounds. Bob Buckby will round off the top 5 of the overall championship in Class B on 51 points. And for Mr. Buckby right now, it does look as though Class B's honours are going his way, although Alec Modrow, who is the best part 16 points behind, is looking to try and keep him nice and close. And also minding the fact that Alec Modrow did a brilliant drive to victory in Class B at Anglesey in the wet in race number 1. Race number 2 was also a solid drive, but a race-free incident ended his weekend on a rather difficult note and scuppered his ability to get nice and close to Buckby in the Class B Championship. So the weather played its part at Anglesey with a wet race 1, and races 2 and 3 were a lot drier. The weather may not play its part here today. As Ian mentioned only moments ago, when we were down in the paddock, we have got relatively static conditions expected. A bit of wind and quite a bit of cloud, but no sign of rain on the horizon at all here in the county of Cheshire. As all our drivers make their way around, well, we're not too far away now from formally open up with our first race of the day. Well, an absolutely packed grid, ladies and gents, but it takes so much time to make its way there, and as we continue to wait for the cars to sound through, a quick reminder that this is a 7-car class series. You can split the cars into silhouettes. Those are classes A, B, C and G, and they are differentiated based on the engine capacity in terms of litrage they use. Class A, 2.5 litres or greater, all the way through to Class G, which are motorcycle engine based cars. Meanwhile, you do have your modified sports and saloon cars. Those are classes D, E and F, and again they're separated based on engine capacity, with 2.5 litre class D or higher versus what is 1.6 litre or lower class F machines, and everything in between. In fact, that's a mini there you can see towards the back of the grid, which is absolutely brilliant. So much car diversity here, and will the last couple of cars finally take their way into their positions. So the green flag goes up, the 5-second board on your left goes, the lights will come on shortly, and as we do, ladies and gentlemen, well, for the final time this weekend, we open up a CNC Head Sports Car and Saloon Championship race weekend. Round number 13 gets underway, round 500 of the series in its history gets underway, and it's a brilliant start there for Simon Alloway as he bolts away into lead. Roberts there holding on to second place as the whole field concertina its way now into the opening corner, Old Hall, but as they all come down, everyone's safely away here, getting quite tasty in the mid-pack there. We've seen the number 75 trying to make some progress. That's a good start to the race there. And as they all make their way down now, a couple of two wides in the mid-pack, we do see there Rovro under a bit of pressure from the Ford Fiesta alongside, I believe that's Edwards Powerton, who's made some great progress. But at least for now, everyone's safe on through the opening few corners. But hold up a second, change of lead already. Roberts into the lead. Alloway seems to have got it wrong, I think, at Cascades. And right now, as they roll their way through Shell Oils Bend for the first time, our second place starter in the 99 of Roberts is bolting out the stable here and trying to run away. So it might be that Alloway right now is going to have a little bit of close contention here unless he can really get himself warmed up, because right now that BMW M4 is absolutely roaring away. A bit further back there under braking, it does look as though the Ginetta G20 of Cryet's moved down the order slightly, but now starting to find its feet, and we do see the Pontiac there of Johnson also starting to move forward, but move up the inside here, is it or is it not? No, it's not there for the number 4 of Masters, just putting a bit of mental pressure onto the back of Lawrence, but in fact now able to come on through, and as they roar the way through Knickerbrook Corner, we do see the Vauxhall Vectra challenge there of Groves having to go a bit defensive versus the Mini just behind. That's the JCW Mini of Sullivan, but some brilliantly close racing at the moment, and all the field now starting to branch out here, and we're starting to see these small packs form. They're heading up the hill and heading toward the end of this lap. Remember, it's a 20-minute race. Both races here today for CNC Heads are 20 minutes in duration. And our leader right now, it does seem as though pulling away. Alloway struggling under braking there. You can see the car sliding around. Well, that does not look to be a happy car for its driver. And, well, I can tell you one thing, that when you're in that situation where you're not feeling comfortable in the car, it suddenly makes doing each and every lap all that more harder. But after one lap, it is Roberts ahead of Alloway, followed by Lawrence. Then we have Masters in fourth, dropping the place from the start. Ahead of Booth. Cryer's gained 2 places since the start, and then it's Buckby in Caterham 7 ahead of Kuma, Primit, and then Bennett completing your top 10. But side by side here into opening corner, that's the Civic Type R, the 176 of Phillips, tucking up the inside, and that's a lovely move there being made. Phillips now trying to move forward into what is a 16th place, battling with Modra as they come down the hill. Well, will the move be done? We will find out shortly as our leader continues to just run away. That gap is opening very quickly from Roberts here. In fact, gap was 2.6 seconds at the start of the lap. My recognition would be that's probably heading towards 4 seconds already in the mental maths. And we can see that Lawrence then, the Seat Leon Cupra, is staying nice and close. Front engine, front wheel drive really working out nicely for the Seat Leon versus that Esprit with its front engine, rear wheel drive, well, mid engine rear wheel drive configuration in the silhouette. But we can see also our Caterham rider there. But be under a little bit of pressure as they come on down over the rise, and well, he does have the growing rather cantankerous form there of the Volkswagen Golf of Kuma trying to make some progress, and Cryer staying a little bit further, or a step bit further forward from them, as we do see Banks's, well, the Banksy Lotus Europa of Primit there, the lovely all-white car. And a cameraman gives us a brilliant shot of that number 47. Well, it definitely seems to have a lot of pace in the medium speed corners, but in the lower speed chicanes, that's where it's losing out. Coming towards the end of our second lap, the gap's still staying quite large. Again, Alloway starting to pull away a little bit. And I wouldn't be surprised here if this is going to be a classic game of cat and mouse between second and third. Alloway seems to have a lot more on the straights, but it's in the corners and under braking, which way seems to be a little bit out of sorts. Our leaders come past us, and as they charge their way onto lap number 3, where's the gap now? It's exactly 4.1 seconds. Oh, goodness me, that's somebody going slow. That's our number 26, and that's not looking healthy at all. That's the Honda Civic of Dobson. Looks as though front left suspension has gone, or that's a puncture. In fact, I think that's a puncture now that I look more closely at my screen, because the whole left front tyre has fallen down. It looks very deflated, much like his aspirations in this race, but hopefully he can get it into the pits, and if he can't get back out for this race, he can get back out for race number 2. A battle there ongoing between one of our Silhouettes and one of our other Civics. That was going into turn number 1. We'll catch the outcome of that a bit later. I believe that might have been Hibbert trying to make some progress there. Meanwhile, looking back towards the front of the field, well, we can see that is the charging Lotus Europa Primit trying to get on the back of Puma. We do have a bit of gap to get it further behind. Now BMW M3 running through the lovely blue machine, one of the older generations of M3. We've got multiple generations of M machine, and we'll just go to show you there that even though the M mark has moved on, somebody's had a bit of a lock up or caught a curve. There's a bit of smoke going up in the air. Multiple generations BMW M car here, which is absolutely wonderful to see. And indeed, steeped in history is BMW Motorsport with Rovero in the chase now. And coming out of the Hislop chicane there, no way through it this time, and having to wait behind the number 70. So pushing onwards there as best it possibly can. We're 5 minutes into this race, and well, as we look at the start-finish line, I think right now we're just waiting for our leaders to come back to us. Bit of time there as we need to wait. But we can see the fight for second, third, it's starting to branch out. The fight for fourth now starts to take centre stage, and that's Masters in his Westfield wide body machine, the number 4, being chased in earnest by Booth, and that McGann now. I think that he's got a bit of tyre temperature there. Booth might be eager to try and make some progress. They roar, and as they do, well, we have had an offer Christopher Roberts there, as Whipper mentioned in YouTube chat. Thank you for the heads up there, and also we do something to Stephen Codman there, who's loving the look of the Lotuses out there. Beautiful machines there, the British mark. And well, I won't repeat the words of Jeremy Clarkson as to what he thought Lotus stands for, but personally I think Lotus stands for some of the most pinnacle machines out there. As we do see a poke up the inside from the number 7, trying to make a move on the JCW Mini. It's going to get very tasty here. That's going to be Modro looking up the inside of Sullivan, coming through Denton's and into Cascade. Where's it going to go between the two of them? We'll see shortly, as it's also too wide there just behind. And well, we had a brief too wide for a moment there between the Ford Fiesta of Hennifer and White. I think Hennifer getting that one done, as we're now waiting for the outcome of that potential move. If it comes to us at Shell Oil's corner here, definitely fighting all up and down the pack, particularly inside the top 10 and just outside of it as well. There's Vector Challenge, and then here we go, that's confirmation. We have had a change position, and that's a move being made there by Modro on Sullivan. Behind, meanwhile, we still do have Hennifer ahead of White and Cresswell ahead of Rovero. There, no change. Back towards the front of the field, the number 4 now to go really defensive. Masters there having to intentionally run a little bit wide to carry some speed out the corner and actually set himself up on the tight defensive line, but charging away with the crest. Well, can we expect a move here from Booth and that McGann R26? They'll head in towards Druids Bend, and by the time they leave it behind, well, we're going to have to see exactly whether they swap places. Ooh, big sideways moment there from the 911. Going at Knickerbrook corner, and well, that being the Pontiac Coupe, Johnson sliding over the rear end. That's one way to exit that right-hander, and back to the front of the field we go. But Roberts has already disappeared out of view. He's definitely checked out. Oh, hold up a second. Who's that crawling to a halt? Oh, I see a door number. That's one of our BMWs. That's not in a healthy state. It's pulled to the side of the road. I suspect that's going to be either at Knickerbrook or Druids Bend. A thumb up from the driver, a thumb up from the marshal, and well, that's not gone well at all. And well, as it's parked up there, we'll get you confirmation as to who that is in due course, ladies and gentlemen. But unfortunately, we have had another retire. I think that's Maddox Jones, in fact, that's had to park up there. It's BMW E46330 CI. Well, that's a sad departure from this race, and number 18 driver in Class D. We're back to the racing towards the front. The Vector Challenge now under a bit of pressure. Groves is Vector. That's under pressure from Modro and Cresswell. And meanwhile, our leader coming up behind a bit of traffic. Carves his way past the number 11 there of Taylor. Well, nice and easy done there by Roberts, and finding a good time. Now, that's one of the things about Oulton Park. As a circuit, it's quite a narrow circuit. Not easy to overtake at in a classic road racing car, given the fact this circuit is able to accommodate 2, perhaps 3 wide at certain points. most parts of the circuit, you don't normally go too wide because it costs a lot of time and it requires a lot of faith and commitment between yourself and the driver you're going too wide with. So Oulton Park is seen as one of those circuits with a tactical nuance there, as we do see our number 18 driver getting out of the car there, and Maddox Jones safely walking away from the car, and well, it looks as though he's got a slight smile on his face, probably wondering what's happened to the car, but still it hasn't completely dampened his spirits, which I'm very pleased to see. But we come back to our leaders then as they pick their way past the cars that are making their way a lap down, but everyone's in the hunt for a bit of racing action, as Bartlett and Taylor for a lap down there in their Clio and Yaris respectively. Right now, our second place man of Alloway, having found the traffic, perhaps at an inopportune moment, now has Lawrence getting a little bit closer to him as they head towards the halfway point. Oh no, that's number 47. That is the Lotus Europa Primit. It's parked up. Oh goodness me, it's not a good day to be a Lotus fan, as we do see the emblem there of 500 races for the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship logo on the side, that special commemorative logo. Not around to be commemorative there if it is in the hands of Primit. As he gets out the car, looks like it's a car issue when the car's just switched off of some description, but he's had to park up immediately, safely behind the marshal's barriers, and I suspect the local yellows there for a brief moment. So many cars out there at the moment, and indeed our cameramen furiously trying to keep up with all the racing, as we appreciate the confirmation there from Nathan Shaw in the YouTube chat, who confirms it was Maddox Jones who parked up in the black BMW. Our 53 there, our Ford Fiesta roaring its way around. That's Haynes in his ST150, and well, a lovely car there, very popular car. Oh, that's a headlight that doesn't want to stay switched on there. I think that's too much apex curb going out of one of our chicanes for Alloway. And well, Class A leads there, definitely on course to extend his lead in the overall championship at this rate. But I can imagine that front headlight on the left-hand side from our camera view, right-hand side from the driver's view, it may be a bit loose, and when he does take those curbs, they'll shake the car around, they may shake a connection or two. I don't think it's going to hurt his visibility whatsoever, but if he's not aware of it, he might be aware of it from his teammates if they're, or his stablemates in the garage if they're watching this broadcast at the moment. But we come a bit further down, and there we do see the black BMW or white continuing to chase after Hennifer. Hennifer's held on to 14th for some time right now. He's your third place driver in Class A. White is your fourth place Class A driver. So they're fighting for position, both overall and in class. You see embarking onto a new lap. That's one of our minis, the one BMW minis heading through. And that's going to be a change of position there, cutting up the inside into Dentons. But will it be completed? It's not always easy, because of course, if you're on the inside into Dentons, you find yourself on the outside, coming all the way down towards Cascades Bend. We'll catch up with them a little bit later, as the Pontiac Coupe being chased by the Honda Civic Type R that almost takes a bit of yard trim in there. 176 driver of Phillips getting a little bit too eager with the exit coming out of the first of the two chicanes, that being Britain's chicane, not his lob's the later one, but making that error there, and well, he'll very quickly realise perhaps not be as loud on the throttle pedal. As we do see our Yaris with its major roof scoop there for engine cooling coming through. Well, good little ding-dong battle go then. I think that might have been a cheeky peek from Bartlett looking up the inside of Taylor, trying to get ahead for what would have been 30th place. And we then do see the Mini Miglia being lapped by none other than Alloway as he continues to try and pick his way through the field. Race leader, meanwhile, well, that is Roberts, currently Class D leader as well as overall leader. Our 99 BMW M4 driver is absolutely running away with this right now, and it looks as though there is nothing going to stop him other than him putting himself off the road from some description, or the luck of the gods saying the car's not going to make it to the end of the race. But I don't think Roberts is going to make a mistake, and I think he'll be hoping that the car gods are on his side. A bit of fighting there between what was RK27 or Buckley, but coming back to what's on screen, this is still the fight between Montreux and Bennett as they come out of Shells Bend, and they're fighting over their 10th place overall, and that is your Class B runner, Montreux versus Bennett in Class D, and he does have the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge in Class D as well behind him of Groves. Groves has fallen back a little bit since we last caught up with them. They're heading towards 7 minutes left now, and as our leader puts another lap on the board, now going on to his 8th turn circle in the race conditions. Roberts right now thinking to himself, you know what, I don't need to push it too hard. He'll be looking to go for the fastest lap in class, which I think he's very much got that wrapped up, given that his previous lap was a 49.377, but his very first flying lap out the box was a 45.981, and nobody's got into the 45s other than him right now. Next closest driver is Alloway, a 46.975. I wouldn't be surprised if both drivers decided, both leading our classes quite comfortably. There's no need to push the car anymore. Let's save it for round number 14 this afternoon. And if you're curious on the timetable, you can see all the different classes there. For example, Roberts in Class D represented with the purple background, Alloway with the yellowy grey background, or representing Class A and such forth. They're also Masters Class B with the light blue background. And that's the way you can differentiate who's leading their classes, as well as overall positions in that time tower left-hand side of the screen, and that time tower running practically off the screen there. We can't accommodate all of what is our 32 existing runners out there. Back to our kit cars, as they can charge on through. Well, that is getting a little bit closer there between the two of them. That is a pushing Modro chasing after, in fact that's not Modro, my apologies, that is Buckbeat in this KTM7 chasing after Masters for a brief moment. And we do see a bit more action occurring towards the start, but also towards the midpoint of the lap. There's so much action going on here from one moment to the next. You don't know which way to look at the moment, whether you're a spectator at the circuit side, or alternatively, whether you're tuning in right now. But it's good to be spoilt for choice, is it not? As our 75 driver of Cresswell there, he's trying to chase down Kuma. Kuma is, I believe, in fact behind him, so they have swapped places on this lap. We haven't quite seen it happen, but we have had Kuma fall behind Cresswell, so Cresswell up into 8th place, and that's not a class position gap, it's just overall. As we see a vacant start-finish line there, that goes to show you the gap that's opened up from our leader. There comes Alloway then, the man who's going to extend his championship lead in 5 minutes plus the final lap's time. And, well, right now, just continues to pump those laps in, and seems whatever issues he was having at the start of the race with regards to braking, the car siphoning under braking into the likes of Lodge Bend, he now seems to have got that under control. And speaking of things under control here, well, our 3rd place runner of Lawrence, he finds himself in a bit of difficulty of control there, as he has to try and pick his way past multiple cars coming down through Denton's into Cascade. Not easy to do, but the blue flags will be waving there, and I'm sure he'll be given as much space as can be afforded to him. And then a little bit further back, we do see the McGann of Booth and Cryers Janetta. They're currently running 6th and 7th, no change between them at all, although they are matching each other for lap time. Here's a bit of a change of position then. We do have a move being made by Bennett, or not. No, Bennett looks up the inside, going into Old Hall Bend, cocks a wheel on the front right, and, well, that goes to show you how hard he's pushing with the depression in the road there, elevating the front right suspension, and as they come down in towards turns 2 and 3, the Vectra going defence in the middle of the road. Groves right now knows he's under pressure here for what will be these last few laps of racing in round 13, and, well, as we leave them at Cascade, where they're going to get to Island Bend, well, they do have a little bit of traffic in front of them to try and work with, but right now, no change. It does seem as though there, Rose holding on. Oh, that's getting a bit tight there, and, well, having to pick his way past, and he does so just about, and I do believe our Volkswagen driver there with a little bit caught by surprise, expecting Groves to cut his way up the inside, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Groves right now is not hanging around. He wants to try and get as much gap as he can, but Bennett is furiously chasing him here, and this is a 6th place in Class D. It may not be for the win, but right now these two are going at it as if it is for a podium place, if not a win in the race. But they will leave us for a brief moment before they come back into view. No change this time. They stay as they were. I think Bennett's now got to try and build himself back up again, try and find a way to get a little bit closer, get under the skin of that Vauxhall. Very different machines in terms of their eras necessarily, or what the styles of racing they may have been involved in. But I can tell you one thing, absolutely equal here, and this really is a series where you can bring pretty much any car, so long as it's on the road and it's sold enough production numbers, you can feature it on the grid here in the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and that is why it's such a popular series. And speaking of popularity, that's a sneak peek up the inside there. That was a cheeky look from what was Cryer, and Booth getting stuck in behind. It's getting very technical between all of them coming down in towards Cascades Bend, and, well, we'll come back to them shortly. As our leader right now, he's got this lap, and most likely, I suspect 1 or 2 more to go. Robert, your overall leader and Class D leader right now, finds himself coming up behind a few more cars to put a lap on, but the one accolade he does have is he has quite a gap. But saying that, in fact, keeping an update on the lap times, we have a new fastest lap set on the previous lap, a 45.846. Simon Alloway is charging right now. He's suddenly decided, right, this is all clocked in, I want to go for the overall win. He's left it quite late in the day, but I think the confidence levels are there now, and with the fact that Roberts is catching traffic at a bit of an inopportune moment, although this will work out for him, we could expect that Alloway, if he keeps up this pace, can he get it to within, say, 2 to 3 seconds on the final lap? If so, you never know, he may have an opportune moment to try and find a sneaky move. However, that is going to require him to absolutely go for it here, because we are literally 1 minute 50 when we have seen Roberts cross the line. This may be the final lap, it may not be. I didn't see if a board came out there on the start finish straight to denote the final lap. We may be sneaking one more in, and, well, Roberts will be able to tell us next time he comes around. So he'll either be pulling up because of the checkered flag, alternatively he'll carry on at full pelt. Speaking of full pelt, this battle here between the Vectra Challenge and the BMW M3, that is of course Groves versus Bennett. Well, Bennett, they're having a little bit of a wobble coming through Knickerbock Corner. He is really pushing hard. He can't get close enough to make that move happen at the moment. But you can understand that he is very eager to do so. As we do look back to the silhouette, the 267 of Price in his Vauxhall Tigra silhouette. Very low profile car there, but absolutely lovely car. And that's raced in a whole host of series over the last couple of years, including the Modified Silhouettes Challenge. As we do look to Paul Rovero, he's heading uphill right now in 55. Rovero right now in a bit of a lonely race in the mid-portion, but finding some company coming up behind him. And, well, unfortunately, Alloway, our second place runner, finds a lot of traffic coming out of the Britain chicane. That will not help him at all there, but what it will have done is given a bit of confidence for a bit of a challenge between two drivers just behind, and I believe that was a good lad trying to make some progress there in the 164, but in the end finds himself still held at bay as Edwards Parton goes battling with him. It's getting very frisky between them. Johnson and Phillips are also in that pack. They're all fighting over what is 19th place, but they're all in different classes, so therefore they're not fighting for a class position per se. But there we see what is our 155 for a brief moment, and here we come back to our leaders and look at Alloway. He's closed that gap down, but as they come out the final quarter, are we expecting the checker flag this time around? I think we might be, and well, if so, and for Roberts, no, we go one more lap, we squeeze in a final turn of the circuit. Well, this sets us up very nicely, ladies and gentlemen, because right now Alloway is absolutely stripping time out of Roberts, corner after corner. That last lap, he only took a second out, but to be fair, he caught up with a lot of traffic. This time around, well, you can see Alloway now has no cars between him and Roberts. Roberts has got a lot of traffic ahead of him going into Island and Shell Oils Bend. This could be a fight all the way to the end between the two of them. And we'll see what happens in due course. A bit further back, well, we do see there the number 96 of Buckby, the Caterham 7, Class B leader, seems to be in control now ahead of Masters, who has fallen off the pace. But back to our leader overall, and Roberts having to go round the outside of one of our Renaults there. That's the car of Tate, the 159, just steering clear, now returns to the racing line. But Roberts definitely finding the traffic not at the best of times. Alloway now, will this work out for him? Can he get the exit out of Britain's and clear Tate by the time he comes down in towards his lot chicane? If he does so, he'll be able to gain even more time here. He could be within touching distance come the last couple of quarters. He is coming on quick. I think Roberts is going to be looking at his wind mirrors right now and thinking to himself, hold up a second, when's he suddenly emerged into the picture? But Alloway here has got to nail every corner. He's got to be absolutely pinpoint precise here if he wants to try and take this overall win. Up the hill they go, in towards Watertown Druids. That lovely camera shot, you'll see them coming through. And not ideal here for Roberts. Once again has to quickly slide his way through a little bit more traffic, but he finds his way through in the end. And as he does so, Alloway here, a bit compromised on the exit. I think Roberts may be safe here. The gap is down to a second, if and less. Into the final corners they come then through Lodge Bend, and it's going to be a leap of faith here for Roberts as the car slides sideways, but as he heads towards the line, the checker flag waves, and victory overall, and in Class D will go the way of Roberts, with Simon Alloway taking the runner-up spot overall with Class A honours. And then we do have a sizable gap for the best part of 19 to 20 seconds before we do come to our third place finisher. He's on his way, and well, it will be Lawrence in the 56, not quite on your screen here, who you'll see coming across the line shortly. He'll be your runner-up in Class D, third overall. And there he is, you can see him now making his way across the line in the Seat Leon Cooper on the left-hand side of your screen. Then you have your Class B winner of Buckby in the Caterham 7. Hand up in the air, he's celebrating that one, he's very happy about it. Masters just behind, runner-up in Class B, taking 5th place there. And then we do have Cryer taking 6th place home, just behind our top 3 in Class B altogether, with then a little bit of time before we do get to our 3rd place finisher in Class D, 7th on the road. That is the all-black Renault Megane R26 of Booth. We'll be seeing a Volkswagen Golf make its way into the picture in a brief period of time, and that is going to be Cresswell's car. But what's going on here, I hear you ask? Well, this is the battle between the Vectra Challenge and the Westfield Aero of Groves and Modro. Looks as though Groves has been able to pick his way past here, 2 very different machines, and in the end, it looks though the Vauxhall's going to have it, ladies and gentlemen, because that is going to just go to 9th place there for Groves ahead of Modro. They'll wrap up what will be your top 10. With Kuma Fish in 8th place, just a little bit ahead of them. We have got a few more cars to come, including what will be your Class E winner of Rovero in due time. But there's Benny, fell off the back of Groves towards the end. I wonder if he'd made a mistake somewhere. Then we do have the Mini JCW machine of Sullivan in 12th. We will then see a car peel into the pit lane. I'm not quite sure. I think that's Cresswell peeling off, but here comes your Class E winner. That's Paul Rovero there, taking another Class win in the Citroën Zara VTS. Brilliant effort by him. Well clear of the rest of the Class E field. And well, we'll be wrapping up your top 15 there with Cresswell and White. And then it will be Price, Hennifer, Tate, Johnson, and Goodlad completing your top 20. And Hennifer will be the last driver to come across the line and take the checker flag on the lead lap. A lot of smoke up there. I wonder if somebody's perhaps spilled some oil of some description. Alternatives had a bit of a misfire, because you don't normally have it that cloudy unless someone's decided to spin by doing a little bit of wheel spin there. We will find out in due course, but goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, for the 500th ever running of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, what a race it was. And it had a little bit of everything. Frantic fighting up and down the field, and also a very close charge at the end with Simon Alloway finding the pace, but it wasn't enough as the results come up on screen, subject to stewards' inquiries, to dethrone Chris Roberts from taking overall and Class D victory. Simon Alloway had to settle for second in the end, but took Class A honours and will extend his championship lead going into the season finale this afternoon. David Lawrence was your runner-up in Class D with a good effort in the Seat Leon Cupra. Kept Alloway under pressure for the first half of the race, but then something clicked for the Lotus Esprit V8 driver and he was able to bolt away. Bod Buckby took winning honours in Class B after a lot of pressure on his Caterham 7 by the Westfield wide body of Paul Masters. They had a brilliant back and forth battle, and Jamie Cryatt gradually came through to finish 6th, third of Class B. Zach Booth took 7th. And well, ladies and gentlemen, with those results up on the screen, we're going to in fact jump straight away down towards what will be the paddock, because I think our drivers are already turned up, and it's going to be Ian Waterhouse who is going to be bringing us words from our top 3 finishers. But well done to all of our drivers. It's been an absolutely incredible race, and well, now let's get some incredible interviews underway.
You can't moan at that, you can't, can you?
No, not at all. Do you know what? I came here today with like no expectations, just run the car. We've done a couple of track days because we never tested this at the start of the year, and do you know what? It's worked so well. It was hard towards the end. I kept seeing the headlights of Alloway getting closer and closer and closer. My tyres were shot at that point. I knew if I had a chance, I needed to push from the start.
Do you know what? Talk about your tyres, because I noticed on the last lap we closed the gap by 3 seconds.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I was struggling like mad, and I thought, do you know what? The whole time, I think from lap 2, I was like, where's the checkered flag? The whole time. I was no, amazing. You can't get better than that, can you?
Well, I don't know, you've got another one later.
My good mate Dobbo with the RX-7, I think he previously held the Class D lap record around Oulton. I think we beat it by a bit, so I'll go wind him up afterwards.
You did a 1:45.981 as your
sound. I think he was 1:46. Granted, it's a new car, it should be doing it, but he's still my hero. But just quickly, I just want to say it would have been my nan's birthday today. She's not with us sadly, but she was my biggest supporter. A friend of mine sadly lost her fight to cancer earlier this week, so I want to dedicate that win to them. I know it's soppy, but genuinely it's
very well said, Chris. Well done.
Nice one. Thank you very much, guys.
Congratulations, and you never know, could be a double bubble. Good stuff indeed. Let's go say hello to Simon, shall we? Spoke to him a little bit earlier. He was having a little bit of a breather. And Simon, one more lap, eh?
Yeah, I mean the handling's still atrocious, and so I was surprised I was actually catching him at the end. But yeah, I was giving him a max attack.
Well, no, I don't want to give too much away. I did say his tyres were a little bit shot towards the end, so you never know.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that might be the case, but I need to have a little look at the suspension. It's not what it was. Something's not quite alright, but no, fair dues. He's driving quick lap times there, so yeah. I'm happy.
You're happy, you're always smiling, so that's what I like to see. More cars coming in as well. Just a note on this, that was race number 500, as we've said a couple of times already, for the CNC Head Sport and Saloon Car Championship. This meeting was full. Actually, there was a waiting list for drivers to get on to the grid here. Lawrence here coming home in 3rd place. Great race there too. Let's just move around a little bit. I think we've got a bit of time. Just had the bonnet up. Everything all right?
We've been struggling with keeping the turbo attached to the manifold. So it did the first 3 or 4 laps good. Really enjoyed it. It was pulling really strong. Even had another boost setting to go, turn it up a bit more. And just as I was sort of having a fight with one of these Caterhams, just all of a sudden the boost gauge went from full boost to half boost, and then at the end of the race no boost. So I think I'm going to be busy cooling things down and trying to tighten things up.
Yeah, you're not going to have a chance to relax before race 2 later.
I wouldn't say so, no.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there as well. There we go. Race 1, race number 500 for CNC Heads comes to a close, and it is Chris Roberts who takes the overall win. Brilliant stuff indeed. More racing action coming up for you. The Junior Saloon Car Championship. They are just waiting to head out on track. I'm going to hand straight back to your commentator, Paul Walsh. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Ian. And well, what a brilliant race to open up proceedings, ladies and gentlemen. And now we go from a series which has a whole host of age ranges of drivers to a series that is all about future talent in the United Kingdom, because it is coming up next, the Junior Saloon Car Championship's 23rd round of its 27-round campaign. And well, as our drivers gradually make their way out, this is the series for drivers between 14 to 17 years of age who are looking to step from karting into car racing, and it is in its 11th year. And well, Ian had the opportunity to catch up with one of our drivers earlier on this morning, and I think we are going to be bringing you that interview.
Okay, 5, 4. Right, everybody, here we go. Time to go racing for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the penultimate event of the season. Now, at the top of the day, we saw us in Jake Wardle's car. Very kindly gave me a bit of a lift. He's just getting a little bit of driver coaching, but I wonder if I can just very quickly, because sorry, 2 minutes, I'll get out your way very quickly. Jake, thank you for giving me a lift this morning. First of all, what did you think of my French?
A bit questionable, but you know.
It was terrible, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest, was it?
It was awful. Look, Jake, you're fairly new to the series, of course. How have you found things?
I'm really loving it. I love the car, love the team. It's very friendly. Just looking forward to the rest of this season and next year, really.
What is it like going racing at places like Oulton Park and sort of sharing the tarmac? Some pretty famous faces out there in previous years.
It's lovely. I've always wanted to do some racing of some sort, and just to be out there and a bit of enjoyment and just going around. It's great. What's
it like then when you go back to school and you talk to your mates and your friends and they're like, oh yeah, we didn't really do much this week, and you're like, oh, I was racing at Silverstone or Oulton Park?
Sometimes they're quite amazed that you're only 15, 16 going around the racetracks, but fairly a lot of my mates are into cars and racing, so a lot of them kind of come along and support me, which is quite nice.
And the rest of the season then for you, is it just about gaining experience ready for next year?
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm just out here learning the tracks, learning the car, and ready for next year to see what the calendar is and just taking every opportunity we can, really.
It's a pleasure to have you, and thank you so much for the lift earlier. I'll work on my French, I promise. Certainly doesn't need to work on his driving. Right, at the sharp end, just 1 point separates Wilf Butler and Josh Salvadoro. We'll speak to Josh a little bit later as well, because it was his birthday yesterday as well. Happy birthday, Josh. But enough from me. Let's go racing in the first race of the day for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Paul Walsh, over to you. Meow.
Goodness me, I don't know who the youngster is there, whether it's our young drivers or whether it's our presenter Ian. Goodness me, his spirit is absolutely addictive. But as our drivers make their way onto the grid, ladies and gentlemen, they will be lining up, as thus we'll have the grid up on screen very shortly, for what will be round number 23 of the JSCC, or the Junior Saloon Car Championship for 2025. On the front row, well, it's no surprise, it's the two major title contenders. Starting on pole, Wilf Butler ahead of Josh Salvadoro. The gap between the two in qualifying, 1.5 tenths. And there's only 1 point between them. Salvadoro is the man who's chasing down Butler, and in this race at least, but he's leading the championship, and Butler's the one doing the chasing and the points. Could it be role reversal come this afternoon? Oliver Kerr starts in third place. Don't rule him out. He's the third place championship driver. He is in the hunt. He is 15 points behind the top two, and well, the leading independent driver has come on leaps and bounds since the midpoint of the season, and he really has now put himself right in the hunt. Ollie Smith starts in fourth place there, your leading rookie, and then we will see starting in fifth, it's Joe Wood who begins that third row of the grid, ahead of Leon Holly. And Leon Holly has gradually moved up the order as the season has gone on, with a brilliant fifth place finish in race number 2 at Snetterton last time out. So keep your eyes out for the number 87 driver. He may just throw a little bit of spanner in the works if anybody should fall a little bit short. Max Scharfegger, starting in 7th place, has had a bit of a difficult season since the midpoint, in the fact that a 7th and 11th last time out at Snetterton was not what he wanted, and it's really opened up the door for Matthew Swatton to get a lot closer. Tom Elgart starts in 8th place. place, and then it will be Martin Wright, the 2025 scholarship winner, who will be starting 9th on the grid ahead of Ben Ward, who rounds off your top 10. We've got plenty more rows here because we do of course have newcomers. Ben Ward is a newcomer who joined us as a Snetterton is back today, already setting his feet in the ground in preparation for a 2026 campaign, and the same for Jake Wardle, who Ian caught up with only moments ago. Jake Wardle starts best the rest in 11th place, a good qualifying performance. Matthew Swatton, the man who's trying to hunt down Max Scharfegger for 2nd place in the Rookie Championship, right now starting in 12th place. That's not where you want to be, and we do know he's got a lot of pace, but qualifying has not clicked together. Lexi Powell and Sherry Ann Powell line up on your 7th row of the grid, and then last but not least, it will be Lewis Austin, who brings up the rear in 15th. And that's how they all line up here. And remember, they have visited the Oulton Park circuit for the 2nd time this season as of today. Last time they were here, it was the Oulton Park Island circuit, also the touring car circuit if you will. So they've not raced round Island Bend, Shell Oils and indeed the Britain Chicane. So this is going to feel familiar but different, if that makes sense, in the fact there'll be a few more corners, a few more points on the mileage here, where they'll be going all the way up to the best part of what will be 2.69 miles in length, or for those of a metric disposition, 4.33 kilometres in length, versus the 2.26 mile circuit or 3.64 kilometre circuit that they've raced on previously. So what can we expect here? Well, over the course of the season, we have seen some phenomenal racing up and down the field. Indeed, whilst these drivers may be between 14 to 17 years of age, they are treated as if they were adult drivers, and indeed they put on absolutely adult and mature performances both inside and outside of the car. And as they all make their way onto the grid, we should point out that scholarship entries are now open for the 2026 scholarship, which will be taking place on the 21st of February 2026 at the Pembrey circuit. And if you do have a youngster in the family who would be interested in getting into motorsport or is attempting to and is currently racing in karting and may be looking to get on the grid, we do recommend you head to the JSCC or the Junior Saloon Car Championship website in order to potentially put your youngster forward to take part in the scholarship. And if they are successful, well, it will be a fully funded season behind the wheel on the 2026 grid. And well, it's an absolutely huge achievement to get there. And of course, your winner for 2025 scholarship is on this grid, Martin Wright, and he's continued to impress at the back end of the top 10, enjoying some good fights. But right now, we come back to the present and what's in front of our screen. Our drivers are all in position. It's time to get round number 23 of the JSCC underway. The lights are on, the revs rise, and for our second race of the day, it's lights out and away we go here. But who's going to get the run to turn number 1? Selvador and Butler both starting uphill, but it's Wilf Butler who gets the move away and leads into the opening corner, side by side behind. That's a buck into the trend there. That's going to be Smith and Kerr exchanging paint as they come through the opening right-hander. Looks like they've got away cleanly there. Also, it does look as though Swatton's had a decent start. In fact, he's leapt up quite a few places there right at the beginning of this one. So Matthew Swatton on a charger. He knows he's got to make amends for qualifying. Our leaders already battling into Cascades meanwhile, so whilst Salvador may have been second going into what was at the first quarter, by the end of turn 3 I suspect it's going to be side by side all the way in towards Island Bend. Well, here they come into our view, and Butler right now holding on. Salvador, I think, respecting the fact they want to break away from the rest of the field first, because otherwise it'll be Kerr and Smith trying to get involved. Woods also had a really good start there, and well, that 5th place start, I think he might have converted it into a 5th place hold at the moment, but he's right on the back of Smith and Kerr there, and therefore this could really get tasty. We might have a fight for 3rd that takes one part of the stage, and the battle for lead takes the other part of the stage here, as they all roar their way in towards Britain Chicane. All 15 drivers safely on through the opening few corners. No issues for anyone at the moment. But our top 2 are now definitely starting to pull away, and I think Kerr is trying to come with them there, as he makes it very clear he wants to be on the racing line and wants to tuck into that tire. I think he's trying to send a message to Salvador, which is, I want to follow you, you focus on chasing after Butler and bring us all back together. But we'll have to see whether Wilf Butler and Josh Salvador follow that script. A bit further back, we've also got a bit more fighting. Swatton trying to make some more places here, as he now looks to go on the charge, hunting after what is Wright's car, and then he's got Allgard just a little bit further up the road. And 3 generations of family here this weekend for Tom Allgar, and I do believe it's dad and granddad who will be watching him race, and they race in their own series as well. Indeed, Allgar coming from a very strong racing family. But a family on the grid here as well. All these youngsters, of course, see each other like brothers and sisters in a way in terms of how close friends they are. But as they head in towards the braking zone for turn number 16, right now Wilf Butler is going to be leading after 1 lap. But this is a 15-minute race, and anything can happen before that checker flag, and it normally does. So one that complete, it's Butler ahead of Salvadori, then Kerr, your top three all together. A bit of a gap building now to Smith. I don't think he'll mind that. I think he'll be very happy to be running in fourth at this time as your leading rookie. We then have in fifth Holly, who've got ahead of Wood at the start, and then we've got Scharfegger in seventh. He's had a decent beginning to this race. Allgaier in eighth, right in ninth. Swatton 2 places up into 10th place, and best the rest of the length is Ward, with Austin in 12th, having started from the very back of the grid, has gained the places. And then we do have Lexi Powell ahead of Sherry Ann Powell, and Jake Wardle complete that running order. Wardle fighting with Sherry Ann Powell right at the back there. I think using this as an experience opportunity. Oh, goodness me, that is a lot of apex curb there being taken by Josh Salvadori, fighting with the understeer of the car and saying, right, if I can chop the corner, if I can get my front left tyre beyond the curb, I can pull the car around. Well, that's definitely not going to be very nice for the longevity of that tyre, but to be fair, it shows you how much it means to him. He wants to stay right there with Wolf Butler. And Butler will be feeling quite confident here because of the fact he is the lead car. He doesn't have a car in front of him producing any dirty air. These Citroen Saxos, they're not that aerodynamic, but if you're behind one, you're essentially walking into what is a very big portion of cleared air, albeit it's very dirty air in front of you, and that can evoke a little bit more understeer in the medium speed corners or the high speed corners such as Island Bend. So right now, being the leader, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. You lose out on the straights because the car behind will gain a lot of time, but in the corners, you've got a lot more flexibility. You don't have to battle with the dirty air and the understeer that already is prominent on these little French machines, given the fact front engine, front wheel drive, they are not easy to tame. And well, as our drivers make the way towards the end of this lap, and through Druid, you can definitely see now our top two are pulling away. Third place man Kerr, he's there or thereabouts, but I don't think he's quite able to stay with the top two unless they start to fight, unless he's saving his tyres for later on in the race, which could be a bit of a valid strategy because we can expect tyre degradation here on the front left tyre to be very aggressive at Oulton Park, and we did see that earlier in the season at the Oulton Park Island visit where tyre life did become a big factor towards the end of the race, and those who protected their tyres earlier on actually had a lot more pace to deliver in the last 2 to 3 laps. But the top four stay unchanged as they come through, and right now if things were to finish as they currently stand, Wolf Butler would put himself back on the top of the championship provisionally before this afternoon's round number 24. And you can see there Kerr and Smith right now, well, they are definitely enjoying their own races. The fight for fifth is taking a bit more of an intensity now as Holly tries to break away, but there is Scharfegger up the inside, goes all in, and well, that's a nice late move there for Max Scharfegger. He's not waiting for Wood to take his racing line. We'll see whether they've changed places when they come into the view here towards Island. But leaders right now pushing on as Salvadori, they're definitely kicking up some dirt on the apex of Island Bend. I wonder if he might get a track limits warning for it. I do believe that race director Craig Zorni, he'll be keeping a close eye on what's going on. Of course, he does all the driver briefings, and well, I've had the pleasure of speaking to Craig on several occasions, and indeed he's very proud of what they managed to achieve with the JSCC over these years, and he does love watching this racing and making sure that they may be youngsters, but definitely they're adult racers at the end of the day. But coming up towards the end now of the first third of this race, top three still together, fourth place falling away a little bit. And well, Kerr's definitely going to be the unknown here. What can he do to get involved? But as we do say hello to a good number of you in the YouTube chat there, enjoying all the racing. We do see there, for example, boxing this lap, and also Richard David Moxley talking about the series, and also Blakely Joyner, who's cheering on Kerr. Well, it's great to have so many of you giving your thoughts on all the racing that's going on. We also say hello to Jamie McEwen, but we need to give our thoughts to what's going on right now here between Wood and Allgaier, as Wood has fallen a little bit further backwards there, and right now looks under a bit of pressure. He's not quite as close as he once was, and I think Scharfegger getting that move done that we did see start at Cascades was good. Hold up, is that, well no, I was going to say, is that the bonnet lifting there, Salvadori's car? Yes it is. They do vibrate a little bit, but if you look closely at the Lightning McQueen machine, the 110, you'll notice that bonnet is actually vibrating a lot more. Hopefully that doesn't come up too far, because if it does, well, understandably, if it ends up getting enough air underneath it, it may end up lifting up over the windscreen, and essentially the driver will have no visibility and will have to crawl to someone on the side of the circuit. That was just a spot. Hopefully it's not a sign of something to come here, but normally there's not as much of that vibration on the front. Hold up. That is, I believe, that is Lexi Powell who's gone off. That's coming onto the start-finish straight, so coming out to the final corner. Lexi has gone around. I don't know if Lexi's been escorted on the way round, but will be making her way into the pit lane. and that is an unfortunate end to the race. That is our first retirement from our Triple 3 driver, and that's a shame because Lexi was coming into this weekend with a rather good set of results. Snetterton were 11th and 12th, and some of the best results of her season. But coming back to the front of the field then, there may be misfortune towards the back, but at the front, it's still fortune who favours the brave, as Butler and Salvadore I'll continue to push each other onwards. Salvador falling back a little bit here. You can definitely see right now that bonnet starting to lift away from the light, with the front headlights, we should say, and therefore I wonder whether that's perhaps causing a little bit of drag as well as he gets towards higher speeds. If it lifts up, it's going to create a bigger surface area which wind is going to blow onto. And this might be a race where he's going to have to settle for second, and Butler may just naturally now be able to bring this one on through. Again, not saying it's over yet, and he's going to fight every step of the way, is Josh, in the number 110, but I can imagine he's going to have to manage this. He might be aware of it, he may not be. But behind Kerr, meanwhile, he's still 7 tenths off of them, and his top 3 is definitely pushing itself hard. In fact, all of the top 3 lapping within 2 tenths of each other. But coming on through and in towards our view, we can see their fourth place man, our leading rookie driver of Smith. Well, right now he's in a bit of a lonely fourth place, and then we have a lot of going on in the fight for fifth here. That is Scharfegger looking for another move into Druids Bend. Oh, goodness me, that was close there. You can't do that, Max. That's absolutely crazy, trying to go all in from quite far back into Druids. But to be fair, he right now really is feeling what is an opportunity is coming forward. He's had to back off. In the rear of the picture, we've got 2 wide going on as well, and well, right now that's going to buy Holly a little bit of breathing room, but Scharfegger holds off Wood, who tries to get a little bit more interest in the fight, and Wright and Allgar, they were side by side for a brief moment, and it is going to be Wright who gets ahead of Allgar as they go on towards another third of the circuit. So right now up to 8th, Allgar down to 9th, and behind as well Austin and Swatton have changed places. Swatton has dropped back to 11th. We do have a black and white flag for track limits. That's the number 23, so Max Scharfegger has been given a warning for track limits, and if he does breach them again, that will be upgraded, I do believe, to a post-race time penalty of at least 5 seconds. And many of you may remember it really was the race of track limits all the way back at Silverstone National in round number 11 on Sunday the 18th of May, where we did see multiple drivers pick up 5-second post-race time penalties. Some even had them upgraded to 10 seconds for the number of track limit breaches, and we also had a couple of those at Donington Park, but not quite so here so far at least, as we head towards the final third. But we see there at the very back, we do have Wardle and Sherry-Ann Powell. They're still fighting for 13th place, very close together, and that's great experience that Wardle will be building up for himself. They're getting used to running so close behind another car, and how you deal with that versus running in clear air, because as we mentioned earlier, that's a very big sideways moment from right there. My goodness, if you got any more sideways, you would think he was drifting. Well, as he makes his way through from continental drift to on the straight, this is going to be looked from Allgar, looks one way then the other. Allgar cuts back to the inside here. They decide in the end to go too wide into the chicane. A bit of a lock up on the brake from Wright. Allgar does get ahead for now, but does Wright try and come back? As Allgar goes wide, too wide, they come in towards Knickerbrook corner, but Tom Allgar does just get ahead by a hair's width there, and now Austin's going to be looking at this and thinking to himself, can I get involved please? I want to go for 8th place. But those three definitely going to be in an absolutely brilliant fight, as meanwhile we do see the fight for 5th now is building. Max Scharfegger, I don't know where this pace has come from the number 23 driver, but he's suddenly found a load of pace, and he's on the attack versus Holly for 5th, and that's the Max we like to see, because we said earlier he had a dismal day at Snetterton. It was nothing what he wanted. Meanwhile, at the back of the pitch, you've still got that ongoing fight. That is going to be Austin and Boys right there fighting on hard, as we have had Allgar break away from it. A bit of a run wide there from Allgar just at the bottom of the picture. They are getting very ferocious towards each other here as we head into this final third. Across the line then, and right now it does seem as though Wright going defensive. Here comes Austin though, looking up the inside, tries to go for it in the end, but has to back off just at the last moment. But Wright will go wide. That's be off the road. He's missing his left-hand wind mirror as well. That's holding on by a thread. I think that might be where he's rubbed doors side by side with his rival moments ago. Here comes Austin again up the inside. He goes for it to Cascade. Does he get it? As they then do see what is Swatter. In fact, Swatter's had to come into the pit lane. That would have been Ward trying to play catch up. But as we see our 5th through its 10th contingent coming through, it's not over yet in this battle for 9th and 10th place. My good lord. Right, and Austin are putting on an absolute display. It's going to be a lead position here for Austin there as he comes in towards Shelwell's Bend. He does get out the inside there. That's bravery, but that's how you get it done. And well, the number 14 of Wright now will tuck him behind and look to try and come back at him in towards Britain's. It's non-stop between these two. You think they're fighting for the win, but for them, these points will feel like a win. Meanwhile, 5th place, well, Scharfegger was closing, but he's not close enough at the moment. So it looks so Holly, whatever's needed, he's found a way, as Wright's car is definitely very sideways there coming through Britain's. I wonder whether the way that car's been set up, whether they've intentionally tried to make it a lot looser on the rear end, and if anything, he's actually getting a lot more out the car. So long as he can keep it pointed straight on corner exit, now the pace is starting to come alive a little bit as he hops over the apex curb there. My goodness, that was on his 2 wheels for a brief moment. Don't scare us like that, please, good lord. And well, right now, definitely hopping around this circuit just as much as he's keeping it on 4 wheels. But then again, he is pushing it absolutely as hard as he can. But heading up the rise they go, and well, our leaders definitely still calm between them at the moment, as we do see there our 4th place runner of Smith coming underneath the bridge. Oh, somebody's off into the gravel. That's Scharfegger off there at Druids Bend. That's very wide. Has he escaped the barrier? I don't think he has. I think that car is either stuck in the gravel, it's gone to the barrier and then come back on itself onto the gravel. But we do have a red flag as a result, ladies and gentlemen. That car is in a very dangerous position, hence the red flag, because if somebody runs wide out of Druids, it will be right where it's going to be an off for somebody. So the race will be stopped at this point. It will be stopped with 2 minutes and 19 to go. We'll give you an update as to what the restart procedure is, but Max Scharfegger off into the gravel at Druids Bend, and unfortunately for him, his race comes to a stop, as does the whole of this round of the JSCC. But up to that point, a very, very fun race between all the drivers, no doubt about it, giving it everything, and well, you can imagine it was an absolutely incredible race from start to finish. Our leaders were a little bit quiet as we do get that camera angle there. That shows you where Scharfegger has gone off. And again, it is just literally, I think he's gone out wide and then perhaps he's tried to curve it back onto the circuit. I think either the car's got beached in the gravel or it had an impact with the barrier and then that's naturally ricocheted it back. But a bit of a difficult one for him, and in the end, it hasn't quite worked out for him. But still, we do have a few of you there asking some questions, and Boxing This Lap asks, let's say you're a young person who wants to do racing with no karting experience, can you race in the JSCC? The answer is, I do believe yes you can. You technically don't need to have racing experience within karting, but it is seen as the natural transition point from, say, karting into road racing. But definitely check out the JSCC website, because you'll have all the details there if you're curious. But unfortunately, this race does come to a pause. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here, is that was really building up into something incredible right at the end, and well, now all the drivers here just coming to a close as we do say hello to a couple more of you in the YouTube chat there, including, I do believe, TR and also Charlie Reid and Jack Length. And also we say hello there to Influential Gurning, who says hello. And well, we do have all the drivers there making their way back to the grid. Yellow flags out there. We'll have to wait and see if they peel back to the grid or whether that is going to be the race brought to a close. But just to remind you, when the race was stopped, the order of running was thus. It was Wolf Butler. In fact, we've just had confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, this race will be checkered flag with the amount of time remaining. So it will mean, because they completed over 75% of the distance, we will be seeing full points awarded, as I understand it, and it will be a win for Wilf Butler ahead of Josh Salvadori, and they never quite got to fight in the end after their initial battling. Oliver Kerr will take 3rd place, so he'll be taking the independent win as well as 3rd overall, and it will be the rookie win for 4th place finisher Ollie Smith, ahead of Leon Holly, who had a brilliant run to 5th place. Max Scharfegger, unfortunately, we did have that off. I'm not sure whether his result will stand, because he was listed at 6th at the time before the off, and normally under red flag the races roll back a lap to the finish, so that's a little bit up in the air as he looks to get out the car. Wood will be classified as 7th ahead of Wright, and it'll be Allgaier and Austin who complete your top 10, with Swatton best the rest in 11th place ahead of Ward, Sherry and Powell, Jake Wardle, and then the unfortunate retirement as well for Lexi Powell there. That's how they stand according to the times we've got available. May not be exactly that. It depends on where the results are taken from. But one thing that is for certain is that it will be a top 5 of Butler, Salvadori, Kerr, Smith and Holly. As we do just see there, the ambulance making its way along. All part of parcel of natural procedure here when we do have an off for a driver, ladies and gentlemen, in the fact you do have the rescue units and also the marshals making their way on around. And well, when we have a further update on the situation, we'll provide it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we've been a little bit quiet, we're not going to be quiet for too much longer, because down in the pit lane is none other than Ian Waterhouse, who's going to catch up with our top 3 finishers from round number 23 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship for 2025. Over to you, Ian.
Yes, Wilf Butler there just extends his lead in the championship. Wilf, let's have a quick chat, shall we? I heard in my ear as well, you had a bit of a moment where you locked up a bit.
Yeah, just before the red flag was coming into a chicane. I don't know if there was a bit of oil down or something. It was hitting my normal braking spot, and then just locked up and went straight on. Almost went off the track, but managed to regain control and stay there.
And you take the victory, so important for the championship, isn't it?
Yeah, massive. I mean, when championship this close, and we got double points at Brands, every point matters really. So, yeah, really, really happy with the result.
How much have you enjoyed this season so far? I know it's not over yet. Of course, this is the penultimate meeting of the season. Still, as you said, we go to Brands Hatch. But are you enjoying being in this title fight with Josh?
Yeah. I mean, Josh and Ollie, we're all so close. I mean, the whole year it's just been swapping titles from start to finish, well, start to now, I should say. And I'm sure it won't change at Brands, so I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, had an amazing season so far. Really loved it.
Got a big smile on your face, Will. Congratulations as well. There's Josh. Can we let's grab Josh, shall we, a little bit? Because one thing I haven't done yet, I always like to just say happy birthday to you, Josh, for yesterday. How old were you yesterday?
17.
17. Absolutely disgusting, that, isn't it? 17 years old. Listen, P2. Perhaps not quite the result you're hoping for, but as we know, points do make prizes at the end.
Yeah, exactly. You know, as long as we finish, like we came into the weekend saying, if we walk away with just 2/3 and no fast laps, it's all right. We go on to Brands.
How important is Brands Hatch going to be with those double points?
Obviously, it's important because you want to go for championship. But at the end of the day, if we win, it's great. If we don't, you know, we move on to next year and on to bigger and better things.
So what is next year? Can you tell us? Can you give us a little inkling?
Not sure yet, but you know, we've got to looking at probably Mini Coopers or Civics. But you know, you just got to spend some time second last rounds out of the way, just see what's best.
And of course next year will be the big 18 as well, so we'll have a party, yeah?
Yeah.
Top man, Josh, well done. Right, I wanted to find Ollie Kerr. He's down here. He's in the mix as well for the championship. He started the day 16 points behind Wilf Butler, something like that, very similar. Unfortunately, my clipboard has gone missing, right? It has literally disappeared. Ollie, you're still right in the championship mix.
Yeah, obviously still in the championship mix. It would have been a little bit nicer if we kind of could keep up with the top two. I don't know. I think we've just got to look at. I think there was a little bit of an issue, and obviously at the end with the oil, it was quite an interesting.
There's quite a bit down there, is there? Then?
I think there was quite a bit going in under the trees, and I think on that lap, unluckily I kind of got on the oil, went sideways, and then luckily I caught it.
I mean, look, talk about this season for us. You've been a race winner, of course, numerous times. You're in the title fight. I asked Wilf the question a little bit earlier. Are you actually enjoying the title fight? Do you think about it? Do you feel a bit of extra pressure, or are you just, you know what, whatever happens, happens?
Obviously, this year's been really good for us. Like kind of last year, we've had loads of problems, and even this year we had some problems leading into the year. But I think getting triple pole at Silverstone and then Croft and a couple of wins. I think this year, even if we don't win it, it's been a very positive year on the learning side of things as well. But no, obviously there's a championship out there. I'd like to win it, but if I don't win it, it's not the end of the world.
Double points at Brands.
That will make it interesting between us three. Hopefully we can keep it nice and clean. But yeah, it'd be good.
Excellent. Ollie, thanks for talking to us. Good to see you again as well. I'm sure we'll probably catch up a little bit later as well. I'm just moving down a little bit just to see. We're in Park Fermo here. I am struggling so badly for signal here. And as I said, please help me. Hashtag find my clipboard. I swear I had it up in the media centre and now it's just magically disappeared. It has gone. So if somebody knows, if anybody's watching this here at Oulton Park and has seen my clipboard, it's not very exciting, but it does have a load of notes on. Please let me know. As ever, keep those comments coming in the live chat. I know Paul Walsh is monitoring them. Let us know where you're watching from. We'd love to find out. If you're at home, tell us you're at home. If you're overseas, let us know whereabouts. If you're at work today, tell us. If you want to shout out as well, we would love to hear from you. And please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. We still have more BARC TV coming up in 2025. In fact, And the very beginning of November, a massive meeting taking place at Brands Hatch with the trucks are in play there, TCR Civic Cup so much, Junior Saloons as well. And of course, on the 8th of November, we do have the final for Britcar Endurance, the Into the Night race. 2 45-minute races there at Brands Hatch. That is going to be a thriller. Right, I'm going to have actually your commentator, Paul Walsher, because we will very soon have the 2CV first race of the day. Their season wraps up today as well. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Paul, over to you.
Thank you, Ian. And well, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody has seen Ian Walthouse's clipboard, do let us know. Let's get hashtag find my clipboard trending, because he needs his clipboard. But goodness me, as our 2 CVs make their way out of the pit lane, we're getting ready for race number 3 here at Oulton Park today. And this will be round 9 of 10 in the 2CVparts.com Championship 2025. It's the season finale day today. And for their penultimate race, it is Nick Crispin, current championship leader by only 16 points, who takes pole position. Brian Heary, he lines up in 2nd place, 5th in the championship. Your 2nd place man of Sebastian Jones-White is going to be a lot further down in 8th place. But along the way, you have on the 2nd row of the grid, Andrew Ball and Ethan Sparrow. They have their own fight going on as well, because it's a 5-way fight for the title, mathematically speaking, but also it's a major battle to finish potentially in 5th place or even in 3rd, and there are 2 big contenders in there. You have the Wolford family car, that's going to be starting on 5th on the grid on row number 3, ahead of the Toby and Broadhurst car. That'll be starting 6th. And then we do have on row number 4, it'll be Simon Turner and Sebastian Jones-White. And remember, for Sebastian Jones-White, he needs a big score. He needs to find a way to beat Nick Crispin. Otherwise, this championship fight, it may not go all the way to the final race of the season, or will it? We'll have to wait and see. Sam Archer starts in 9th place, ahead of Martin Rimmen. That is going to be your top 10. And then we've got plenty more cars to go in these classic Citroen 2CV. Starting 11th, it's Neil Graham. Best of the rest there, ahead of what will be the combination car of Aerosmith Brown and Oswin. I do believe it's going to be Aerosmith Brown who takes the car first and foremost, as Matthew there looks to try and move forward after a difficult time out back at Lyddon Hill. Hall and Hall, where it's going to be the Hall family reveal in the 96 that starts in 13th, ahead of Chris Yates. And on row number 8, we'll have Shirley Hennessy and Matthew Hollis, with row number 9 going to Martin Sunderland and Roy Eastwood. And then completing your top 10 is going to be Lee Grantham and Dawson at number 20, and Colin Etchells' car in 20th place. We believe we've got a couple more cars on this grid. Yep, we have indeed. And it'll be John Widdowson, who starts in 21st, and Ian Arnold, who starts 22nd, last but not least. For the uninitiated, the Citroen 2CV Parts.com Championship. What's it all about? Well, this was originally inspired by the Belgian 24-hour race of Citroen 2CVs, as held at Spa-Francorchamps in 1988. A few British individuals were there. And, well, shortly after being inspired by it, they opted to form the 2CV Racing Club of the United Kingdom. And the inaugural season of the championship ran in 1989. Since then, it's been running on an annual basis, and the very first race, well, it was at Mallory Park, as won by former club chairman Royce Gray. It's a one-make series that is all focused at delivering close, exciting and affordable racing, as focused on the much loved Citroen 2CV race car. In fact, I believe our pole sitter there has even found a way to make the fletching around the headlights look as though it's a very angry Citroen 2CV on that front left row of your screen. I absolutely love these cars. They are, I dare say, adorable here and absolutely brilliant. Now, the thing about these cars as well is the fact they don't exactly have too much power to them, to be fair. They're only powered by a 602cc air-cooled 2-cylinder Citroen engine, which is mated to a 4-speed manual transmission. They are not exactly the quickest of cars out there. So what this means is it is pack-based racing. It's going to be very tight and close racing, as we do see the green flag at the back go up. That means they are getting ready for what will be their formation lap. And the 2CVs have definitely seen a whole variety of individuals take to the grids over the years, whether it be novices who are brand new to racing, because these are highly approachable and affordable cars, all the way through to TV personalities such as Top Gear's Richard Hammond and Ben the Stig Collins. And we have also seen over the years professional drivers, including current director of the BTCC, the British Touring Car Championship, Alan Gow, take to the grid. Also Paddy Hopkirk in his machinery, back, of course, a long time ago. Many of you may remember that it was Mr. Hopkirk who was your 1964 Monte Carlo rally winner. So we've definitely And over the years, seen a whole variety of individuals, from experts all the way through to novices, race these Citroen 2CVs. And well, last time out, it was the annual 24-hour race held at Snetterton 200 circuit, where a huge team effort there for multiple different individuals. But in the end, we did see the combination car of Pete Sparrow and Gary Adnett take the victory there, and also the fastest lap with it. And let's not forget, David O'Keefe was also behind the wheel of that car at certain points. Now, they're all a single class here. There are no class differentials between the machines. Everyone is competing for the overall championship, and therefore it is all about trying to take victory and with it scoring those 100 points. You also get 3 for first place in qualifying, so for pole position, and you also get 5 for the fastest lap. But as everybody makes the way around, well, as we say, the big story at the very front is the battle between Nick Crispin and Sebastian Jones-White, where they're separated by only 16 points. And then the other stories in this field, the fight for third between Andrew Ball and Ethan Sparrow. It does mean they are very closely knitted together. And we also do have the fight for sixth between Chris Tovey and Lawrence Broadhurst, and the fight for eighth in the championship between Sam Archer, Glenn Oswin, Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown, and also Martin Rinman and Simon Turner. So there's a 5-way fight for 8th place. There's a theoretical 5-way fight for the championship crown, but we expect it to come down between our top 2, and in between there are plenty of stories as well, and that's what makes this an absolutely brilliant final race meet for the 2CVparts.com championship for 2025, because it has been interesting since its very first race this season at Silverstone International, all the way back in April, and it's going to end on an interesting pair of races here at Oulton Park as this formation lap gradually comes to a close. And whilst we do wait to go racing here, of course we do love seeing all the Citroens head on around. We also say hello to a good few of you who responded to Ian's call of saying, where exactly are you tuning in from? And well, we do have their confirmation, I do believe, from Jamie McEwen, who's watching from not so sunny Ayrshire. I hope I've said that correct, and indeed, I'm not quite sure where that actually is in the country. Perhaps you can tell me, Jamie. My geography is absolutely terrible, and I've just had it whispered in my ear by a broadcast director to save me slight embarrassment. It's in Scotland. And well, if I butchered the pronunciation there, well, thank you very much, Simon, our broadcast director, for telling me. Somebody did geography, I didn't. We also say hello there to Denny Ploger, who will be tuning in from the Netherlands, I believe, if I do remember him correctly. And we also say hello to Jonathan Berry of Berry Racing there. And we also say hello to Dan Hughes and Ash Miller. And I think we've also got a bit of a poetry competition going on in the YouTube chat. Of all the things I've never seen in my life, in a number of years of commentary, ladies and gentlemen, we have got a poetry competition going on in the YouTube chat here. Well, the British Automobile Racing Club definitely delivers week in, week out. And well, try and keep it poetic if you can, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to try and stay in rhyme or in time, because otherwise in this stanza we may end up with a racing bonanza. But we do get very much ready to go then for round number 9 of our 2CVparts.com championship, as they all come to us. And indeed the sun comes out as well. Our cameraman's blinded by a bit of exposure, but I'm sure he'll be able to resolve that in due course. And here we go, as we say hello to Steve Graham as well, who's tuning in from the start line, so he's at the closest part of the action, and we await the lights for another race. Oh, goodness me. In fact, one of our Citroens ducking into the pit lane there. Couldn't quite see who that was, but we've lost one before we started. Something tells me that's one of our starters, perhaps on row 7 or 8 there. I'm not quite sure who, though, so I won't say. But what I will say is everyone else is in position, and I think we will be seeing the lights go on. So the red lights go on, ladies and gentlemen. You know what time it is. It's time to get round number 9 of the 2CVparts.com championship underway. It's lights down, away we go here at Oulton Park. And well, it's a gradual start, 3 wide already as they come charging down in towards turn number 1. But as they do here, 20 minutes of racing at the helm. And this is all going to be about patience, strategy, and knowing when to go side by side versus when to fall in the pack as they all roar their way through that opening corner. Down the hill now, well ready there. Ball trying to make some very quick progress before he's even cleared the first corner, but did he manage to make any moves? We'll have to see. As 2 by 2 they roar their way into Cascades. And all the fields safely on the way, minus the one car that we have lost before it made its way to the grid. We'll give you an update on who that was in due course, but otherwise it looks like every driver safely away. and through the first few corners. But back to the front, a bit of a chop and change there. That's getting very tight there on the inside in towards Island Bend. They're going to have to back off eventually. Someone's going to have to take what is a position back, because otherwise in Island Bend, 2-3 wide through there, well, it doesn't always work out, let's say that. But a bit of a slide there from number 76. That's Ball. He was the one who had an absolute lightning start off the grid. Keep in mind, of course, the front row of the grid starts uphill at Oulton Park, so therefore it does mean you have a little bit more difficulty on the clutch versus the cars that start on the second row, and that's how Ball has really been able to maximise his start and move into the lead. Now, will he be leading come the end of this lap, let alone the end of the race? We will see. As a bit of a lock-up there, that was our 77 of Graham, really experimenting with cold brakes and cold tyres. But down they come back to us now, and as they do, looking to the inside already, getting a little bit elbows out here between a couple of our drivers. A big lock-up there, that's going to go straight on, and well, that's the 46 of Sparrow there that has to take to the escape road chicane. Another lock-up as well from one of our drivers a bit further back in the mellow yellow machine. Well, it's mellow yellow on one side, and meanwhile it is purple, or is it black on the other side? I'm not quite sure. I promise you I'm not going colourblind, ladies and gentlemen, but they made it all, and well, that's going to mean that Sparrow now has got some work to do from further down the order. I'm sure he'll be back up there as quickly as he can be, because Ethan Sparrow will be very eager to try and close down third place in that championship when he can. We'll see some dust going up there into Druids Bend. I believe that's where there was the issue for Max Scharfegger in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and I wonder whether some oil went down, and therefore they've had to put some agent down in order to try and clear that up. But here come our leaders back to us, and with an extended lap time of the best part of over 2.5 minutes, you can understand here for the course of what will be 20 minutes of racing. We won't get that many laps in, but each lap here will definitely feel as though it is the endurance race. So in fact, let's keep it appropriate to the Autos de France. It will feel as though this is the Citroën de France, or the Tour de France, if you will, because it is definitely pack racing until the very end when somebody tries to make a bolt away for the win. The Ball leads ahead of Crispin going on to lap number 2. We then do have Heary in third, followed by Jones White. And how about that? We said about Sebastian Jones White starting 8th. He'd very quickly try and find his way through. He's already found his way into 4th, ahead of the number 48, piloted by Chris Tovey at the moment. And then we have Sparrow falling back to 6th. He's recovered, however, after that excursion at the Hislop chicane. And it is the Wolford machine in 7th, ahead of Archer, with Turner and Rimmen completing that top 10. And Bester S11th is Yates. We do have a bit of a split in the field starting to form. You can see our top 6, they are running away now from the rest, as it is going to be a change of lead there. Crispin takes the lead in the 89 for a brief moment, Ball being very obliging there. And you don't win one of these races on the first or the second lap, you win it at the very end when you see a check flag. Therefore you decide just to play the mutual, the enemy of mine is my friend game now, which is just stay in the pack, don't cause them to fall apart, and don't bring anybody else into the game if they can. Because at the end of the day, what you want to try and do is filter this down from, say, a 22 car running group to then 6, like what you see now, and hopefully by the end of the race, he'll be bringing it down to what will be approximately, say, a 2 or 3 car group, because the less for him, the merrier. But of course, for our entertainment, the more the merrier, we say. Over the crest and down we go. 2 wide at the very front. Ball right now looking around the outside to the inside here. Definitely, I think, trying to get into the mind of Crispin, trying to make him guess exactly when moves are going to come. And this is absolutely great driving from Andrew Ball. He's really going at this. He's taking a bit of a different approach to everyone else. I think most other drivers right now are quite content to sit in the order, but Andrew Ball, meanwhile, definitely is getting the bit between his teeth and saying, you know what, I just want to keep things interesting and keep you guessing. And as they do, all these drivers right now all going on through. Well, definitely it's going to be one of the interesting parts between our drivers here, in the fact that when we say they're charging down to a certain corner, understandably they're a little bit slower than most, but it's absolutely brilliant. And I think Jonathan Berry, they're saying it brilliantly in the YouTube chat, which is, this is great, it's like watching go-karts with roofs. Indeed it is, and it's getting a little bit close there in the fight for third, as our top 2 now are being allowed to just walk away a little bit. And Heary and Jones White definitely getting side by side there, and it is Tovey and Sparrow who are not too far behind either. But that fight for third goes, fight for fourth goes 3 wide as they come across the timing line, and as they do, ooh, that's getting a bit too close, a bit of a squeeze there. I think that was a bit of a coming across from the Crisis machine. Well, definitely living up to the license plate there, I must say. But as they come through, that was Heary coming across, and then Jones White and Tovey all being squeezed, and well, they somehow got away from that. It doesn't mean they can't go door to door, but preferably want to keep it clean as much as possible, as the front bumper is definitely hanging loose there. I think that might be from the number 13, where it's dropped on the front right side of the car from the driver's perspective, and that might lead to a little bit more drag. Now keep in mind, these cars are practically standard. The only thing that has changed, other than the obvious removing a lot of the interior furniture, is the fact they have a modified front and rear bumper to go racing. They've removed the original bumper. If we had classic class cars out there, you would actually see them with the original bumpers, but all the cars you see on the grid here for this season are all of the club specification, whereby it is the standard car. The only thing that's changed essentially is the front and rear bumper, and also some other parts such as a roll cage being added to make the car race worthy. But our leader right now, Crispin, definitely pulling away. Ball's made a bit of a mistake at Shell Oils, and he's fallen right back into the pack. And in fact, the 46 of Sparrow now has moved into second place. This might be Nick Crispin's one to run away with here. Very slowly, however, I must say, as they come on through. And, well, you wouldn't be amiss here if you thought it was a pack of mechanised snails coming charging over the rise and down. But it's definitely looking as though it's going to be a fight for second for a while now. And can Sparrow get control of it and then find a way to catch up to Crispin? If he can't, well, our leader might have just got himself some breathing room. Not a lot of speed in these cars either, so understandably here at this point, every time you're in the tow, you will gain 1 or 2 miles an hour, and that's worth a huge amount on these straights compared to the corner speed, as they all give themselves a bit of a push. As we see Nigel Moore there, we say hello to him, continuing the question: has anybody checked under their settees for the lost clipboard? But everyone coming on around, and these drivers right now definitely. Our leader continuing to abscond, and second through to 6th there. Well, they all stay line astern. I think they've all got the memo now, which is hold up a second, guys. We're not battling for the win. We're battling for second place here. That's not right. We need to catch up again. On to the brakes. It's going to be one of those moments where Ball thinks about it. He's going to go for it here again, but it's just a quick look up the inside there. A little bit of a tease, just a little bit of flap of the inside, and now he's going to wait. But that's going to give an opportunity there for Heary to try and get a bit more involved. And here he now looking one way. In fact, that is Jones White there, my apologies, who's now trying to cut the inside. And then we have got a battle between Ball and the 48 of Toby. Toby up the inside here in towards turn number 1. A bit sideways there from Jones White. Definitely a car right now that is sliding as much as it's pointed a straight line. They're doing a brilliant job here. It's going to be 3 wide into Dentons then as they come down the hill. And, well, who's going to be leading? As it's going to be very tight. Heary on that inside line saying, I want to come out and play. He will take the position of what will be Ball, and from them we come a little bit further back, because whilst our top 6 is exciting, there's also excitement further down the order. And your 7th place man is Wolford at the moment, with Turner pushing on close behind. Need to have a bit of a gap to Yates, Rimmen and Archer, who are very close together, 9th through to 11th. It's a very close race, and here's a bit of a sideways moment there from our 48 of Tovey. And, well, right now, very lightweight machine, of course, very little power as well. Therefore, it does mean that these cars, they can be chucked into the corners, but there's a lot of skill to getting a Citroen to dance around any circuit, none less so than Oulton Park. But looking at our second place battle at the moment, still Sparrow holding on to it. Jones White now closer, and they are starting to pull away a little bit as they bounced away out the corners. Those suspensions absolutely shake it up and down there, goodness me. I can imagine what it must be like inside the car. It must be jolting all over the place there. Then again, these machines, and well, any of these machines could date all the way back, I do believe, to what is 1971. That's the year of the car that is eligible, all the way out to the end of the production life of the Citroen 2CV6 Saloon. So you've got a lot of machines here that are racing at the best part of an age of 50 plus years old. They've been very carefully maintained. They've had a lot of the rust taken out of them, if there was any in the first place. And, well, they are cheap as chips to be able to pick up. You spend a bit of money getting them on the road into race-worthy condition, and then you've got yourself a brilliant racing car here, and it absolutely shows, as by the end of this lap, we'll reach the halfway point, and our leader pulling away, but the fighting for second backwards definitely of intrigue, as we do see a move there. The 96 picking its way past the 72, and, well, that is Hall holding off Hollis at the moment as they continue to fight over 12th place. And, well, if they fight like this for much longer, you'll have Graham, and then you'll have Arrowsmith closing up behind him. That'd be Arrowsmith Brown trying to get into the fight. Sparrow here definitely still trying to really put a cap on this second place at the moment, and I think the way he's running this race, he's more interested in holding on to the points for second and what would then potentially promote him into third place in the championship versus Ball. That's his endeavour here, so I think he's playing the game, which is he's prioritising the fight and knowing that if Ball can stay behind and the 76 is our focus there, that is the car piloted by Ball, then Sparrow can level things going into the final race of the season, which is quite smart driving here from Sparrow. Sparrow, he's pretty much saying to the rest of the field, look, forget about Crispin, you're not going to catch up to him, because I'm going to make this the worst possible situation for you. I'm going to present you the widest 2CV that you've seen in your life, because I want third place in the championship more than anybody else. But coming back in towards turn number 1, and then you see the rest of the field roaring its way on through. Right now, we'll pick from there. Well, he's looking a little bit tender. As Hall right now, well, his battle with Hollis has definitely brought Graham and Arrowsmith Brown and Eastwood all into this. So they're all getting ready to play a bit of a game for what will be the final places just outside of best of rest 11th. But close behind there, practically pushing Sparrow through, is our third place runner of Jones White. I think if he was any closer at that point, they'd be in the same car together. Such is the impression that he's trying to make here on Sparrow, which is, I want to chase down Nick Crispin. You are a problem. You're in my way. But Sparrow right now saying, what are you going to do about it? Well, it's going to be Jones White who gets a better run coming out of Britain's. He's going to look round the outside here. Can he get it into what will be the Hislop chicane? We will see shortly. If he can, he might be able to start trying to close down Crispin if he's got any pace left. I say if, because I can tell you the number 13 has definitely been bruised a little bit over the course of this race, albeit has not stopped Sebastian from feeling as though he can go hunting. But absolutely brilliant running between all these drivers right now as they head up the hill. And well, we're roaring right now. If you can say they're roaring on through here, we still do have a few more laps to go after this one, but it's absolutely superb. And well, Jamie McEwen there in the YouTube chat giving us perhaps the doomed fate of Ian's clipboard, which is it might be forming the bodywork of one of these 2 CVs, or if so, well, I'm very sorry to hear that, but the clipboard has gone to a good cause at the end of the day. Well, that's all these drivers covered on the round. And our 33 driver there of Arrowsmith Brown, he's still trying to get involved a little bit more. Back to the battle at 4nd, and we have had Jones White make that move count, so he's had that happen at Druids Bend, and that now means that he moves into the 2nd for the first time in this race today. And now can he establish a bit of control of a 2nd and bring everybody along with him? He's taken 3/4 of the race, and you can see there, look at him in inside the car, shaking his hand there furiously. I think he might be waving to the pit wall, but also sort of celebrating the fact, right, I'm into 2nd, I've got to go, go, go. I wouldn't be surprised here if as they're sat in the car, they're trying to jolt the seat back and forward to try and get an extra bit of horsepower out of it. As we see a bit of bodywork on the 92 of Heary just wobbling there. I think that might be over the front left wheel arch. But now Jones White will have this lap plus most likely another 3 to try and close down a 3.5 second gap to Nick Crispin. Behind, well, this is going to get interesting. This is going to be 4 wide almost there, and well, in fact 3 wide at the end, but the point still stands as our 33 rudder of Arrowsmith Brown decides to back off. He was looking to make it 3 wide versus Horace and Graham, and I believe Hall is at the very front of this right now, just trying to say to everyone, can you politely calm down? And the answer is going to be no. It's only going to get a bit more intense as they head towards the end of this one. From them, back to the fight for 2nd. Well, definitely Jones White now is pushing hard there, and you hear the tyre screeching coming out of the corner. He really wants to bring that gap down. The sector time wise, and we'll see what he's able to achieve, because the fastest lap of the race, it's currently owned by Heary, a 2-minute 29.231. Crispin, well, his lap was set in clear air, a 2-minute 29.242 as has been his best lap. So Crispin, to be fair, to give him credit, is absolutely on a roll. As we do see there, up in the top of the screen, we do see that there is a last lap indicator. We'll wait for confirmation if that's been displayed erroneously or not. But as our drivers come through, if this is the last lap, it definitely has been an interesting one. If it's not the last lap, then we've still got a good amount of racing to go. And I think we just had confirmation that it's not. That might have just been a slight technical hitch there. And we do apologise, ladies and gentlemen, if we gave you a bit of a scare. And well, I'm going to try and break away from doing the rhyme once again, because otherwise I think I'm going to be doing a bit of a crime. As we do see Heary there with that fastest lap we were talking about only months ago. Average speed of that lap, 65.04 miles an hour. Much like this is the slowest class you'll see here today. Very different from what we'll be seeing when we come back after lunch for the Britcar Endurance Championship. But to be fair, it just goes to show you all different ends of the spectrum of speed. You can have some absolutely incredible racing. Whether they can actually reach 100 miles an hour or go well beyond it, it's not about the car, it's about what you can do with it. And here comes Ball to prove a point as he looks up the inside there. Little bit of contact to the side of Sparrow, trying to get involved. That's going to exhort him a little bit wide, however, and that's going to enable Heary to say, right, I'm going to get alongside you again as they head into the final 5 minutes. As they roar their way onwards, well, what will we see this time as the crisis machine looking up the inside there? It's definitely been in a bit of crisis, and the bodywork's in a bit of crisis there over the front left tyre. And just tries to hold on. I'm amazed it's not rubbing the tyre at this point, but to be fair, if it was, he'd be losing a lot of speed because that would create some friction. But it does seem as though Ball right now looking one way than the other. He's not happy being behind here. He wants to try and make a bit of a move, and I'm sure off the circuit they're good friends, but on the circuit they're fierce rivals at this point. Jones, White and Sparrow definitely trying to use this as an opportunity to exit stage right and say, right, let's get away. Across the timeline, we've just seen there Rimmen and Archer coming through in the fight for 9th, with Archer on the attack versus Rimmen. And then we do have the long line of cars here that's all queuing up behind Hall, who sits in 11th. You've then got Graham, Arrowsmith Brown, Yates, Eastwood and Hollis. And I also believe there we've got Sunderland and Grantham. They're all close together here, all looking for an opportunity to try and claim the right to be best of the rest in 11th place. It does feel as though we've got two lead battles going on here. We've got one for the overall win, and then we've got one for the right to be in 11th place. Definitely intriguing. Going back to our second place runners, well, coming out the corner, no change. Oh goodness me, that rear suspension just bounced around. There's a little bit of grass taken there from Heary, and Heary right now definitely, I think, trying to use all the track, trying to pull away from Ball, and Ball again a bit further back this time. As we can see, hand up in the air for Jones White. I think he might be trying to say to Sparrow, keep working with me, we're getting there, we're bringing him down. And well, the reality is it's going the opposite way. Nick Crispin is 4 seconds clear. And well, I think Sparrow might be reading the room here, and I think he might recognise that by the time they get to the end of this lap, there'll be one more tour of the circuit, and it is going to be a locked-in fight for second place. We do have, we should point out, a black and white flag for track limits. That is for the number 20 car. That's the Grantham Dawson machine, being piloted by Grantham for this race, down in 18th place there. I'll keep you abreast if that does get upgraded to a time penalty of any description. And the track limits, they're quite easy to reach here at Oulton Park, particularly at what is the first bend, Old Hall Corner, also a couple of other bends out there, but so far mostly clean. There's a bit of a lock up on the front there, while drivers, but meanwhile the number 40 goes on through. That's Yates up the inside of Arrowsmith Brown, and that's going to move him into 13th place. The lock up meanwhile being for the number 96 car in length place of Hall there. Small lock up, but able to get away with it. Heading away from us then, we have got 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. Are we going to get an extra lap in after this one? Our leaders have just crossed the line. I suspect we are on our final lap. It's a bit of an excursion going on there, just underneath our cameraman's position. We are waiting to see. That's the rest of the top 10 coming on through. That was the fight between Wolford and Turner, then Rimmen and Archer. But here is where a bit of intrigue's building in the fight for 11th place. Hall right now puts the car in the middle of the road. On one side of him, he's got Graham taking a look. In the other, he's got Arrowsmith Brown taking a look, and he's also got Yates trying to get involved. They're all looking at him right now, all salivating at the prospect trying to take that place, but Hall's able to make it through the final major corner unscathed for now. But there's going to be one more run of the circuit at least, but that gap seems to be going in his favour, so it might be the fight for 12th now that becomes the bigger question as they head on to this final tour of the circuit for round number 9 of the championship. You can see the eyes there that have been put on to the number 40 car there. Yates definitely trying to make the car as comical as humanly possible. And well, if that doesn't make you smile, I don't know what will, ladies and gentlemen. Is that a muffin on the back of the car that he's got there? Well, I'm not quite sure, but definitely a bit of an interesting symbology on the back. But coming back to a little bit more serious talk, as that's a big run through the British chicane there. Jones White showing you that you can absolutely chuck the car at the chicane and practically go sideways as much of the straight line, and Sparrow has no response to that other than probably to think, well, that was quick. There's Crispin at the bottom of your camera. That's your race leader of Nick Crispin, whose lead has been slashed slightly. The last lap he was 7/10 slower compared to Jones White, but to be fair, the 4-second gap on that previous lap, I wouldn't be surprised if what he said to himself is, I'm going to back it off a little bit, just protect the car before I go into the season finale, because right now this will extend his championship lead, and it will extend his championship lead to what will be, because he does own the fastest lap and he took pole position. We'll hold the phone there, we won't talk about that for a moment. That's number 81 that's gone wrong. That's Turner, who's ended up going sideways, I think, and the Hislop chicane. Don't know how he got there, but we know that he's rejoining, so it's not a retirement from the race to Turner, but he's going to fish a long way down. But at this point, as we do see our leaders now make their way out of Druids Bend, we are going to be on the final lap, ladies and gentlemen, with 10 seconds left. We're not going to squeeze in another here based on time, but what we are going to do is see our leader is going to run this one to the line. Jones, White and Sparrow getting close, but for Nick Crispin, this is going to be another 108 points in his pocket. It will extend his championship lead to what will be the best part of 124 points. point. It's Nick Crispin who takes victory here in round number 9 of the 2CV Parts Championship for 2025. Jones White just holds off Ethan Sparrow to take second, with Heary in fourth, ahead of Ball, who absolutely put on a brilliant show in the first half of the race, but was gradually muscled down the order. We'll then have a bit of time before we do get to Chris Tovey, who takes 6th place, and then we'll have another 11 seconds from our 6th place finisher before we finally do see our 7th place car, that I believe it'll be Wolford or Turner, and in the end, of course, it's going to be Wolford because Turner did have that off, and I wonder if there was a little bit of a moment between them. It does look as though Wolford's car's unscathed, so I wonder if Turner had an off whilst trying to put the pressure on. We'll then see Archer take 8th place, and then it is going to be the car, as Archer's very happy there, slapping the side of the car, with Rimmen taking home 9th, and then it's going to be, I believe, Turner taking 10th. No, it's not. In fact, he's not recovered the car at all so far. So in the end, 10th place is going to go to Hall, who holds on to it, and he's going to be happy with that one, because that's going to be a surprise 10th when he gets out the car. Yates takes best rest and 11th, and then we'll have Arrowsmith-Brown, Graham, Eastwood, Hollis, Sunderland, Grantham. And then we're going to see a bit time later a couple more cars make their way to us, but actually top 17. There's the wounded machine of Turner finally coming into view. And he'll be gutted to have missed out on a top 10 finish there, given he was fighting for 7th for so long with Wolford, but in the end it went to the grass at his lops and it never really came back to him. I think he will be classified depending on when he crosses the timeline, that's potentially 18th, but our drivers cool things on down. We are also just waiting for the likes of Hennessy, Etchells and Widowson to finish, and Arnold, of course, in 22nd place finished a lap down. We had a great race, that one, but really the story was dictated by the pack behind Nick Crispin fighting in the early stages, and it was like a moth to a flame that Andrew Ball wanted 2nd place. He got into it, and after that the fighting really kicked off, and Nick Crispin was allowed to gradually pull away over the course of 8 laps to take what was really a light to flag win, and the fight for 2nd finally came back into the hands of Sebastian Jones White, albeit a bit too late in the race, and in the end he had no real way to be able to get closer to Nick Crispin. So it does mean Crispin heads into the final race with a bit more of a points advantage. It's not over yet, of course, because with 100 points up for grab for the win, anything can happen. But here are your results from round number 9 of the 2CVparts.com Championship, subject to stewards' inquiries. Nick Crispin there, your winner by 3.5 seconds over Sebastian Jones White, who in the end just managed to outpace even Sparrow to the line. Brian Heary took 4th place and a brilliant effort in the number 92 ahead of Andrew Ball, who fought hard but had to settle for 5th. And there was Chris Tovey in 6th place ahead of the Wolford family machine that took 7th. And we had Sam Archer, Martin Rimmen and Hall wrap up the top 10. Best of the rest and 11th was Chris Yates, with Arrowsmith-Brown there taking 12th place, and for Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown, definitely a bit of a difficult race for him, ahead of Neil Graham and Matthew Hollis rounded off your top 14. Fastest lap, well, that went the way of Nick Crispin, and that was on lap number 6 at 2:28.55, and the only driver in the race, apart from Ethan Sparrow, to set a 2:28 and 3/10 faster than the competition. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think shortly we're going to be heading down to the paddock. Not quite, in fact, at the moment, because I've got a little bit ahead of myself of how quickly these cars make their way around the circuit. And I believe they are now starting to make their way into what will be the paddock, and very shortly we are going to be catching up with Ian Waterhouse, who's going to have a word with our top 3 finishers of this race. But an incredible race, and remember they've got one more to come, and that will be their season finale, and that will be in race number 8 of the day at approximately 4:45 this evening. But without further ado, we head down to the pit lane and over to Ian for post-race interviews.
And how nice was that? We just saw Seb Jones White giving Nick Crispin a big hug there. Of course, nothing confirmed yet, but the championship will be decided today, and Nick Crispin came into the day with a 16-point lead. We're not going to do the maths now, but he's taking a giant step towards the championship. Nick, we'll let you get your helmet off and have a quick chat if we can. Once you got your nose in front, that was it, wasn't it?
Well, I knew if I could get out in front, I'd fluff to start horrendously. I'm normally quite good on the start, but I didn't worry, I didn't panic. I just thought, right, wait for the straights. I've got what it takes to get past them. And I thought, right, once we just open up that gap so nobody can like hang on to me and then I can't get dive bombed by 3 or 4 of them, I thought, that'll do. And we'll just sort of just go steady away, stay in the lines and just keep going.
Now, look, we've got to talk about the championship,
don't.
of course. We do.
No,
we
we
do.
don't.
I'm sorry.
No,
We do. You've been.
Talk to that man about the championship.
We will soon, and we'll talk to Sam in a minute as well. It's been a fantastic year for you.
Oh,
The big prize is close, but perhaps a bit more work to do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we came in after qualifying, thought everything was great. Checked the car over, found another cracked wheel rim and a broken shocker. So there's obviously not a time when you just sit there and do nothing. So luckily, I've got a great team of mechanics who came, found it all, spotted it, and just said, Nick, I found this, right, let's get it changed and get it done. And we got it done and got the car out there, and fingers crossed, it performed well.
Well, look, forget about the championship for now. Let's talk about the actual the two CVs themselves. There's something special, aren't they? Why do you keep coming back?
It's because of the closeness. I know that was a bit different there, but I just had a mission to do. Normally, as you can tell by second to fourth, very close racing, and I'm sure further down the pack, everybody had their own battles. And it's like when I was at the back of the grid, if I came off the track having raced against someone, I had a massive smile on my face, because you're not going to win, but as long as you can have a battle with someone and you both walk off the track, shake your hand and go, do you know what, I enjoyed that. It doesn't matter whether you're first or last, as long as you have a good battle. And these cars just make for close racing.
They're brilliant.
They are.
They really are. Look, congratulations.
Thank you.
One last dance. Okay,
Yes.
One last dance to go. Let's grab up Seb for a quick chat, shall we? Seb, what do you have to do?
I don't know. Take him out.
Steal an engine.
Look, there's nothing I can do. Nick's
Yeah.
been absolutely on fire all weekend.
Yeah.
He drives amazing, and what can I do? I can only go out and try my best, and that's what I'm doing. So.
Look, you boys have put on all of it. In fact, coming into today, I think we had about 5 of you who actually had a realistic shot of winning the championship. That just goes to show, doesn't it, how good these are?
That's it. I hark on about it so much. Genuinely, I've driven a lot of stuff, and they are the best fun you can have.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
29. I was 29 on Thursday.
Oh, happy birthday.
I feel like you knew that.
No, I didn't know. If you'd been 30, then I would have
I'm
made
29
a
now,
thing of it.
yeah.
I only say that because 29-year-olds tends not to. The perception would be that maybe they wouldn't be driving a 2CV, but you do, and you say it's because they are super fun.
They're amazing. The challenge on track is phenomenal. It's the closest racing you'll get in the UK. I'll hold that. And it's cheap. It's effective. It's just. I can't say anything bad about it. The race is fantastic. Yeah, the top 10 will be within a second a lot of times, and it's just someone like me.
Well, you had a good battle to get second, didn't you?
Yeah. I think Ethan was helping me a bit. That has been quite nice. If he'd have known it was the last lap, I might have struggled a bit. But yeah, we worked together really, really good. Pulled away from the Tech Rouge guys, and we were closing in on Nick, but I think he was managing the gap a little bit. So yeah, but fantastic race, and hats off to Nick.
One last go, a little bit later. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, there we go. Great racing indeed from the Classic 2CV Racing Championship. One last race to go. Yes, where do you want Nick? Are you after him? Oh, right, yeah, I think they're about to go do the podium. We're going to stay down here, though, for a little bit because coming up next we have the Britcar Endurance Race. You're not missing any on-track action right now. We're into the lunch break, although there isn't going to be much of one. It is now 1:35. It will be start procedure at 1:46 here at Oulton Park. So if you do want to go grab a quick sandwich or a tea or coffee, now is probably a good time to go and do that. I'm going to hand back to Paul, though I'm sure he'll run through the timetable with you. I did catch up with a couple of drivers a little bit earlier, so we might hear from them as well. And then we will get ourselves, John and I will head onto the track and chat to some of the drivers ahead of the penultimate round for the Britcar Endurance. I'll see you very soon. Back to Paul.
Thank you, Ian. And well, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for lunch, when we do come back at what will be 46 minutes past 1 UK time, we'll be getting underway with the penultimate round of the Britcar Endurance Championship. But as we head into lunch, we should point out that 5 minutes beforehand at 41 minutes past 1, we are going to have a 1-minute silence in honour of Jeff Steele. Now, for those who don't know, unfortunately, the motorsporting world lost a great recently in the form of Jeffrey George Steele, as he was known in his full name. Born in 1949, He lived and breathed motorsport and anything mechanical from a young age, and indeed has been synonymous with motorsport, with the BMW marque, and also with the Britcar Endurance Championship. Having originally opened up what was his business in 1972, his own garage business, which continues to operate today, known as GG Steel Limited. Well, as quickly as he opened that up, in parallel he decided to pursue a motorsport career as a racing driver. And because he was so keen to go racing, well, by the end of the 1960s he built and rallied his first car, and he would go on to win the East Midlands Championship several times. And he had a reputation for not being a driver who was necessarily the fastest if you put him in any car, but he had a reputation for being able to get the most out of the capabilities of a car. He was one of those who was absolutely obsessed with the technical details of a car rather than the driving itself, and it meant he could normally extract the best results out of cars that were not expected to perform well, let alone win. And in the early 1990s, Jeff made his way from rally racing into road racing. And many of you may be aware, particularly if you're of a certain age, that he raced in the Modified Saloon Car Championship in the early 1990s in a BMW E30 M3. And the theme of BMW racing would carry on through into the British Touring Car Championship as a privateer in an M330 E36 in the early 1990s. And he also raced towards the end of the 90s in the British GT Championship in 1997 and 1998. But why is this relevant then to the Britcar Endurance Championship? What's the link? Well, after the 90s, he decided at the end of that decade that he would go from being a racing driver to a racing team owner, and he set up Jeff Steele Racing, and you will see Jeff Steele racing team cars on the grid today. And he wanted to share his expertise in car setup and racing with aspiring racing drivers. His team would become closely associated with Britcar, racing in various configurations of the Britcar Championships over the following 3 decades up to this very point today. And along the way, many drivers who raced as part of Jeff Steele Racing have gone on to achieve major successes with him and also beyond the Jeff Steele Racing team. Some names include the GT Cup driver of Michael Simmons, also Andre De Cruz, a stunt and precision driver for movies such as Rush, but previously a Formula First, Formula Renault, Formula Ford and Seat Cupra Championship and Britcar driver. Also likes of Anna Waluska, the youngest female racing driver to ever hold a race licence at 14 years old in 2001, who raced in Britcar and British GT for several years. Also Tony Gillam of British Touring Car Championship fame, in the form of being team founder and owner of Team Hard, and also perhaps a fan favourite of the United Kingdom, Nigel Greensall, who has raced in practically every discipline you can name from 1978 to 2009, with over 1,400 races under his belt and 201 race wins and 25 championships. And the most notable successes of Jeff Steele Racing as a team would be the 2007 Britcar Championship title for Simon Leaf and Steve Ball, and also their Silverstone 24 Hours win in 2012, which was the combination team of Paul, Abra, Bardwell and Simmons. And the team will continue, they will live on. He'll be succeeded by Will Fields and also his nephew Rob Steele. And Jeff was not just synonymous with motorsport, but the BMW marque, given the different BMW machines he raced in over the course of his years, and also that his garage business was so closely associated with BMW. And sadly, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for that minute's silence in what will be approximately 12 minutes time on the grid and around the Oulton Park circuit, and we encourage you to join in that minute's silence wherever you are in the world. He'll be missed so deeply by everyone in Britcar up and down the paddocks. He had time for everybody, and even earlier this year he was seen charging up and down the paddock with a whole set of tyres for the team. And we do extend our condolences here at the British Automobile Racing Club to his family and friends at this time. But with that thought, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pause for a lunch break, and we will be back in approximately 15 minutes time to get the afternoon of racing underway with the Britcar Endurance Championship in memory of Jeff Steele.
Right, it's been a very emotional time for Britcar Endurance and the wider motorsport community with the sad passing recently of Jeff Steele. Steve, you knew Jeff for nearly a quarter of a century, you were saying the other day, so I'm sure you've got some very fond memories of him. Can you remember your first meeting with him?
Well, I knew Jeff from his touring car days back in the 1990s, and then when he joined Britcar about the same time as me, 2002, 2003, I instantly warmed to the guy. We're the same age and the same experiences, and yeah, he was probably a great competitor, a great supporter of Britcar through the years. I don't think there's ever been a year when there hasn't been a Jeff Steele car on the grid of Britcar.
Yeah, certainly, and even today we've got a couple of cars out there as well. What did he mean to you then, as somebody you knew, maybe even a friend?
Well, we grew old together in the paddock, me and Jeff, and of late our conversations have veered away from motorsport into the travels of old age.
Ah, brilliant.
And the illnesses and sicknesses and what we liked and what we didn't like. So we're growing old together.
What's your fondest memory of him?
The fondest memory, I think, is one of the first years we met, and it was in Pembury in the paddock. And I think he got a class win. He took all the guys. We didn't celebrate with a beer. He went to the ice cream van and they were the 99.
Of course he did. Of course he did. And talk about reminiscing. 99 certainly don't cost 99p anymore either, do they? The way that they are. Listen, he was involved, of course, heavily with Britcar Endurance. What does he mean to the rest of the paddock here?
He was a great friend, a great confidant, a great advisor. He helped people around with advice on how to work in motorsport. Yeah, he's just a great character. And let's not forget the Britcar 24 Hours, that famous win that they won. Yeah.
Can you remember his emotions on that particular day?
Typical Jeff. All the guys are standing around the car having the photo taken at the end, all cheering and that. Jeff's at the back leaning on the spoiler, just quiet.
Now, we did want to speak to Claire, but I know she was quite emotional about Jeff, wasn't it? It just goes to show the impact that he had. What has the sort of atmosphere been like inside the paddock with the other drivers and the other teams?
Not it's remembering a life, I think. It's been an emotion, yes, but it's remembering a life and a great person that it's been and celebrating that life, I think.
Steve, thank you so much for sharing your stories. An emotional time, but of course, as you said, celebrating a fantastic life indeed. The sad passing of Jeff Steele. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Liz.
Yeah, it's a very, very emotional weekend for more than one reason, of course, here at Oulton Park. We've heard about Jeff Steele a little bit earlier, but also it's a very sad story as well. And actually, I say sad, it's one of celebration as well, the life of Ben Southwood, who sadly passed away. And Chris, you're racing his car in honour here today at Oulton Park, aren't you?
Yeah, in memory of Ben. So I've known the family and his brothers and all his family for 20 odd years. Such a wonderful family. And Ben actually, I raced motocross with Ben, and he got into sim racing and was really good at it. And against everyone saying that you can't afford it, he got the money together, he bought a car, and he got on the grid, and he raced at Croft, and then his last race was here at Oulton, and then unfortunately after a medical procedure at 35 he died. So in memory of him, two things. One, just what an amazing person, husband and dad he was, is that he had a passion and he made it a reality before his days, taken too soon. So yeah, his family are coming today, and it's an honour to run his name and his number, and we eventually we've got his car. So yeah, it's a great honour to do that for him.
So quite emotional then. Yeah. Then for you, you say it's an honour, of course. How do you think you're going to feel then when you climb in a minute and head out?
Well, once the lights out, all the bullshit stops on it, so just back to business then. But yeah, no, it's great. The family, they get to see the car out one more time. I believe the brothers are going to keep the car and do occasional track days with the dad and stuff. But yeah, just a big mention to Marshall and Pat, his mum and dad, and all his family. Yeah, they're great people, and it's such a tragedy. But we've done a similar sort of thing with his motocross family, a tribute to him, and yeah, I just think it's a good to honour him. After this, this is the last place he raced in the championship that he raced in. So yeah, and this is the first time for me in track action. So
well, I know he meant a lot to a lot of people. What did he mean to you?
Yeah, he was my best mate's little brother. Do you know what I mean? And as he got a bit older, we all started doing stuff together. But it was just 100 mile an hour. Like, he would have a motorbike and a trials bike, and nothing stopped him. Nothing, there was
proper racer.
Yeah, just always at it. He just made it happen. You know what I mean? And
you must have one or two funny stories.
Yeah, we can't share them on camera though, unfortunately. But yeah, they're we've been in some pickles, but yeah. Yeah, just a great guy, great family, you know what I mean? Such a shame. So, and he was the youngest out of all the children as well, which is nothing's good, but even makes it even rawer, really. But
well, I'm certain he'd be absolutely delighted, as I'm sure the family are, that you are taking the wheel here of the 381 in track action. Chris, best of luck.
Yeah,
thank you so much for talking to us and sharing your stories, Ben. We really appreciate it. Let's go. Yes, welcome down everybody to the pit lane here at Oulton Park. As you can see, everybody is lining up down here. We're about to have a minute's silence in respect of Jeff Steele and a flag marshal here at Oulton Park. Both sadly passed away recently, so we'll let the camera just scroll up and down the pit lane here, and I will go silent for a moment. So there we go, a wonderful moments silence and appreciation for the lives of Flag Marshal here and Jeff Steele. So there we go, we move into the track action very shortly. We're here in the pit lane at Oulton Park right now. Not long to go before the cars fire up, make their way on to the track here. The Britcar Endurance 90-minute race coming up very shortly. We are going to get ourselves on to the track. In fact, just have a look at some of the cars up here as well. The Jeff Steele Racing team are still here, of course, so they're going to be involved in this race. Very, very emotional indeed. Let's just move around a little bit further, shall we, as well. In fact, let's just come with me for a second. We're into the Jeff Steele garage here. As you can see, we've got the logos up on the side as well. A very, very touching moment as we just make our way back through a lovely show of respect for Flag Marshal and Jeff Steele. And as we can see, there is the truck. I believe the team actually has been taken over by Jeff Steele's nephew, and fellow racer as well. So Jeff Stewart Racing will continue, which we're delighted to hear. So yes, a moment's appreciation there among the paddock and the grid here in the pit lane at Oulton Park. Very shortly we will be going racing. John and I, we're going to go get ourselves to the other side, get ourselves onto the track, and we'll chat to some of the drivers moments before we get underway. Right, I'm going to make my way through and we'll hear from Paul Walsh very shortly. Might be quite good if we get in the pit. So yes, here we are. As you can see, the cars are about to make their way out on track, and we've got a couple of stars in the show today as well. Daniel Lloyd, the British Touring Car Independent Champion for 2025, is in the field. Charles Rainford as well. He was a winner this season. He is actually on pole position with Don Malone. It's going to be Don Malone who's going to be doing the first stint here in that Porsche 991 Cup car. Second place, Raceworks Motorsport, Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons as well. They're about to make their way out there in the Ginetta G55 GT4 car. In fact, I can see our pole car at the minute, literally about to come through the white Porsche there, the number 74. Here it comes. Should be Don Malone behind the wheel of that. He makes his way down there. We'll catch up with him and Charles Rainford a little bit later, lining up in second, as we just said, Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons. Chris Bingham will be the driver to start this race. The number 63 Ginetta is just about to be pushed out onto the track as well. Just making its way out now. It's the number 73 as well. I'm about to see that one head out too. So a lot of action, cars making their way up. We are just let these few cars go. There goes Chris Bingham now in the 63 Ginetta. Off he goes. Saw Chris a few weeks ago actually at Silverstone with the touring cars. Had a good chat with him there. Lining up in third place, already gone out on track, the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 of Martin Addison. That will line up in third place. And then the Team Brit, the McLaren, the F70 SGT4 car of Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullock. They're going to line up in fourth place. Your overall championship leader actually in this year's Britcar Endurance Championship is Bobby Trundley and Asher Silver. They're going to line up in 16th place. Asher Silver will do the opening stint there. So as the cars do make their way out now, as you can see, it's a hive of activity down here at Oulton Park. We are going to make our way onto the grid very shortly. If you're looking forward to this race, let us know in that comment section. 90 minutes coming up. Mandatory pit stops as well. I'm going to be up and down the pit lane. Paul's going to be manning the commentary box. We're going to bring you all of the action. We're going to have Amy from Britcar as well. She's going to be joining us. So should we go for a little walk? Actually, you may as well stay with us if you like, everybody. We're not going to get run over, as we can see at the minute. The final car has just made its way out now. The sun is shining here at Oulton Park as well. We could not have asked for better conditions. In fact, if anything, I'm getting a little bit warm. I might have to take my jumper off a little bit, but we are making our way over now. If you've never been to Oulton Park, wow, it is something quite special, I've got to be honest. It's a wonderful, wonderful circuit. And if you haven't been, make sure you put it on your bucket list for next season. This is the last visit to Oulton Park for the BARC in 2025. Got the Goodyear boys just in front of us there as well. Let's make our way through onto the circuit, and let's after you. There we go. Let's make our way along over here. Now we're onto the grid, and let's just pop the camera, shall we, down actually. This is what the drivers are faced with. The ones start on the front row of the grid. That's charged down into that sweeping fast right-hander here at Oulton Park. And now if we turn slowly turn the camera around, we can see the drivers starting to come in. Martin Addison there in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. He will go from P3. So let's go down. I wonder if we can just grab a quick chat with him. You have to be careful here, John. There is always a danger of getting your feet run over a little bit. And Martin has lined up there. I wonder if we can just jump in for a very quick chat with him and find out how he's going. He's just having a quick chat with his engineer. In fact, bring the camera around if that's right, John. Let's have a little look, shall we, inside the cockpit here of this Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Look at it. Wow, this is going to be some race. I'm very, very much looking forward to it. That looks pretty special indeed, doesn't it? Imagine doing 90 minutes. In fact, he's doing it by himself as well. You can race solo. A number of teams, such as our pole sitters, Don Malone is racing alongside Charles Rainford. Then Raceworks Motorsport, Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons. Team Brit, of course, Aaron Morgan, Paul Phillips. Team Brit have got 3 entries in this as well. Noah Cosby and Caleb McDuff racing together, and Bobby Trundley and Asher Silver also. High Row Motorsport, the Harrison boys, James and Steve. And of course, Full Throttle Motorsport, Nick Hull and Richard Avery. Is it possible to just say hello to Martin? Can I just, Martin, how are we feeling ahead? It's like a spaceship in here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an awesome machine, definitely.
Look, tell us more about it. How did you end up behind the cockpit here?
Well, it was just because of the problems that we were having with the old car.
Yeah.
After we finished Donington, the engine was toast, and I knew we weren't going to get it fixed in time. So I was looking at options and what I was going to do to try and finish the season.
Right.
And I was getting frustrated in the old car as well, and I was just like, well, if I hire a car, it's gonna be money like that I'm just blowing.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about changing at the end of the season anyway, so I just sort of brought it forward a little bit and treated myself.
Was this always on the wish list?
Well, 100%, yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Treated yourself. I do look. Best of luck, Martin. I really appreciate it. Blimey. Yeah, I just thought I'd treat myself. Let's move around, shall we? Actually, over here we should have Chris Bingham behind the wheel of the Ginetta. Sorry, John, I'm just behind you. Sorry, I have this habit of running around. I'm really sorry. Watch your back as well. Can I say hello to Chris? Is that all right? Chris, it's good to see you again. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well. You've got a very nice view here, haven't you?
Yeah, it is a nice view. It's a nicer view than I had at Snetterton when it was raining and horrid. That was an awful weekend, but that's behind us now. We're here, we're ready to go. So yeah, looking forward to it.
I was going to say, it's quite a rare thing, isn't it? Sunshine at Oulton Park?
Yeah, I was expecting it to be pretty miserable. Most of the time I come up this way, sort of northwest, it's always horrid.
That's not a reflection on the whole area. I'm sure. Look, Oulton Park, it is a special circuit. Obviously, qualifying went quite well for you. What are you expecting from this race?
Hopefully, we'll get through the first corner okay, and then try and stay on the back of Dom for as long as possible. Obviously, we've got the lack of power against him, but yeah, hopefully it should be a nice one.
Do you like these 90-minute races, or do you prefer it when it's 2:45s?
Do you know what? I'm not really that bothered.
Yep.
Racing's racing. Yeah.
Great answer, Chris. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Good luck. Indeed. Yes, there we go. Thank you very much. Cheers. Let's move along for a bit further. In fact, we really don't have very long. Normally, we've got a little bit longer than we normally have here. Harry Barton over here. I wonder if I could just very quickly say hello to Harry. So, thank you very much, Harry. Solo driving today, 90 minutes. Is there anything better?
No, I don't think there's much better. No, honestly, it's a fantastic track to drive around. I mean, qualifying, when you set up a lap and get it so right, such a fantastic circuit to go around. And 90 minutes is very intense around here. You have to really keep your focus. So hopefully I can wear out some of these other guys.
It's quite nice to see, isn't it? You've got an Aston Martin in front of you and two McLarens alongside. Quite surreal.
I know, exactly. And I'm in a 20-year-old BMW. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Harry, look, best of luck. Nice shades, by the way. You look pretty cool.
Oh, thanks very much. It's just because the low sun, I always find it's better. Also, it highlights the camber a lot more. If you can get the shine off the circuit, it's really good.
Brilliant. Great, good stuff indeed. Thank you very much. There we go. We are going to make our way off the circuit here because it is almost time to go racing the penultimate round of the season for the Britcar Endurance Championship. The season rounds out at Brands Hatch next month. Here they are, lined up, roaring, ready to go. We are about to go green flag racing here very shortly for the Britcar Endurance Championship. I'm delighted to hand over to your commentator, Paul Walsh, and I'll see you all in the pit lane.
Thank you, Ian. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a tour of the grid there for the Britcar Endurance Championships 10th race of the season. Round number 7, the penultimate round here at Oulton Park, and it is only moments away from getting underway for the 1.5 hour endurance race. But here is how the grid is going to be set, and on the front row of the grid it is going to be Amspeed taking pole position ahead of none other than Raceworks Motorsport. The cars there firstly being piloted by none other what is, I do believe, Malone taking the initial stint, and then it will be a swap to Rainford, whereas alongside, meanwhile, the Bingham Lions car, well, they'll be making their way on around here, and indeed, that Ginetta looking very quick. We then do have on row number 2, it is going to be what is the team there of Addison Racing, and we only spoke moments ago to Mr. Addison and saying about there the new Vantage GT4 that he's taken to this round and the remainder of the season after having the previous car for quite an extensive period of time. We'll then have, join him on that row, it'll be Team Brit's combination of Morgan and Fullock. They'll be lined up in 4th, and then on row number 3 it's going to be Harry Barton. So cool, he's got to wear shades, and well, he's definitely a cool guy as well, given the amount he's competed in over the years, including NLS Series alongside Britcar currently, and also previously, many of you may remember, he's your 2022 HSCC Historic Touring Car Champion. But he will be joined on row number 3 by Team Brits, Cosby and Duff. And then we have on row number 4, well, it's going to be in the hands initially of none other than Maurizio Cilio, and we will be seeing there the Italian pair. They'll be lined up on that 4th row for Darton Motorsport in 7th place ahead of Vortifs Motorsport, and that will be in the hands of Buttle. Completing your top 10, we'll have the 118 Rescue and Darton Motorsport machine of May and Skeets, and they'll be in the company of Jeff Still Racing's Invitational machine today, the BMW M2, as will be a solo effort of Molesdale. That's your top 10, and then we look further down the field, because this is quite a packed field. We do have the best part of 22 cars making their way to the grid here for Oulton Park today, and well, plenty of big names, plenty of famous faces, also plenty of regular faces on this grid, and we'll show you that grid in short order. But as we do wait for it, the sun has definitely come out here at Oulton Park, and it's looking to be perfect conditions for this 1.5 hour race. We look to the second half of the grid, and we will see Hyro Motorsports combination of the Harrison family. They start in 11th ahead of Woodridge Racing's Wells, who starts 12th. We then have in 13th it'll be Woodrow Motorsports Bates in the number 10, who'll be in the company there of none other than the other Woodrow car of Murphy that starts 14th. Then on row number 8 in 15th place it'll be the JLC Group Motorsport machine piloted by the Hayes family, and we'll have a Team Brit Championship leading pair of Bobby Trunley and Ash Silva. They start in 16th. Starting in 17th it'll then be Full Throttle Motorsport with Races Hall and Avery in their Cooper Leon Competition Gen 2 TCR machine, and they will be in the company on 18th in the grid with JWA Ratings Ward and Cummings. Completing your top 20 it is going to be none other than what is the Story and McCullough machine, and then we will have Suits Me powered by Amspeed, Sanders and Leighton round off your top 20. And last but not least, that final row of the grid, it's going to be the Jeff Still Racing number 70 of Goldsmith and Woodman there for Amspeed. But I do believe we may not be seeing the number 60 of Woodman on this grid after the incident occurred between Goldsmith and Woodman in qualifying, ladies and gentlemen, so we may be without them. And sadly as well, we have been informed that we will be without the Woodridge Racing number 23 due to start in 12th place due to suspension issues, and they haven't got the parts to be able to repair the car in time. But that's all down on the grid, so we are expecting at least 20 cars to be going racing to begin here at Oulton Park. And well, they've already left the grid. Don't worry, it's not as though they're there and you can't see them. They haven't got camouflage paint on. They're already making their way on around on what will be their formation lap, and when they make their way back to us, it is a rolling start. The only race today which is a rolling start, all the others grid starts, but that is the theme of the Britcar Endurance Championship. In its new format, of course, for this year, the amalgamation of the British Endurance Championship and Britcar Trophy Championship, and it has proven incredibly popular and incredibly successful this year, and we still do have a huge championship fight right at the front of the field between Team Brit, TSR Performance, Amspeed and EDF Motorsport. But of course we may have to rule the number 60 out today due to the issues in qualifying, and therefore it could be a three-way fight here that takes us to the Brands Hatch Indy night race in what will be only a few weeks time in November. But round they come then, and 1.5 hours racing, ladies and gentlemen, is just about to get underway. And here they come, the safety car peels out the way, and for the one and only time today, we are go, go, go for the Britcar Endurance Championship's 10th race of the season. It's a scramble down into turn number 1, but it looks so there, the Porsche 901 Cup car immediately holding on there in the hands of Malone as they charge away through the opening right-hander. It will take you through that opening corner there, and now the battles commence. Remember, it's a long race, so the battles that start early, they won't necessarily dictate how it ends, but they could set drivers up for success there, as it's getting a bit firm between one of our BMWs and the Ginetta right at the back of the field. Well, that's Goldsmith trying to make a lot of progress nice and early, but will he be able to do so? We will see it. It's a slow start for the Warden Cummins Ginetta G55. But the Team Brits McLarens make their way past us, and our leader right now, the 74, is absolutely starting to bolt out the stable. As they roar around here, looking quite in happy pace already, as our drivers now start to get their heads down. Of course, tyre heat is going to be something they all want to chase as soon as humanly possible, and then after that it's really settling in for the ride and enjoying the battles as they come. Just to keep you in mind with regards to what is the rules of this race, because it is a 1.5 hour race, there is a defined pit window. And that pit window will be between 18 and 75 minutes into the race, and there are 2 pit stops that must be served over the time, and those pit stops will be of a minimum length of 125 seconds, but then there is a balance of performance applied in order to extend some of the pit stops or shorten them depending on where drivers are in the championship and whether drivers are pairings, and particularly if they have a pro driver in the pairing, then the pit stops will be longer. So therefore there's plenty of strategy to play into this, and how we determine of course the championship winners coming into the season is based on that overall performance. We see a lot of dust there being picked up coming through droids, but that of course is where the dust was laid out earlier on, while our offs earlier in the race. And come the end of our opening lap, it is going to be Malone and Rayford Porsche 911 Cup car. It's gradually bolted into distance, but further back, well, here comes an attack then from Addison and the GT. It's GT action here as they head in towards turn number 1. Can Addison get up the inside versus Bingham? Yes, he can. He's going to take the place immediately, and also a swap behind there almost, as we did see the Team Brit McLaren try and make a move. But Barton holding on there. The pro driver right now really just trying to make himself as obstinate as possible. He doesn't want to lose that 4th place early on and give the Team Brit McLaren the opportunity to get involved in the GT class lead battle. As they head over towards Island Bend now, we can definitely see there that Addison has now started to charge his way away. He's going to try and take control of that 2nd place and head off into the distance, as our leader is doing the exact same. That's about 3 seconds a lap faster based on qualifying pace, and also what we're seeing just on that opening lap, that lovely Porsche 901 Cup car. Wait for then 2nd, there comes Addison. Then it is currently the Ginetta of Bingham, currently running 3rd ahead of the BMW Barton. And right now, it does look like that Team Brit McLaren just settling back into the rhythm as they come back towards us. And in fact, we can also see they're getting a little closer. Buttle, what is your trophy class leader in the Ginetta G56 GTA, under a bit of pressure from the McLaren behind of Morgan and Fullock for Team Brit, as they're trying to get involved as well. So it's getting a little bit tighter there, and these drivers now come towards the end of this 2nd lap. And it's going to be interesting to see whether moves are made on circuit or whether drivers decide to potentially settle into a bit of a rhythm and then try and go for the moves in the pit lane. Because remember, within that pit window, you can take the 2 pit stops at any time. However, depending on the driver combinations, drivers have to do a minimum length behind the wheel, and particularly if you've got a pro driver, you're not permitted to do more than a certain amount of time in order to make sure that it's not the pro driver doing all the work, and therefore the non-pro driver is essentially only doing a minimum amount of driving. helps them build up experience alongside a fellow pro. That's what it's all about. As meanwhile, it's all about battling here under braking. That's getting a bit too tight. That's an eager move, and in the end, that is going to send the number 11 of Barton very, very well wide. He rejoins, but I get the feeling there. In fact, that's an absolutely close one there as he does rejoin as well. But it looks like number 38 of Cosby there going all in and well getting the place at what cost. However, I wouldn't be surprised if there might be a word to the stewards, if not after the race, then mid-race, because that was definitely a move that was from quite far back, and that McLaren eager to make an impression. It did so, but did it make the right impression? And that might be up for debate. Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat there. Drivers continue to push onwards, and as they head in towards what will be Shoals Bend, right now it's getting a little bit closer further back. There's the number 2. It's under pressure, that being the number 2 has been run by Molesdale there, the invitational car for Jeff Steele Racing, and the honour in the memory of Jeff Steele here today and that wonderful minute silence we had earlier on. But number 11 BMW of Barton right now just trying to get back in a flow there after being escorted off the road, shall we say, at the opening corner of Old Hall. Now, the mixture of cars here, you may, if the uninitiated, what types of cars do we have on this grid? Well, let's talk a little bit about those car classes. You do have the Challenge class, and how you discern these classes is based on what is the windshield banner, if you will, that runs across the top. If they've got a red windshield banner across the top, they are Challenge class. So these include the likes of your Porsche 991 Cup cars, your Ferrari Challenge machines, and any car with power-to-weight ratio of between 350 and 450 brake horsepower. Meanwhile, you've got your GT class, those are the blues. That's not how they look on the timing tower, we should point out, by the way. Slightly different colorations there. But in terms of how you tell what your GT cars are, they have the blue banners, such as the Team Grip McLarens here, and it does look as though, for another move here, can't quite find it at the moment. Morgan, they're both trying to push onwards there, but those are your GT category machines, and those are GT4 cars, and any car with 310 to 350 brake horsepower. You then do have your Ginettas, they're the ones with the orange banners, they are Ginetta G55 Super Cup machines, and you have your trophy cars, which are your Ginetta G56 GTAs, and any car with 280 to 310 horsepower. They have got the green banner. Yellow banner cars, they're your Cup cars, they've got 280 brake horsepower per tonne or less, and you've also got TCR cars, which follow the standard TCR regulation around the world. That's front engine, front wheel drive, 4-cylinder engine, 2-litre displacement. That's your 6 classes out there, and drivers score points based on their class finishing position, and where they finish in their class finishing position that contributes the points towards the overall championship. And that's why you may not win overall on the road, but if you do take the win in the class, you can be leading the championship. And that is why Team Brit's combination of Trundley and Asher Silver, after their brilliant heroics at Snetterton, which did see the Sunoco Driver of the Day go to Asher Silver for surviving what was an incredibly tough stint in inclement conditions at the start of Snetterton. Well, that's why they're leading your championship by 7 points over the TCR machine of TSS Performance, Rob Ellick and Finn Jones. But looking past into one there of Murphy, further down the road, we come back to the action on the circuit right now. Find yourself right in the grips of a bit of a battle versus the leading TCR car there. Car of Paul Avery, with Hall behind the wheel at the moment. Charging around, and at the very back of the group is number 70. That's the BMW M2 machine of Goldsmith. Of course, having started from the back of the field, is very quickly trying to climb its way through. But from towards the back, towards the front, and the number 68 Team Brick machine in the hands of Morgan right now, continuing to on attack as much as it possibly can. Understandably for Aaron Morgan. Now, I think a little bit shaken, if not stirred to action, after the altercation they did have with the number 11 BMW of Barton coming into towards turn number 1, and might just be slightly turning down the wick now as they make their way close towards the end of the opening 10 minutes. Back to our GT leader, the 189 there, and well, right now, Addison doing a fantastic job of running this car, and we'll keep in mind for Martin Addison that he was, up until this round, driving a much older GT4 race car, but it's still an Aston Martin Vantage. His previous car was that, and he's moved on to a more modern one, and well, one of the great benefits of this year's regulations is that you can bring much older GT4 spec cars onto the grid, and that's exactly what he's been able to do there. But in the newer car today, the old one was having problems, as we heard from Ian when he interviewed Martin on the grid. Going to the 114, meanwhile, that's the leading Cup car of Hayes, doing a brilliant job at the moment. They make the way around, and currently, well, they're not your Class Cup leader. That would be in the hands, in the championship, of course, of the Team Brit machine of Chun-Li Silva. At least right now, Hayes does seem to be trying to just run away from the stable and making sure that Bobby Chun-Li's not close enough. But we can expect the Team Brit BMW M240i to somehow get a bit closer later on. But, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to make our way down into the pit lane because I think Ian's got a word with one or two of our drivers down in the paddock.
All right, here, look who I found, everybody. It's Charles Rainford. Charles.
Nice to see you.
Now, look, let's talk about this year. Okay, we'll get on to Britcar very shortly, but it's been one hell of a 2025 for you, of course, picking up that win in the touring cars earlier this year.
Yeah, of course, it's been bonkers, you know, it's been a fantastic year. Unfortunately, after the fabulous Brands Hatch we had in May, I couldn't quite repeat the another win, but certainly to get a pole at Knock Hill was just, yeah, fantastic, and some hard racing throughout the rest of the year, really.
Well, so talk about hard racing, right? The touring car season is finished. We're here now at Oulton Park. Of course, you and Dom have done some job this morning and stretching a bit of a lead at the minute.
Yeah, totally. You know, Dom's doing a great job. It's a pleasure to work with him. It's the first time working with Dom, and lovely guys and girls at Amspeed this weekend. He was very, very good yesterday and set his personal best lap this morning. So a very proud coach. He's stretching the lead beautifully, driving impeccably. So hopefully, long may that continue.
So how did this come about, this relationship?
So obviously, Dom normally shares with Adam. Adam's racing in the GTY Challenge Endurance this weekend at Barcelona. So they wanted someone to come in and help, and I was lucky enough that I was picked to come and help Dom this weekend. So it's all good. It's great time. I'm not racing this championship before. I've been driving standards this year for a few events, so it's like so I know what Danny wants to do for us today, but certainly I'm enjoying it. It's a fabulous championship, and you know what? It's October, we're at Oulton Park, and it's sunny.
No, there's
blue sky over there, I can see it.
It's heaven, isn't it? I don't expect this at Oulton.
Totally. It's like a really nice feel as well at the circuit, you know, because you've got all the trees, it's really autumn, it's really nice.
Charles, I really appreciate it. I'll let you go, get yourself ready. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Charles Rainford.
Thank you, Ian. Well, that was Charles Rainford there, ladies and gentlemen. British touring car driver and indeed winner of one of the races overall at Brands Hatch earlier this year with Team WSR. And you can imagine he'll be jumping in this number 74 car later on, taking over the helm from Malone, and he will be the pro driver who's looking to try and run that car all the way to the finish. But right for now, Malone is definitely flying out there. As the lights come on, and I believe that's just the dayline running lights, indeed Charles Rainford, quite an accomplished driver, and also he's very familiar with Porsche cars, because many of you may remember he was your 2022 Porsche Carrera Cup GB Pro-Am champion, and that was a big foundation for him making his way to the BTCC grid, what the Porsche Carrera Cup in one support series typically for BTCC in previous years. But some very colourful cars out there as it gets very close into turn one. There's fighting aplenty there, and well, that's the close-knit fight between the second place Cup car of Chun-Li trying to break away from the BMW pack of what is Murphy Hall and Goldsmith. They all stay together, although Hall, of course, being the fly in the ointment in a TCR car as they make their way onwards, and very different ways of getting speed out those cars, of course. The BMWs, front engine, rear wheel drive. Meanwhile, the TCR car, front engine, front wheel drive. So, well, it's the way they get the cornering speed and also how they get the power in the corners, which is the difference. But look up the inside there for Island Bend, not quite going to work for number 24. And right now does seem to be waiting there. Does Hall, or in fact I think he's going to be escorted out wide there as up the inside goes Goldsmith, trying to take a sneak peek. Hasn't got enough though in the BMW M2 to be able to finish the move, and has tucked back in behind as they head into Britain's. It does seem as though right now at least that the Team Brit BMW M240i might just be struggling a little bit for pace at this point in the race. Imagine that Chun-Li right now trying to get everything out the car as I move up the inside there, late on the brakes. He went all in for it, but it didn't quite work out for Murphy there. And in the end, Chun-Li, seeing awareness, gave the space and allowed them both to survive the corner as they come on out and head off into the distance. But we do say hello there to Sam Hugh in the YouTube chat there, who asked the question, what's the entry list like on this? And well, we've got a whole variety of cars, from Porsche Cup cars, which are leading the way, through to GT4s, we've got TCRs, and also the likes of BMW M2 Cup cars, and also M240i's out there. So a complete eclectic mix, plenty of Ginettas out there as well, and some very colourful Ginettas out there. But speaking of colourful moving, that's going to get very close on the braking there, and I think right now our TCR runner in amongst this quartet, having to do a bit of a dance there is Hall, the leading TCR car, and I believe the only TCR car on the grid today, unfortunately. But the point is, he's enjoying some plentiful racing out there, but he's having to defend whilst attacking, which is not easy. He's trying to make sure that Goldsmith doesn't get through. He wants to hunt after Murphy, so essentially he's putting the pressure on Murphy to force Goldsmith not to be able to get close enough to try and make a move. But the only thing is, the more he leans on those front tyres, very quickly he's going to find front end grip. He's going to step away from him, because the front tyres do all the hard work in that car. As our race leader comes into view, and that's how quickly we are seeing our challenge class machine starting to come up on cars further down the order here. And you can expect over the distance cars to go multiple laps down, whether it be in our 45-minute sprint races, alternatively in our full 90-minute races. That's 3 wide, coming out to Shell Oil's bend there. Well, we'll have to see what the conclusion of that was. You don't normally exit Shell Oil's 3 wide, but it looks so there. The TCR car Hall has fallen behind in the end, so it was very close, but they've all survived it just about, and what we can't envy Malone here in number 74, who's very shortly going to make his way to the back of that, is Don Malone, and well, he's going to try and pick his way past the 2x2 here, and at long last the 721 finally squeezes its one through, and Chris Murphy gets himself up the inside there of the trundling machine, and the team Britcar settles back into the order. Change of overall places there, and right now Bobby Trunley wants to try and go hunting after Hayes, the leader of the Cup class. It does seem as though Hayes at least is a distance away and is gradually pulling off into distance, but that can all change later on in the race. As they settle down for now, our leader has the first opportunity to start to put a lap on some cars in front, but in fact it's not quite over yet, as now Trunley's going to have the number 70 of Goldsmith looking for an opportunity, but not without the number 24 of Hall. They're getting a really good run coming out of Druids Bend, and right now that TCR, you can definitely see where it gains with its lap time compared to the BMWs. It really does pull through those medium speed corners like no other, and our leader goes around to the inside here. Blue flags waving. He's going to be patient with this one. I think everyone aware that he's coming, but he can't just send it all in. But to be fair, being smart about it, he doesn't. And you see all there being inside of Denton's, but backs off there 9. There's no way he's going to go too wide there and make the corner. But up the road, we do see a little bit of charge going on. And that is our group competition Leon machine heading off into distance. And that is the Hayes Cup car. We can come back to the battling side by side here. As they roar the way through left-hander. However, it does seem as though our drivers are getting into the thick of the action, as we've got some action down in the pit lane, and I believe we've got Amy from Britcar who's with Ian right now to have a quick chat.
I am joined with Bobby Trundley. He is our championship leader. How are you feeling for today?
I'm feeling really good. I think Ash is doing a really good job out there at the moment, considering she's currently in a big, huge battle. I wish I was out in that battle, but I'm not. So maybe I don't know who's commentating needs to realise that. It's quite funny. But yeah, she's doing an amazing job. She's keeping the car clean and keeping the challenge, keeping everything steady. So yeah, everything's looking good so far. Fingers crossed.
You will be out in that car in a little bit. What is your mindset?
Keep it clean and chase after that 114. That's the aim of the game, and hopefully we can do that. It all depends on if everyone behaves and no safety cars and we have slick pit stops. But Team Brit have done fantastic pit stops this year, and I'm pretty sure we're going to smash it again. And yeah, I have faith in the team, I have faith in the car. Let's get this done.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Back to commentary.
Thank you, Amy. And well, I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen, because I have been saying there's Bobby Trunley in the Team Brit Cup car, but in fact it's Asher Silver out there, and well, goodness me, I have been told by the man who's leading, well, one of the two drivers is leading the championship, but hey ho, we can't always get it right, but so brilliant there to have it in good spirits from Bobby to correct us there. But as our drivers continue to go a bit deeper in, well, we are coming towards 20 minutes into this race. There's still plenty to go, and definitely a few free wide moments there. We are seeing all the drivers establish into a degree of rhythm, as we do have a bit of pressure now building in the fight for second. Well, Addison was pulling away initially, but now it does seem as though Bingham has been able to get back under control there. well, the Bienvenue Lions car is going to be who is behind the wheel of that car, I do believe, unless I get corrected. And feel free to correct me, ladies and gents, but if I've got something wrong, you've got a lot of drivers, a lot of cars as well. You can't always be 100% right. But that's where we rely on you guys and girls tuning in to get things right. Well, we get it wrong here. It's a big family spirit for these broadcasts as well. And as we do see that battle for second place continuing, we'll look a little bit further back down the order. And what we see there is one of our M2 machines continuing to push onwards. It's going to be, I do believe, the M2 Invitational machine of Molesdale that's under a bit of pressure here from the M3 E46 of Sanders, and he's getting nice and close there. That double exhaust on the back, and indeed there's nothing quite like an E46 GTR on its way around, and they are all fighting here for position in class as they fight quite intensely for third place in the trophy class. And well, every place is going to feel quite precious to them. Behind them is one of the Ginettas that's staying close, and I believe that Ginetta might be one of our leaders who's trying to pick their way through shortly. But speaking to our leaders then, well, we come all the way back to the very front. It's GT class lead here for Addison, at least for now it is, with Ben right now being close behind and still over the back of him like a bad rash. He's looking one way, he's going to be looking the other. Can he get involved this time? And for Chris Bingham, the answer is no. How can he get through then? Well, this Ginetta, a bit more of a cornering car perhaps compared to the Aston Martin, with its guttural V8. I do believe both cars are powered by a V8 machine. Ginetta moving from what was previously a lower cylinder engine now to a full V8, unless I'm mistaken. And well, closing up behind a little bit is the Cosmium Duff machine and the McLaren 570S, and we could have a three-way fight for the lead of GT shortly, as we see blue flags being waved there for two of our drivers. That's our set competition machine, and well, that letting them go, as it did also there was one of our other drivers. You can see just how much Addison's pushing it hard, going practically sideways coming out of the corner, and well, roaring his way on out there right now. He's leaving no bit of the tarmac untouched here. Indeed, if he could, he'd have a bit of extra tarmac there, and we would refer to it as VAT, or value-added tarmac. But unfortunately, Oulton Park doesn't really have runoff areas. Instead, what it does have is plenty of grass, and once you dip a tyre onto it, you've very quickly got to try and snap your way back onto the circuit, because otherwise you quickly find yourself attempting rallycross. And well, these machines, they are heavy machines. They are race cars, and well, for those wondering what's it like for running a GT4 machine or a GT spec car, a lot of GT spec cars, particularly GT4s, we use the Aston Martin as a reference, is the road car, except it's had all of the convenient items inside, such as sat-nav and all the extra passenger seats stripped out. You put a slightly refined aero kit on it, although it's mostly the same body shell as the original car, and you also put a rear wing on it, and you race tune the engine, add a roll cage, and suddenly you have a car that's a bit lighter, but it is still quite a bulky machine. It's not as lightweight necessarily as say some of the other cars out here, such as the Porsche Carrera Cup car that's leading the way. That's more of a refined race spec machine. It doesn't have that much aero, to be fair. The Ginetta, meanwhile, the British manufactured machine, that's a little bit different. It's a bit of a lighter car there, but the downside of it, for its lightness, is it normally doesn't have as much gumption on the straights. But coming from their fight towards the very front of the field, as Bobby there giving us the thumbs up, no worries, Bobby. Again, really appreciate it, and great to see you being interviewed there by Amy down in the pit lane. It's really good to see you smiling. Well, we do then look to the fight between our drivers at number 2 and number 73. This is Molesdale, also Sanders there. The battle of the BMWs, and they do have the Ginetta GT55 Super Cup car of Mason Skeets closing up behind, and also in that queue is Bates there, who wants to try and get himself as involved as much as possible. And well, of course, battling breeds even more battling typically, and Oulton Park is no exception. The thing about this Oulton Park circuit is, because of how narrow it is, it's going to be a running theme. We talked about the width of the circuit compared to others they've raced at this year. If you consider that all the way back in the second race meet of the Britcar Endurance Championship this year, they were racing at Silverstone's Grand Prix circuit after having just raced at Silverstone International. That circuit, you can go 3-4 wide without issue in these cars. Here, you can do 2 wide. Beyond that, it gets increasingly uncomfortable, and even 2 wide here can feel a little bit difficult, as that's a bit of difficulty there for our number 2 driver. Went out of the Britain chicane, doesn't get the power down A-OK, does Molesdale, and that's going to enable Sanders to cut his way around. So, with that, that's a change of position between them now, and there's still more to be worked out here, as the Suits Me machine right now, or it says Suits Me very nicely, gets on through there, and up the hill they go. And we do see the BMW 130 of Story and McCullough just stepping aside there. The last star runners at the moment are 19 cars out in circuit. But through Druids they go, and all the excitement calms down for a little bit now that we'll restore that running order. We also do have the Warden Cummings Genetta G55 in amongst that group, albeit it is now essentially a lap down, but here it comes as it makes its way along, the number 55, and it's on the back of the 79. So in fact they've changed positions as well as a result of working with the traffic, so we will see that BMW 130 now moving up from the bottom of the order and moving a bit further up. But the car goes into the pits. That's the Mason Ski Genetta G55 Super Cup car. And that is in because the pit window is open, ladies and gentlemen. We are now the best part of, well, in fact, is it coming into this pit window? Yes, it has to be, because we are definitely within 18 minutes into the race. If I do my mental mathematics, we are 24 minutes into this race, and that is our first pit stop. Their car parked up, and a driver change occurs. Tyres being checked out by one of the pit crew, most likely taking a look at the pressures, perhaps letting a little bit of air out, given the circuit is a bit warmer now than how it started. Because we've had so much cloud, we haven't really built up too much track temperature, but now we're definitely building it as the sun heads out there. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a bit more of that in the pits. Remember, they will, when they come into the pits, potentially take on fuel, alternatively change tyres, but not necessarily straight away. They may decide to do it on the second stop because there are 2 pit stops over the race distance that must be served. Any beyond that, well, they're optional. We'll have to see if anybody does need to make an extra pit stop, although that's probably going to be an expected pit stop at that. But we now look back further up the order, and as our GT class leader continues to soar away, well, a bit of a gap there now between them and Chris Bingham, who's running the second of the GTs, and then you do have Hornsby's machine that is giving the chase there. It does seem as though the trio, they were getting close together, and now they've spread out a little bit. Let's see if they do come back together in due course. So they're doing so at the moment. And that might be a sign of what is to come with regards to the fact they continue to flex back and forth. We do see our number 4, meanwhile, heading on round, and that is the car of Asher Silva. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading back down to the pit lane because we have Ian, without clipboard, who has got some information for us, or a word with one of our drivers.
Yeah, welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. As you can see, if you're wondering what happened to the 62 Genetta, the James and Steve Harrison boys here, unfortunately, things didn't quite go to plan, did they, from the off?
No, it was a snap drive shaft on the lap to the grid, so just a loud bang going into Druids. Unfortunately, then just trundled to a halt. So looks like the lads have managed to get the new one in now.
I was going to say, just put your balaclava on, so this is a good sign, right?
It is a very good sign, yes. I mean, hopefully, we'll see what happens when it's in, obviously. Just quick recce, steady out, see what happens. Just treat it as there's like an hour left.
Yeah, so, there's still a way to go.
Yeah, so exactly. So we can still have about half hour each in the car, hopefully. Yeah, just treat it as a bit of a test session.
I suppose sometimes that's the benefit then, isn't it, of having this 90-minute race?
It is, yeah, to be fair. Yeah, it's just a shame we didn't have any qualifying because then we could.
I know, you've had a couple of hours.
We could have started out, yeah, exactly. So,
thanks for talking to us. Appreciate it. Really do good stuff. Stay with us a little bit longer if you like. Let's just move out. We'll just move on over. Dave May has just come into the pits, but he's gone out. So as you can see, a couple of pit boards are out here as well. The pit lane is going to start to get a little bit more active down here at Oulton Park. Let's have back to your commentator, Paul Walsh.
Well, as the pit lane starts to get quite active there, and very good news to see that number 62, the Hyro Motorsport Genetta G56A car in Class Trophy, is going to be making its way back out. Albeit multiple laps down, but they're going to see if they can get out there and get some reconnaissance. Into the pit lane, meanwhile, has come the number 24, and that will be the car at full throttle with race. Originally started by Richard Avery, and I think we might have just seen Nick Hall potentially get ready to jump into the car, racing there in the TCR class. And well, they may be doing the TCR here, but to be fair, they want to get to the end of the race and get the maximum points. As we look to the cars that are out on circuit at the moment, well, we do see our second place runner. He started to put away has Addison from Bingham, so Bingham now falling back a little bit, lap times gradually creeping in his favour. Although saying that, on the previous lap, it does seem as though, indeed, well, in fact, yes, I was right in the first place, because I thought there I was misreading my timing tower that's available to me, and Addison now, on average, putting about a 10th to 2 tenths a lap on Bingham, and meanwhile, the Cosby and McDuff machine, the McLaren 570 GT4, it's there, but it is not quite looking to attack. So our top 3 in GT, 2nd, 3rd and 4th on your timing tower on the road, very close together, as that was a very close moment there, a big wobble from the number 73, goodness me, and right now someone's absolutely chucking that car at the British chicane, I mean, it could have been perhaps a bit more settled, but he's trying to chase down Buttle as quickly as he can. But that was definitely more sideways than straight coming through the chicane. And, well, I think the tyres will be screaming at that one a little bit. But like they say, shaken not stirred is the favourite at age of James Bond. And right now he's definitely got a licence to thrill in that car as our Bienvenue E46 GTR runner. Looking back to that second then, and that's the Martin Vantage. Well, Addison will be familiar with the car, but he won't be familiar with this one because it is new to him for today. And the gap to Bingham has come back a little bit, so I don't know whether Chris Bingham is listening to the commentary right now, but if he is, he's probably heard the words that say the gap is opening up, and suddenly now he's starting to step things up a little bit. As we look onto the other side of the circuit, there's your 55, your second place car, and that is the Ward and Cummings machine, which is currently by Ward. Our GT class leaders, they're definitely getting closer to each other here. Well, it does look as though Bingham is absolutely attacking this lap. Could it be a sign of what's to come? Could a pit stop potentially be on the way for Chris Bingham? Or if so, then he's definitely given us signs there, because he's very much trying to attack the circuit as if it's a qualifying lap. And you can see just behind, well, that is the Team Brit machine of Noah Cosby, who's behind the wheel. He's close enough to get involved here, but I think he'll take a bit of motivation that if the two in front do fight on circuit, then he'll suddenly be drawn right into that mix, and that's going to make it really exciting, given the fact that currently in the GT class, 7th overall in the championship is the Raceworks Motorsport machine of Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons. So therefore, they're the ones who really do want the points here, because they want to try and leak their way into 4th when they do leave Oulton Park later today, given they only are 1.5 points behind the EDF Motorsport TCR of Ashley Woodman in the championship. And well, with Woodman not here unfortunately due to problems, does mean that there's going to be a maximum points available there should they be able to snatch it. But Addison has other ideas at the moment, and Martin Addison, who is all the way down in 10th in the championship, if he take this win, he'll move a little bit closer to the two teams we just mentioned. But 30 minutes is complete. Still very much in the early stage of this race. As we see our GT class there, weaving and winding their way around other cars, other classes. Tight circuit, but it is not holding anyone back from doing a good job. Meanwhile, leaving around to distance from Dearly, that's one of our McLarens. Keep in mind, the McLaren GT4s you see here, the 570Ss, they are gradually being phased out in favour of the McLaren Arturas in the European GT4 Championship. But the 570S is still a very popular car around the world, and it is definitely a car that has gone a long distance in terms of its racing career. So whilst the sun is gradually setting on the car, it's definitely not setting here in the Britcar Endurance Championship. I'll look back to the battle for second then, and we still see Addison now coming up behind. Well, that's the 71 of Murphy, and it's looking as though we're blue flag way there. Murphy will know what's coming. Addison flashes light. Murphy in the middle of the road there doesn't really know where to go at this point. I think in fact being a little bit spooked by that one, and well, in the end, Addison right now is going to be a little bit annoyed at this, because this is going to cost him some time, as we do see there the teddy bear machine are on its way on out, and I wonder if that's a throwback potentially to Formula 1 driver James Hunt and Hesketh Racing seeing that teddy bear on the car. I might be incorrect on that reference. I'm sure somebody will correct me there in the YouTube chat if I am right or wrong. He tries to get close together, and that's going to give Chris Bingham a little bit more hope here that he might be able to get involved as they all come rolling back to us and back into focus. A little bit further back there, we can see our number. Excuse me, we can see one of our BMWs. That's the number 11 in particular coming towards us. That's Barton, currently your 5th place runner. He's doing a good job, to be fair, leading his class. He is in a class of 1 today, and that being what is a guest class. He's an invitational car racing for Jeff Steele Racing, so wherever he finishes, he doesn't take any points off of anybody. He's just here to enjoy the racing, and understandably, you can imagine that his focus will be get the car home, and also the fighting gets fierce, so he'll probably battle up to a point and then decide to let places go, just because of the fact he won't want to impede anybody else in the championship, so he is racing for a bit of alternative purpose. Meanwhile, just briefly saw our overall leader there, who we haven't seen for a while. That's the car of Malone, and we understand leads off into distance by a sizable, is 1 minute and almost 10 seconds at this point, so therefore he's in a bit of a lonely race, but it's a race against time for him. Coming back to the fight for second, well, the traffic on the last lap definitely has aided Chris Bingham, because now he's right there as a bit of snap oversteer as he comes out of the chicane. We briefly leave them as we do see the 114 making its way into the pits. That's from the lead of the Cup class, and that is going to be the Haynes family machine, swapping hands very quickly here, as it is going to be your initial driver. of none other than Jamie Hayes, who is going to hand over the car, I believe, to Christopher Hayes, and he will be doing the swap there as they also put the fuel within the car. Well, we will see when they make their way back on circuit where that resets them in relation to the Team Brit, Asher Silver and Bobby Trunley car. He's still out there, she's yet to make a pit stop. We're definitely seeing our leaders of Cup class coming in, and as we do see there that battle for GT lead come past us, no change at the moment, although I do see some gravel going up there. Somebody made their way into the gravel trap and I haven't quite spotted it, or we haven't quite spotted it, because that is a lot of dust drifting in the background at Druids Bend. That's not normal. We don't have sandstorms here at Oulton Park, I can assure you that, ladies and gentlemen, even with climate change. The climate has not changed that much as of yet. But also what's not changed here is, well, in fact, we're going to say a bit of battling, but not so. We do see one driver peeling into the pits. That is going to be the full place machine of Barton. Makes its way on in, decides, right, time to pit. We'll see when he comes back out. He's the sole driver for this one as well, so he won't see the car door go open. He will just simply decide to stay in the car and just wait until the 125 seconds pit stop time is complete, and we'll go straight back out there with a top fuel tank, most likely. Janetta makes his way away from us, and then we look to our BMW M2, running traditional BMW colours there, the white, red and blue, with the different textures of blue as well. And the BMW M2, a very popular car of course, does have its own Cup class racing in the form of the BMW M2 CS, or the CSR, depending on the rules and regulations, whether you're in Europe or the United States of America. A very capable car, to be fair, of the previous gen. Of course, we have had the recent gen of M2 arrive, and well, at some point racing will gradually make its way onto the newer one, as that's a lot of smoke coming up there from the Barton machine in the rear of the picture. I presume that's just the brakes getting a bit hot, and a safety car is out. Why have we got a safety car? That's the question, but we definitely do have. We're not quite sure yet, ladies and gentlemen, but the racing will be neutralised to a pace as we do look down into the pit lane there, and we can see in that shot in the bottom right corner of the screen, well, a bit of a look at the number 11 there. Fire extinguisher out. Driver is still very much in the car. And, well, I wonder if we'll get a word from Ian about that in due course. Perhaps he can catch up with the team once they've investigated it. Definitely some fast hands going around. That's not necessarily looking too positive for the number 11 car. We will see what happens there. As I think, in fact, driver back in the car, so it's going to go racing, just running a little bit hot perhaps, as we have got a full course yellow into safety car procedure here. And as soon as we know what's happening, in fact, we are going to go straight to the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as we say it, we've got some information. It's over to Ian, I believe.
Oh, well, there you go. Safety car comes out. That can mean only one thing. It's going to get absolutely hectic here in the pitch. You're looking at Harry Barton at the minute. So, in fact, the front left brake disc was on fire a minute ago. Wow, dramatic stuff indeed. Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons are in as well. Just behind us, we've got Martin Addison into the pits too. I imagine a lot of teams and drivers are going to try and take advantage here. I spoke to Dave May a little bit earlier as well. He's come into the pits and gone back out again. Driver change there. Mark Skeets is in that car now. That's the number 118 Ginetta G55. He was hoping for a safety car a little bit earlier. That's why he came in. You're currently looking now at Martin Addison lined up in third place. We spoke to him on the grid a little bit earlier. You can hear the hooter going here in the pit lane. Very, very loud indeed. Just as the medical car makes its way out actually, and more cars coming into shot now, as you can see as well. There's the BMW 130 of Dennis Story and Alan McCulloch just going through, and the number 47 with Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Siglio. Maurizio Siglio started that one. Let me just move around a little bit. Stay with us if you like. I know safety car is currently out, but a quick driver change going at the minute, and we'll let Maurizio just get his helmet off, and I'll wonder if I can have a very quick chat with him. Sorry, John, I've completely run away from you. I am still here, everybody, I promise. And let's just go say hello to Maurizio very quickly. We'll just let him get. Dave's here as well. Dave, very quickly. We were just chatting, weren't we? You tried to take it a safety car. Now it's come out, though. Wrong time for you.
Oh, typical, isn't it? Now it's safety car, but we'll see how it pans out.
Long way to go yet, isn't there?
Quite a way. We'll be all right. We'll be good.
Top man, Dave, thank you. Good to see you. We've got Maurizio here as well. I'll let you get your helmet off, Maurizio, for a second if we like. He's literally just got out of the car. Sometimes I feel a little bit guilty just grabbing the drivers on the hop like this. Oh, sorry, you've only literally just jumped out, haven't you? But you're taking advantage of the safety car.
Exactly. Yeah, there was a car in the wall. I'm not sure. It's going to take a while, I think. Hopefully nothing serious. But yeah, it was intense.
I'm happy with how things are going in the opening half hour.
Yeah. Like, no crashes so far. Let's get a park point. Yeah, that's good.
Excellent. I'll let you recover. Thank you so much for that. There you go. Apologies to Fabrizio, just grabbing him there, but the tyre changes going on here. Let's just have a look down, shall we? Who else is in the pit? One of the McLarens has just gone out actually for Team Brit, as you can see now. Looks like Michael Lyons is now behind the number 63 Ginetta, the G55 GT4. Out it goes onto the track. We just heard from Maurizio there. Sounds like we might be under safety car conditions for a little bit of time. I'm going to have a little walk up and down, see if I can find some more drivers to talk to. But for now, back to Paul Walsh.
Thank you, Ian. And well, ladies and gentlemen, with that safety car, we've seen pretty much the entire field jump into the pit lane, understanding they're trying to maximise the use of the safety car, which really neutralises the race, and it will eventually cause everyone to bunch back up together. But the idea is when you pit under the safety car, you'll gradually gain a bit of time. But here's what happened. It was the number 38 Team Britcar into Drury to rear of the car and let go. I think through Water Tower, had already gone loose through there, so didn't even make it to Druids before it went spinning out to the right hand side of your picture, ladies and gentlemen, and in the end, well, along the barrier, and at the end of its journey would have been a stack of tyres into Druids. So unfortunately, we just caught that out the corner of a cameraman's eye. Good work there from our cameraman, pitched down at Druids Bend, but that is sadly the end of the race potentially for the McLaren 570S GT4 in the GT category of Cosby and McDuff for Team Brit, that was running third and was very close on the heels at the time of the GT class leaders of Addison and also Chris Bingham. But that's not worked out for them, and therefore we will see when we do go racing again. But this is definitely now going to be a bit of a safety car running, and well, our race will come down, but it gives us a good time to really talk about the fact that I don't think for drivers this is going to be too unfamiliar because of how Snetterton played out. As we do see the Hyundai what is Ioniq 5N safety car, which is being piloted today by sim racer and safety car driver Gareth Newton, who we give a shout out to there, and his colleague in the car. I don't know if he does sim racing as well, but Sean Clark is also in the car there with Gareth Newton, and well, great work from them running the safety car, the all-electric powered machine, which is a result, of course, of MSV's collaboration with none other than, excuse me, it's a collaboration with MSV. But I think we might have another word down the pit lane. We're just going to find out if we do, but we are still behind the safety car there. We do see a car making its way down the pit lane. Okay, and we have a problem there. Well, I was wondering what was going on with the 47 that's parked up there, and that is the Ginetta that was handed over recently by none other than Maurizio Cilio, and now it's in the hands of Marco Anastasi, who takes it over. The car wasn't starting, it's been aided a little bit, and now it is going, so that Ginetta is going. The very colourful Ginetta at that, but thankfully they've been able to get it going. Brilliant work by the team there, and brilliant work from our camera team to catch that car as it was trying to get going. A few cars trying to get rolling here. Is that the number 10 having some difficulty to get going, or is it just waiting? I think it's just patiently waiting there for the 74 Porsche Cup Challenge car to make its way on past. And well, flash of the lights there from the BMW. I think that's more to say the hazard lights rather than to say thank you, Mr. Porsche, for keeping me there. But they make their way along. There is the Hyundai Ioniq 5N line medical car making its way on around there. And well, the medical car going out as a precautionary procedure, of course, for the incident for the car at the time. We believe, we haven't had it 100% confirmed. Well, in fact, we did in the pictures have it confirmed. My apologies. The car that went wayward in towards Druids, and that was the Team Brit machine piloted by Noah Cosby at the time, as we understand it. The 68, meanwhile, the other Team Brit machine in Class GT, there it is, currently doors up as well, and well, that's going to be handed over from Aaron Morgan to Paul Fullick, I believe, who'll be taking over the helm there. And a little bit about Team Brit, of course, a very special team, and indeed a team that's really trying to push the boundaries of motorsport, as it is a team very closely focused on giving opportunities to drivers with disabilities. And well, it has produced some absolutely incredible talents and also some incredible machinery as well, because what you have to understand, and whilst I don't know all the specifics, a number of these Team Brit cars are modified to be adapted to enable those with disabilities to race. So not necessarily your standard what is steering wheel and pedal configuration necessarily, but sometimes the throttle and accelerator perhaps being actually done off of the steering wheel potentially, and different modifications like that enabling said drivers to be able to go racing. It's incredible stuff, and indeed they've produced some incredible individuals, including perhaps none less than Bobby Trunley, who you'll be seeing out on circuit in the number 4, and that will be the number 4 BMW M240i, taken over from Asher Silver later on if I haven't already. And well, he is the world world's highest ranked autistic racing driver at 24 years old, and he's raced previously in the 2022 and 2023 British GT Championship with Aaron Morgan, and it was the first ever all-disabled pairing to take part in the championship. And also, Bobby Trunley has competed in the McLaren Trophy Series Europe in 2023, and well, good on Team Brit, I say, for already giving opportunities to those who perhaps would not naturally. But with that, we're going to go down to the pit lane and have a word with Ian Waterhouse.
Yeah, welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. It's a bit like a British Touring Car Championship field day out today, isn't it? We've got Charles Rainford out, and now I'm here with Dan Lloyd. Dan, first of all, congratulations on the Independence Championship. What some year for you?
Yeah, thank you. It's been a bit of a tough year, but nice to end in a really positive way. So yeah, no, it's been good.
Now, what are you doing here today? You doing a bit of driver coaching?
Yes, I'm coaching Jamie and Christopher Hayes in a JLC group car. They do a little bit of sponsorship with me in touring cars and then help them out on the weekends like this, and doing a really good job so far. I don't think that safety car's just helped us.
So no, that's kind of put the plan a bit skewed.
Yeah, Jamie had a mega stint there with a 15-second gap, and I think the safety car's just got rid of that. So
that's endurance racing, isn't it?
It is a bit unlucky, but we'll see.
Quite a way to go in this race, isn't there?
Yeah, anything can happen. Tight circuit like this, and yeah, the guys have done really well this weekend. First time here as well.
Do you like Oulton Park? Is it something that you particularly get on with?
I do. I've had some bad days here, but I still like it. I've visited the medical centre here plenty of times, but I still love it. Yeah.
Well, no danger of that today, Dan. Really appreciate it. Best of luck for next season as well. Thank you. Paul, back to you.
Home from the Restart Racing Drivers interview. When will we restart the racing here? Well, I think we're still a little bit of a time away. We still do have 45 minutes left on the clock. The clock continues to trickle away. But again, this race, I think everybody's going to be quite used to the fact that we're behind a safety car here. And I think they'll be grateful that we're still going, because at Snetterton, well, it was a very intriguing race, shall we say, with regards to the way that Snetterton played out over 1.5 hours, because a combination of safety cars, race stoppages, penalties and the weather meant that the race was more stop-start. It could be broken up in a way into multiple very short sprints, particularly given the fact that midway through the formation lap, or just heading towards the grid, the rain suddenly arrived. Half the teams out on the grid had to change from slicks to wet tyres, which subsequently meant that you had quite a dispersed grid. Later on, you would see penalties given out for those who made those changes on the grid, so they had to serve additional time penalties. And in amongst all that, we had a couple of red flags as well for the inclement weather, also incidents out on circuit. And we had multiple retirements for likes of the number 42 Trophy Ginetta from Vortis Motorsport, the Data Motorsport 47 Ginetta in the Ginetta class, and also the Woodrow Motorsport number 10 Trophy BMW. They all had separate retirements, and it brought out several instances of the safety car. So the fact that we've got to the halfway point and we've only seen the one safety car, I think we're all breathing a bit of sigh of relief here, because we definitely do not want a repeat of Snetterton, which happens in motorsport, to be fair. You can't predict what is going to happen until you go racing. But the one great thing that a safety car does is it bunches the whole field back together, and when we do see those safety car lights go off, waiting up for some time, because I think work is still being done to extricate the McLaren from the barrier down towards Druids Bend. But when we do see those safety car lights go off, it's going to be a crowded field, and it is going to be a bit of chaos as everyone tries to pick their way past each other, and leads that were created will suddenly have been shrunk, and will they be made again? Will we suddenly see plenty more fighting? Well, we'll have to see, and I can tell you that Hayley Morgan will be very eager to see what plays out as we say hello to Hayley in the YouTube chat, who's tuning in from Thailand. And just remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you are tuning in right now and you haven't said hi, don't be shy, feel free to say hi. Let us know where you're tuning in from today, because it's always great to hear how many of you are tuning in, and also which parts of the world you're tuning in from. I do see Boxing This Lap asking, is Yaz Sapra here? I do not believe we have Sapra here, unfortunately, today. He has been one of the fan favourites of the previous round, has Yaz Sapra. We'll just double check for you in case. I don't think we do have him here. Unfortunately not, he wasn't able to make it to the grid today, but hopefully he'll be back for the season finale in November, which of course will be at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, which will be 2 45-minute races, one of which will be the returning night race for the, I believe, the season finale, race number 12 of 12 this season. All the field comes on through, and there we can see the car that's brought the safety car out, missing its rear wing. In fact, that is the number 38 McLaren, gradually heading towards the pit lane on the back of the low loader, and unfortunate there, no doubt about it, but that is the car of Noah Cosby and Caleb McDuff, which is going no further after its moment at Watertower Corner, so it goes sideways onto the grass, and then it really was a passenger car all the way to the barrier at Druids Bend. And well, unfortunately, it did come to a premature end, but what it has served to do is bring everyone a bit closer together, because we still do have a few cars in the pit lane, I believe, going through one of the 2 mandatory pit stops, but otherwise most of the field out there and very eager to go racing. Say hello to Simon Hughes there, who is tuning all the way in from Houston, Texas. Well, I hope you're doing well, Simon. I do believe the time zone difference for you is about 6 hours to the United Kingdom, unless I'm mistaken, somewhere in that region, because you're not quite all the way over on the west coast, but you're not all the way over on the east coast either. I believe it's more westward than eastwards, if my geography is correct, although feel free to correct me on that one. I did not do very well in GCSE geography, I can promise you that. We also say hello to Robert Rollinson there, who says, hi from Woking. Good to have you with us, Robert. A little bit more local, perhaps, by comparison. But as everyone heads on through, we say hello to Dan Hughes again in there. Well, we'll see, given the clearing of the car. Yep, the safety car lights are off, ladies and gentlemen, so it means with 40 minutes to go, that's the big 4-0, we've still got just under half the race distance to go, and we are going to be going racing at the end of this lap. So as all the field now comes back to us, here we go. And indeed, as they get ready to roar, well, they go, 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 because the safety car peels on in, and we are back to 40 minutes of flat-out racing here, as it is going to be the SAC competition machine that takes us racing once again. And meanwhile, it's getting very packed here already into turn number 1. Oh my goodness, that is a very snaky Ginetta there. Then he manages to get stopped in time, and as they come charging down the hill, well, with all the excitement kicking off here, we've also got excitement down in the pit lane, and I believe Ian Waterhouse shortly is going to catch up with one of our drivers. So let's cut to Ian and see what he's got for us.
Yeah, welcome down everybody to the pit lane. Aaron Morgan is around. He's just gone to get his cap, actually, and the reason I want to speak to Aaron is because I know Hayley's watching. Hello, Hayley. All the way over in Thailand. So let's go see if we can find him. Let's just make our way through. This is what it looks like behind the scenes in the Team Brit garage. Sorry guys, can I just nip through? I just want to find, where did Aaron go? Where's Aaron? Where's Aaron Morgan? Kind of not what you were hoping for there.
No, definitely not. I just wanted to have a go at least. So.
Yeah. That's what racing's about though, isn't it? It's about trying.
Yeah. I'm disappointed for him as well, but just quite got my head off.
Yeah. There's one of those, don't worry. I'll see you at Brands Hatch as well. Let's move around a little bit further. Where I've lost everybody. There you are, John. Sorry, let's keep going down here, shall we? See if we can find Aaron Morgan, or has he disappeared completely? Over we go. We will grab a word of him very shortly. We just heard there from Caleb McDuff, of course. He's there. He is. Aaron. Sorry, buddy. I came looking for you. We came live very quickly. Hayley's watching. Hello, Hayley. Number 1 fan.
Hello, Hayley. She's been blowing up the comments you said.
Yeah, she has. She's been well in the comments. Look, your stint went well.
No, it wasn't my best. I made a very bad start, and then I got stuck behind the Ginetta for a while. That was quicker than, and probably should have been a bit more aggressive to try and get by him. But I've always that's where racing goes. Came in, did a dummy stop, and then on the first lap, when I went back out again, we had the ABS failure on the rear right, so the team had to fix that. We're back out of the race now.
Very hard on yourself, man.
It's a tough business here. You know that.
Right, one thing I also know as well, we know Hayley's coming back to the UK for Christmas, so we're all going out, aren't we?
Yeah, we'll go to Thailand. She comes back. Mum and Dad are watching in Wales as well. Hello, Mum and Dad.
Aaron, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Let's get back to the on-track action with Paul Walsh.
safety car come out, and that is for what is the Morgan and Fullick GT McLaren 570S GT4 from Team Brit, ending up in the gravel there, and I believe beached in the gravel, and the safety car comes out because it's another Team Brit car that unfortunately is not going to go anywhere immediately. Hopefully they can get it moving again, but we did hear there from some of our Team Brit drivers in a really big family field there, as unfortunately, well, you can see driver a bit despondent. It's the way it's gone. We haven't quite seen how they managed to get to the gravel, but our number 68 driver definitely right now, hoping it can be moved. The marshals are trying to give it a push. Well, fingers crossed it can roll, because as we can see, the car's quite buried there, and I think it may not be going any further in this race. I think the car might need to be aided, it might need to be lifted. Of course, the marshals will do everything they can to try and push the car and get it to roll, so that way it can get back on circuit under its own volition. But once it's stuck there, normally it does mean it's a bit difficult. But we've got a replay, I think, of what exactly happened. And here we go. It was a big lock-up down under braking. Car went straight on in, and, well, the ABS not helping out there. And in the end, the car just going straight on. And, well, the car very quickly just end up in the gravel. And that looks to be at none other than Lodge Corner. You can see the rear wheels. They're trying to get the car rolling. But unfortunately, when you're in that deep, all you're doing is digging yourself a little bit of a deeper hole in the rear wheels. So that's going to take a bit more time. But as Robert Hansen there puts it quite aptly, a beached car there indeed. Robert, you said it first, and well, now for our drivers, everyone thought it was a bit of a false dawn there, as it was getting very, very close. And just as all the fighting kicked off, then we did have our overall leader. Now I believe, I'm 100% certain, has Charles Rainford taken over the car or not, or is it still in the hands of Malone? But they were trying to siphon their way through, because they are a lap up on the field and trying to clear all the traffic. However, they found themselves getting caught up behind none other than Martin Addison's Aston Martin Advantage. And there you can see they did manage to make their way through before the safety car neutralised all the racing. They still got a little bit more to work through as our field continues to be whittled down. And now we are down to what is one Team Brit machine, but it is your championship leader, Team Brit machine. And now that's the car of Bobby Trunley and Asher Silver. And that is trying to make its way all the distance. I believe Bobby Trunley might have taken over the car since the pit stop, but I'm sure he'll correct me if he has not taken over the car. He'll let us know in the YouTube chat. But around they go, and at this point, what can our drivers do in the meantime? Well, one of the things they definitely need to do, they need to try and maintain some degree of tyre temperature. They can't let the tyres drop too much, because otherwise when they do go racing, they will naturally lose quite a bit of pace. On top of that as well, what they'll also be thinking is, okay, with the time gradually worn down, we're not driving at full pace. That means the fuel tank, it can be extended a bit further. So it means that final pit stop now could, well, because of the way the pit stops are done, it will be the same length, but it's a little bit less fuel necessarily going into the car, and therefore it means that the car they're racing with starts to behave a little bit differently, because what you can imagine is that putting fuel in the car, it adds additional weight to the car. The more weight you have, depending on where the fuel tank is, it changes the overall weight distribution and the balance of the car. Most cars you see here, as we do see the Team Brit car still at beach there, most of the cars you'll see here have the fuel tanks towards the rear, so naturally as fuel comes out the car gets lighter over the rear and the car becomes a little bit more responsive on the rear end. The exception is the Porsche Cup car that's leading the way, the Porsche 991, in the fact that that car has its fuel tank in the front, and therefore as the fuel comes out the car, it ends up leading to the fuel being, well, the fuel essentially lightens the front end, and it means that car gets a bit more twitchy on the front in a car that's naturally very twitchy on the rear end, because rear engine, rear wheel drive. As we do look to our spectators there who are waiting for the racing to go green once again, and indeed quite a bumper crowd here today. Always brilliant to see at Oulton Park. And the lovely thing is, for today, all the grandstands are open, I do believe, and if you are here, you can jump straight onto one of those grandstands and see the racing from your chosen vantage point, and there are plenty of wonderful vantage points at Oulton Park. I mean, personal preference for myself, it would be down towards Knickerbrook Corner, that being at the bottom end of the circuit, arguably one of the lowest points of the circuit. That's just before you start to make your way back, coming out the Hislop chicane, because there you can see all the way over to where drivers come down from Denton's into Cascades and then make the way up to Lakeside, and then they come back to you over Hilltop. But do let us know if you've been to Oulton Park in the past, what your favourite place to watch racing at Oulton Park is, because there's plenty of great places, and some you may not see as much as other places, but you get to see the cars very nice and close indeed. There's no one perfect way to see racing at Oulton Park. Indeed, there's plenty of perspectives, and of course you can be seeing it like you are right now if you're in the YouTube chat, or you can be seeing it over the broadcast. But still behind the safety car for the time, my gut feeling says we're going to be behind the safety car for probably another 3 or 4 minutes, given the work that will need to be done to extricate the Team Brit McLaren GT4. But when we do go racing, well, it's going to be a shortened race, no doubt about it, but it's going to be an interesting one because the pit window for that second pit stop as well, that's going to be on the mind of a number of teams and drivers. 2 pit stops have to be served, and they have to be served within the 18th and the 72nd minute. In other words, when that clock hits 18 minutes or less in the top left corner of your screen, the pit window closes. Anybody who hasn't done a second pit stop by then will see a hefty post-race time penalty levied against them. So therefore, we could see a bit of a mad pit stop dash at some point if we haven't already, and we have got a few cars that have yet to take their second stop. Perhaps most notably is your GT class leader of Addison. He hasn't, whereas we have had a second pit stop for the other GT class car of Mulsdale. Also, we have for the Bingham & Lyons car. As there we go, number 68 being towed out of the gravel. It has been helped by the Nissan pickup truck. Is it going to go under its own volition? I'll see a hand up there. I think so. Hopefully, can get it started. There is the whole field coming on through at the moment, however, so they'll probably be telling them to wait. Won't be letting the car go, and to be fair, is on the tow wire at the moment. It's just been released, but fingers crossed it's going to fire up there, and it can at least make it to the pit lane, be investigated, and perhaps it can get back out there again. That would be wonderful to see. And indeed, it's not about how you start a race, it's about how you finish it. And we always like to see everybody finish the race wherever possible. Surely he's going to get that McLaren fired up, and when he does, the front wheels turn. Come on, can it roll? Well, far there from the marshal behind as well. Well, we're going to cut away for a brief moment, but hopefully we get to see the Team Brit McLaren get rolling, and that being the car of none other than Morgan and Fullock, as we do see the number 41 coming to the pits. I believe, no, that's the 47, I should say. 1s and 7s looking pretty similar at this distance. That is the Anastasi and Shilio car coming on in, the second place Ginetta class machine, and that will be for its second and final pit stop of the day, as we do, hooray, we do get to see the car of Morgan and Fullock into the pit lane. So they finally made it in, and well, it's been a bit of a journey, but with that clear, I wouldn't be surprised if we are going racing in the near future, because now we have seen the problem on the circuit cleared. Well, the marshals will just check over what will be Lodge Bend to make sure there's no oil down on the circuit, there's no fluid, and any gravel has been swept away and could be dragged to what will be the best part of 30 minutes of racing to see out this race of the day. As we also say hello there to the brother of Charles Rainford in the YouTube chat, James Rainford, who says, "That's my brother, go on Charles." So great to see there, all the family getting involved, and that's the wonderful thing, of course, about motorsport. It's not just a solo effort, it's a team effort, and a lot of times teams are made up of huge families there, and everyone wants to try and get involved as much as possible. And sometimes these teams extend all the way around the world. And well, previously this year on the grid, we have had some major famous faces on the grid in the Britcar Endurance Championship. Last time out at Snetterton, of course, we had father and son combination, the Laidlaws. The son, Sam, and the father, Steve, racing in TCR UK, of course, and competing for overall crown honours there. And well, they were invitational TCR drivers in their Seat Cupra TCR cars, and they did quite well at Snetterton, particularly in the late stage of the race. We also previously have had Johnny Molam on the grid, and well, he's arguably a driver who needs no introduction, having competed in every class of world sports car racing, including class victories in Daytona 24-hour and Sebring 12-hour, and also podiums at Le Mans 24-hour. He's also 4-time British and 1-time European Le Mans GT champion. I mean, that is a huge CV there, and well, that could cause anybody's jaw to drop. And we've also had plenty of BTCC drivers on the grid, of which we do have 1 or 2 out there today, including, of course, none other than Rainford, who will be taking to the number 74. That'll be the Porsche Cup car previously, or the Porsche Challenge car, I should say, previously driven by Malone, but will be going into the hands of Rainford for the remainder of the distance. As we do have Addison into the pit lane, we thought he had to come in because he needed to serve a second stop, so that is going to demote him down the order, but where will it put him? Well, he was a lap up on the rest of the GT field. The car comes on down and making its way on through that, which is the drive through there. So a bit of an interesting one of that. We've got nothing in race control to explain why, but definitely Addison made his way in, and well, as he did so, he's going to be coming out of the very back of this pack here. I wonder whether that's to potentially take him out of that running order, because, well, perhaps doesn't want to be right in the thick of it until we go racing once again. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are very shortly going to be making our way down to the pit lane because we've got Amy from the Britcar team down in the paddock with the team at the 74 Porsche for Am Speed. A bit of technical issues there, ladies and gentlemen. We are just going to see if we can get the microphone fixed there, and then we'll definitely hear from Amy at the Am Speed team. And we'll just find out what's happening down there very shortly, but I'm sure a few insightful words to be said. But once that's resolved, we'll cut back to Amy because, well, it'll be great to hear from Don Malone, who's currently sat there in the pit lane, eager to have a chat. And the Am Speed team definitely very eager to try and wrap this race up. But as all the field gradually moves its way on through, still behind the safety car at the moment. Gut feeling says here we're only going to have 1 or 2 more laps behind the safety car, perhaps this one and one more. Otherwise, we could be going racing at the end of this one. And if so, that would give us the best part of 25 minutes of racing. And well, it's definitely going to set us up with a nice sprint to the finish. As there we see number 47. That's in the hands now of none other than Marco Anastasi, on his way on through. Getting a bit of pursuit there to one of our BMWs, both of them having taken pit stops, and well, they'll both be very eager to try and catch up with the lead pack. But I think they're going to run out of time to do so because that's the safety car and there's no lights on it. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we resume the racing. It's going to be to Charles Rainford to back everybody up, and well, he'll decide when to go green flag racing, and when he does, 25 minutes plus the final lap are still outstanding. So it's go, go, go for them. They roar the way. We are back to racing speed here. And right now, Charles Rainford gets us going then for what will be potentially the final stint. Any pit stops, if they haven't been served, they will need to be served soon, as we do see Addison immediately peeling to the pits. So that was a strategic move to do a drive-through in order to fall to the back of the field. And then, as a result of that, essentially give himself clear road to come straight into the pit lane and not have to worry about anybody behind him. So clever work there from Addison, and he'll serve that pit stop. As meanwhile, we do see our Sayat there, our super sport machine, and a bit of a braking issue in Stenton's Bend, it would seem. Perhaps trying to let the car behind go through. And amongst all the mid-pack, everybody fighting side by side here. Roaring on through the corners. To see who's going to emerge in front. Because now we do have an absolute intermingling of cars. We do have several cars that are on the same lap, and others which are on completely different laps. So we've got to try and pick apart all the field. Keep your eyes out in particular for the battle for third place in the trophy class between Buttle in the Ginetta G56 and Goldsmith in the BMW M2. And in the meantime, we are still waiting to see if we can get the technical issue down in the pit lane for Amy resolves. That way we can hear from the 74 team, and we'll keep you abreast that when we can, ladies and gentlemen. But with everyone now back up to speed, it does seem as though the long period behind the safety car, 2 back-to-back periods of safety car, have not stopped anybody from feeling eager to go racing. That's for definite, and we'll see him right towards the back here. Number 47, and that's in the hands of Anastasi, looking to try and make its way very quickly past the BMW in front of it there. That's going to be a move made, and that's going to be, I think, done. That's on Murphy in the 721, albeit on different laps, and I think the Ginetta trying to unlap itself. But as we come back to the 73 there of Sanders and Leighton now in the car to try and see this out, running in the challenge class. That's currently in second place there. We'll try and get involved. And we do have, of course, one of our other BMWs there just giving pursuit, and that is going to be the number 11 of Barton there, the guest car that's just enjoying being on the grid in honour of Jeff Steele Racing, in honour of recently deceased and no longer as Jeff Steele. Right now, definitely putting on a brilliant performance there, and one that I think Jeff will be proud of. But the pits is absolutely alive with activity here, as we can see all of our cars who have yet to take pit stops, taking them as quickly as possible. They're running out of time. They've only got 5 minutes left on that clock, as Addison makes his way along. Where will he fit back in? Well, he's definitely lost the overall GT lead to Molesdale Invitational, but has he lost the GT lead to Lyons, who's in the car? That is what we want an answer to. We'll see next time they come around. Meanwhile, the 114 there, that is the second place Cup car as it came into the pits of the Hayes family. That's currently being serviced and is receiving some tuition from Dan Lloyd. Well, and they're definitely right now getting themselves set for one final stint. But out on circuit, we we do have the leading Ginetta there. That is the man Skeets machine, with Skeets behind the wheel now. He's leading in class and leading quite comfortably. He's trying to beat this man who's trying to catch up, and that is the 47 from Data Motorsport.
Yeah.
But looking
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1
that
2
sounds
1
like
2
we
1
have
2
our
1
microphone
2
back, ladies and gentlemen.
2 1 2.
Well, we're going to make our way down to the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen, and hear from Ian or Amy, because our microphone's back online, and let's hear a word from the Amspeed team of the 74 as it comes into the pits.
The audio is back, and I'm here with Tom Malone. Sorry about that. But just talk us through today. You were on pole, cars just come in now behind us. But how has your race been?
Yeah, it was really great actually. I managed to pull out a bit of the gap and then just kind of kept my head down and kept sort of eating away at lap times, which was great actually. So I was pleased with the times. The car felt great. The team had done a great job with the car, amazing job with the car. And obviously having Charles in the car now, we'll probably see those times that I thought were quick will get replaced with some quicker times. But no, it's been mega kind of flawless today, really, which is great.
And typical Oulton Park, you have safety cars there all the time. It's a tight circuit, these things happen. That hasn't caused much problems with you, but just having safety cars around, does that put a little bit of a thing on the team to make sure that you're getting that car around?
Yeah, I mean they can work in your favour or against you. It's just a bit of the luck of the racing gods. But I mean in the longer races, it's pretty common now. We're getting at least one safety car. So we will struggle a little bit because we can't fuel under safety cars. So that's one thing that can work against us. But we managed to put some fuel in now with a live track. So hopefully we can get a bit of time back. We'll see where we are.
Amazing, thank you so much. And back to Paul in the commentary box.
Thank you, Amy. Well, glad we're able to get those audio challenges resolved, and indeed wonderful there to hear from Don Malone. And we have some other news out on circuit, ladies and gentlemen. We did have, under the safety car, a penalty was served for the number 42, and that was a pit lane infringement from when it was previously in the pits, which it had served. So the number 42 of Buttle served a penalty, albeit did it quite tactically under the safety car window. We also have had a short stop for car 70, so that could throw things into next. That's the Goldsmith BMW M2 running forward currently in the trophy class, and quite poetically we see it on the screen there as it's being furiously chased by the Ginetta leader, who looks to go around the outside. Oh, careful, that's going to get interesting. That Ginetta's got a lot of aero on it, albeit as they roar the way through the left-hander, and it will make it work there as they come roaring down through the Cascades Bend. So a swap of positions there, but that is going to be a pit lane, well, it's going to be a pit stop time infraction for Goldsmith. I can imagine there might be a little bit of penalty on the way. We've also got an investigation currently ongoing to the 55 and the 68 with regards to, I suspect, pit stops. And that will be for Morgan Fullick, whose day is going from good to bad to worse at this rate. Car's currently in the pit lane being serviced. And also we do have that for the 55, unless I'm mistaken, and that's the car out on circuit at the moment of Warden Cummings, currently being driven by Cummings, the third place Ginetta car. And well, those investigations are for pit stop timed typically. They are very tightly monitored, these pit stops, and remember there are times published before each and every race, and also as they go to the grid the final times are published as well, with the balance of performance times for the pit stops, with 20 seconds being added to any team that's running as a driver pairing which involves a pro driver, and also if you are within the top 3 of your class there's extra time added on as well, and that's all in the aim of balancing out the race and keeping it as fair and close as possible. But when you do breach those pit lane time limits, i.e. for the minimum time you spend stuck there, you do end up in a situation whereby you're very quickly potentially going to find yourself having to make another trip to the pits. Alternatively, you'll have time added on at the end of the race. But understandably, the whole aim of the game is you want to absolutely nail that pit time stop on the time that's allotted, so 125 seconds dead on the dot, for example, because otherwise you lose time there, and every attempt can be absolutely critical when you're going racing in these longer races because of how the field gradually expands over the distance and it ultimately comes back together. And the other thing as well is you never know how a safety car can play into your hands or against you over the distance. But hopping his way over the curves there, well, right now it is going to be Charles Rainford absolutely attacking each and every corner, and we do see there in the YouTube chat. We do have Sean Rainford, who says, Mum and Dad Rainford are watching with the dogs and are enjoying the commentary. Well, glad to hear you're all enjoying it in the Rainford family. And also David say hello there to a YouTube channel of Racing World Champion, who's enjoying the racing as he gives us a heart there, or she, to be fair, we can't assume gender. But at this point, where are the close battles out in the circuit? Because the pit stops have been completed, or if they haven't, they will be completed as Buttles into the pits at the moment. I wonder if that is to serve the penalty for the infringement earlier on. That's number 42 coming down. Guys, everyone now will have completed their second and final stop of the day. And the close fights out there, well, at the moment, perhaps the closest one will be Addison, third place GT car trying to pick its way through the field and go hunting after likes of Bingham and also Molesdale. But definitely this has not worked out for him, as on screen we can see that our overall leader a lap ahead of the field. As a minimum, well, Charles Rainford right now just enjoying himself out there and picking his way bit by bit as he sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 38.170. And the Porsche 991 Cup cars, they have been replaced in recent years by the 992, soon to be replaced by the 992.1 Cup car as of 2026. And a lot of changes afoot with regards to Porsche Motorsport, because some of you may have recently heard the news that the Porsche Hypercar program, which Racing World Endurance Championship is being potentially shut down at the end of this year, or at least the manufacturer supported arm of it is shut down. But I think that's still due to confirmation. But that's in the high reaches of Hypercar right now. Well, hyperactive racing here from our drivers, as a 118 of Skeets there, still trying to push onwards, trying to pick up a bit more time, albeit he is leading the Ginetta class, so he doesn't need to make any more overtakes. I think it's the old adage here, which is if I can make a place, if I can overtake somebody, then I will, because it just gives me a little bit more comfort as he heads towards the end of this race. We can see there the Ginetta getting nice and close to the back of the number 2. The number 2 being none other than Molesdale. And well, right now Molesdale, the invitational driver, enjoyed a good run, currently 3rd overall, and that Ginetta looking to unlap itself. Taking a little peek there into the curb before Britons, but I think that's more to say, look, I'm here, be aware of the fact that I'm very fast, I'm right behind you, please get the message. But Molesdale will be the one who decides whether to let it go, and we do have confirmation of stop and go penalty for the number 70 of Goldsmith, the BMW M2. So that has been accrued to them, and that is for the short stop from earlier on, which they are going to have to serve that if they haven't done so already. As we do continue to see the Ginetta giving chase to BMW out there at the moment, we look from them then to a little bit further elsewhere on circuit. Here we do have a very lovely BMW 130, and right now that's our runners in the Cup class of Story and McCullough there. And right now they're one of our last runners out on circuit, but to be fair, they're enjoying themselves, 3rd in Cup class and looking to get to the end and bring home some rather favourable points. From them we then come to a new lap, which begins here for our black BMW. That's the number 10 roaring its way around there. Very capable hands of our driver, charging his way on through. But right now, definitely everybody's seen this race to the end here and just trying to make sure the laps are queued up. And they do see that checker flags. That was Bates in the BMW M346, who's actually leapt up into 2nd through all the chaos of the safety car periods and the pit stops. And indeed, it's crazy to think Addison, who was running in 2nd place for so long, and suddenly drops all the way down to 10th place. It really has been a topsy-turvy race on strategy, and those 2 safety cars really were, if you've got it right, you've gained massively. If you didn't get it right, you have lost out tremendously so. Addison continues to try and work his way up through the field, albeit not on the screen at the moment. And there is our 2nd place runner, and definitely right now Bates putting on a brilliant showing as your trophy class leader. Of sometimes you don't need to be the leading car straight away, but if you get it right on the pit stops, you'll be leading come the end of it. And the single driver effort here really coming together. There, meanwhile, is your number 11. That is the Pro Guest Machine of Barton running its way on around. Towards that timeline, the Barton racing car absolutely on what is fire at the moment, as it looks to try and bring on home what will be 7th place overall. And then we do a little bit further afield to the number 70 there, and that's our BMW M2 of Goldsmith. And we do have plenty of BMWs out there of the M categories. The sun continues to gradually stay here at Oulton Park, and indeed very little wind out there you can see on the trees, and the static conditions are quite as the sun bearing down the circuit. But idyllic conditions ready to go racing. No head or tailwind, no side wind into these corners are too significant at one. And indeed, as we heard from a number of drivers earlier on in the build-up to this race, and even midway through, when Ian was conducting interviews with them, many saying that these conditions are not normal for Oulton Park. Normally, autumnal weather does have its way of shaking things up, but here it's almost as if we are back in the throes of summer, and we do see quite a sunshine smile there from what we Rainford cutting his way past one of our Janettas, and he's to move forward. We do have a drive-through penalty, meanwhile. That has just been awarded to the number 79, and hold on a second, who's that going to be affecting? That could have big permutations. Well, the number 79 is none other than the Story and McCullough BMW 130, so that's your third place car. They picked up a drive-through penalty, and that's going to hurt them considerably as they look to try and head towards the race. We do also have confirmation of a stop-and-go penalty for the number 55 of 60 seconds, and that is a penalty for the third place Janetta of Ward and Cummings, currently driven by the pro driver of Cummings. That's going to put them down, but what it will essentially do, it will put them out of the hunt of trying to chase down what will be Anastasi and Cilio's car, who they were trying to close down. They have been quickly trying to chase after it. It's only going to put them further down the order here, so that is going to really bring the battle for Janetta victory and really how they sit on that Janetta podium to a close, barring any late changes or unexpected circumstances. That's a bit of a run wide there for Molesdale coming out of Knickerbrook Corner. He's using all the track and plenty more, and we'll keep running forward to that curve. They do then end up in a position whereby they run onto a little bit of AstroTurf, and after that it's a very small bit of AstroTurf, and then they'll suddenly end up to the grass. Although I do believe the track limits are being monitored for if wheels do touch that AstroTurf, from what I saw of the driver briefings earlier on today. So there might be a track limit allowance being used up there. Of course, they do get a couple of off-tracks permitted, but after a while they'll get the black and white flag, and suddenly they will be called into the pits for a penalty, and will turn to get a time penalty. Speaking into the pits, well, that was one of our penalised drivers. That's number 55, Janetta, you saw recently in the back of the picture. Making its way into the pit lane there, and that will be its penalty. We also do have a stop and go for the number 68, so these are coming quick fire right now, these at the end, and that is the Morgan and Bullet car. I believe that is currently in the pit lane. It's not going anywhere unless I'm mistaken, so therefore that might be a penalty that's not served here. I'm not quite sure whether that might be carried forward or whether it will be a penalty that's just not served in the end, given the fact the penalty at the moment really is not being able to be in the race. 10 minutes left on the clock. 721 Murphy there roars on, and then we do see some progress being made there from our Janettas, looking up the inside versus the Seat Cupra, roaring as well inside on the Seat Leon, I should say. Let's get it right, the Cupra Leon competition Gen 2 of Horn Avery, the leading TCR car. Well, that's not them out there, got mixed up with somebody else, because we do have a couple of Seats out there. In fact, we'll just double check as to whose car that is. It's the Seat Supercopa. There we go, the Hayes family one. I've got my Seats on the brain there the wrong way round. Winding the way down then, and right now, well, are we expecting any other penalties? Well, no, we don't, but we do have, we thought it might have happened, given his slight one ride coming out of Knickerbrook Corner. We do have a track limits awarded for Barton in the number 11, the guest car there, and indeed, the stewards very eagle-eyed when it comes to all this technology they have now with regards to the detectors and the lasers they have available at certain points on the circuit, as we do meanwhile see what is a couple more of our cars coming through. Addison there in the Aston Martin. He tries to now move a little bit further up the running order, and he makes his way past one of our BMW M2s. That's not for position there as he passes the number 2 of Molesdale. That's just simply to unlap himself from it. And well, right now, Addison, I think, is going to be wondering where on earth did this race go wrong, because of the fact he's a lap down when he was on the leading lap, excluding what was the overall leader of our Porsche Challenge machine. But we just had confirmation of the fact that the penalty for the 55 was for refuelling under the safety car, and the same applied to the number 68 out there. So I put cheeky in the pit lane for refuelling once the safety car was active, and we're trying to essentially skip and jump their way through that pit stop, but they weren't necessarily allowed. But of course, every time it's natural motorsport that you will try and do everything you can in order to try and maximise a situation or use it to your advantage, but the rules are there as well to give drivers and teams a slap on the wrist when they do try to exploit the rules there. Not saying there's any foul play done, that's just a genuine mistake to be fair, but that's what our stewards do have to do, and that's why the rule book is there. As we do say hello there in the YouTube chat to A525, who's watching from the hospitality here at Oulton Park right now, and I hope you're comfortable and enjoying yourself, good sir or madam. And we also say hello there to Rico Carrera, who I believe is enjoying himself there. He's enjoying it. And do let us know where you're tuning in from, Rico, if you're tuning in from around the world or indeed in the United Kingdom. But as we continue to wind this race down, a bit of Ginetta action happening on circuit there. Two Ginettas very close together, but is this a position or is it not? Well, they are Ginettas, but they're not quite in the same class. The banners over the windshield will tell you the difference. That's the number 42 who leads this 2-1 round, and that is the 4th place trophy Ginetta G56 GTA of Buttle, in chase there by one of our Ginetta class machines, I do believe. In fact, no, it's not our Ginetta class machine, it's one of our GT4 machines, because it's a green banner over the top. But we continue to roll the way on around, and right, that's the GT machine around there. That's the car that's being run now by Lions, the Ginetta G55. So two different Ginettas, one in GT4 spec in the form of Lions' car versus the more trophy car, where we'll be looking to exchange places, albeit on different laps. Your leader goes round. Big Charles Rainford right now in the Amspeed machine. Don Malone put in the hard work on the first stint, or the first couple of stints, and after getting out the car, Rainford right now continues to pump in those laps. And to be fair, with the fastest lap of 37.996, I think that is very safely in the bag. Nobody else has been able to set a lap lower than what is a 43. And the next fastest lap of this race has been from the Ginetta G55 GT4 of Bingham and Lions. That was set by Bingham earlier on, and that was a 43.017. But meanwhile, we'll look from them in terms of the statistics to what's happening here, and that's the number 2 and the 47 together. Drive-through penalties just been awarded to the 55, by the way. So more penalties coming. Well, it definitely seems as though here penalties could be going all the way to the very end here, so just we'll keep an eye on it, ladies and gentlemen, because there could be some surprises before this one is all said and done. But the fighting out on the circuit right now has definitely taken a turn for the quiet. Just trying to see it out. At this point in the race as well, even if you have had a driver swap, of course, heading towards the end, the mentality at this point is you don't want to be looking at the clock, you don't want to know how many laps are left. All you want to know is when you see the board that says final lap, and then subsequently the checkered flag here. If you start looking at the time or trying to guess how many laps you've got left, that can be as big of a distraction as it can be looking at one of your rivals out there. Albeit right now, Rainford doesn't want the distraction in front of him. Oh, the 47 and the 2 getting a little bit closer together. As we can definitely see there, Anastasi tucking in behind at the moment. Well, he's looking to the rear of Maulsdale. The Invitational BMW M2 that is a lap ahead, and I think the Ginetta would like to make its way on through, but for now it's just going to follow in the wheel tracks here, and this might be just as much following a bit of a pace car, if you will, and just seeing where that BMW M2 gains a bit more time, and perhaps learning a few more lines at the Oulton Park circuit, which is always one of the values when you're behind someone who's a lap up on you, but you're on a similar pace. You can use them as a bit of a pace car and understand exactly where they make a bit more time than you, and use it as a bit of a driving improvement opportunity. Look to the teddy bear Ginetta when it's way on past us. Down there, once one of our other Ginettas. Right, plenty of Ginettas out there, so great to see, particularly with the Ginetta Junior Series recently wrapping itself up at Donington Park, and also the Ginetta Series, the Ginetta Senior Series wrapping it up at Donington Park only a weekend ago. And well, we've got plenty of Ginettas here. The Ginetta car is a very popular racing machine, a very intriguing machine as well, very lightweight, front engine rear wheel drive. A car that is absolutely iconic for its profile there, as we get that lovely view of the number 63 as it roars its way on past our cameraman down at the Shell Oils Bend. But right now, that is your second place runner in the GT class. They'd love to be, they are the leading Ginetta out there, but because they are in the GT category, they're not the leader of their class, unfortunately. Instead, here is your Ginetta leader as they make their way up the inside of the number 10 BMW there to unlap themselves off a bait. And well, that leading Ginetta is none other than the one run by Skeets at the moment, as he heads towards that timeline, and then 3.5 minutes left with Addison right behind. And well, between the two is a lap ahead car, albeit I can imagine that Martin Addison will be very eager to try and unlap himself here. He wants to try and gain an overall position before this is all said and done on the main Skeet. Ginetta, but we'll see what he can do there to get involved, because I think he's going to be looking at this and wondering, how do I get the message through to Bates, which is, can I get past you, because I want to go overall position racing here. He does take a bit of a peek there in towards Island Bend, so he's trying to send a bit of proverbial racing Morse code. However, well, Bates in the end sees it coming, sees Addison, gives him a bit of space and says to Addison, go for it on the brakes if you dare, and Addison says, I dare indeed I do, sir, as they roll away outwards, and now, well, Addison's going to have an opportunity to chase down the other category, Janetta, as he comes through the chicane. Run onto the back of them, well, is your overall leader, the Amspeed Porsche. That gets ready now to try and put a lap on them as well. So right now, Bates is no stranger to a little bit of action as the blue flag there waves for a brief moment. And, well, it won't be long before it does wave again. Elsewhere, we have had a change for 6th place. Barton, the guest machine, has made its way on past Murphy, the 2nd place trophy car in the BMW 36 M3 GTR. So some changes afoot there, but none in class position at the moment. And it does seem as though these classes definitely locked down now, barring any late incident or misfortune. But we don't want to put the commentators' curse. Hopefully we do see everyone at this point get to the checkered flags. They've done so well to make it the best part of 88 minutes. And we wouldn't want to see anybody come to an end right before it. As we do see our leader then make his way and put a lap on the field, going on past their Bates one more time. We have got, I believe, 2 more laps to go here with 1 minute 40 left on the clock. So there we go. It's going to be Charles Rainford here going on to the penultimate lap of this race. Having done 45 laps, there'll be a 46th and, if we're fortunate, a 47th lap. It does find a little bit of traffic in front here, so things will be a little bit tight. But I think it's going to be one of those situations right now whereby he'll be smart, he'll be tactical about it, and use the Porsche's exit speed on the corners, plus also the straights just to creep on through. We then come to your 2nd place GT class driver there, who is effectively the GT leader when you exclude the invitational car of Molesdale. Of course, Molesdale there are racing for a higher purpose. And start racing on none other than Just Still Racing, I do believe. And right now leading that GT class. So it will be a class win, but it won't be worth any points. And well, really then we do have that 118 right now doing everything right. The 63-year-old GT3 effective leader when it comes to points. But flashing lights there, Addison trying to say to the Janetta there, look, we're on the lead, we're on the same lap together, but I'm going to need you to step aside as our overall leader has cleared them both already. And I don't think Skeets is getting the memo there right now. I think he wants to try and hold on to this overall position for a little bit longer in the 118 rescue machine as they power their way up the hill. And the Aston Martin not getting a good exit out of Knickerbrook corner. Janetta very nimble through the corners. And it's on the straights, that's where the Aston really does gain the time. The GT4 versus Janetta machine, slightly different power output between them as well. The Janetta a little bit less speed by comparison in terms of the engine output department, but the power to weight ratio quite nice. But as we do see the Amspeed leader come out the final corner, is it checker flag or is it one more? It is going to be one more lap. So here we go then, one final time for Charles Rainford. And Don Malone was in the car at the start. He did 2 brilliant stints, but now it's Rainford who's taken over the car and he's going to roar it all the way. And can he bring it on home? I think the answer is yes. Of course, he has 1 lap between that and Destiny right now, as he roars his way through. And the BTCC winner in terms of taking the race win in 2025 at Brands Hatch. Well, right now this is going to definitely not quite have the same emotional weight of that previous moment, but definitely it's going to feel special. As there we do see the number 2, the Jeff Steele Racing Invitational car of Molesdale, currently in 3rd place. And definitely enjoying a very good run there, and that will feel special to take the GT class win. Being so far down the order in the early stages, only then to come on through for strategy and smarts. And well, that's an absolutely brilliant effort there, and I'm sure the Jeff Steele Racing team will be very proud of that one, because that's what Jeff Steele and the team were all about in terms of using the intelligence and the knowledge in order to get the most out of the car and out of a result. But our leader now comes back to us here through Hilltop, and this Porsche Cup car definitely has been an absolute beast out there today. It's had rivals in previous rounds of the championship in the form of Ferrari Challenge machines. Indeed, many of you may remember the Johnny Molam driven car really taking the fight to the Porsche Challenge car, and it was all about the straights versus the corners of the 2 different machines. As we do see there the Team Brit machine, and stepping aside for a brief moment, that's the Morgan and Fullick car that has decided to respect the blue flags and really get out of the way nice and early. Well, there's our 2nd place runner of Bates in the Woodrow Motorsport machine. But as he comes out the final quarter, Don Malone did the hard work on the opening couple of stints, but for Charles Rainford, a checker flag beckons, and it's going to be victory overall and in the challenge class there for Amspeed. A brilliant effort from them, and what a drive. They have put a lap over the field, but with that now, we will then come to our 2nd second place finisher, and this is going to be your trophy class winner in number 10. And Woodrow Motorsport are going to bring this one home with Bates at the helm of the car. A brilliant effort from the BMW M3 E46 team, and we'll hand out the window celebrating immediately. It then won't be too much longer before we do see what will be your third place finisher, and that's going to be your GT class winner coming across the line. And what an emotional moment that's Molesdale, the Jeff Steele Racing Invitational car that takes the GT class win. Second place in class, but taking the winner's point, it will be the Ginetta G55 GT4 of Bingham and Lyons there, with Lyons at the helm of the car right at the end. We have also seen in that picture shot what was the winner in the Ginetta class, the May and Skeets 118 Rescue Machine, taking victory with Skeets behind the wheel. Well done to them. And then we've got a bit of time before we do have then the challenge car of Sanders and Leighton coming through for second place in their class, sixth on the road, and it will be Murphy coming across the line about 20 seconds behind. We've also got some more winners to come on through in the form of your Cup class, and well, it's going to be a championship lead extended when they come on through, because Team Brit are going to make it another win in their class, and well, it started in the hands of Asher Silver, but it will be Bobby Trundley who will be bringing it to the finish line when they do come. Just bear with us a bit of patience, ladies and gentlemen. And they're almost there, but of course we're just waiting for that shuffled field. Well, there comes Wilder, drives on through. That's the 721 of Murphy. He'll be taking what will be 7th on the road, 2nd in trophy. And then very shortly, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be a victory there for Asher Silver and Bobby Trundley in the Cup class, and it moves them one step closer to the overall championship crown for this 2025 campaign. A brilliant effort from them, and indeed got everything right, with Asher Silver doing the first 2 stints, despite us getting it wrong with regards to the first stint. Bobby Trundley definitely putting us in our place, and with it, showing the field his place at the very front of the field as well, alongside Asher. A brilliant job between them, and we are waiting to find out whether the Horn Avery TCR has made it to the finish. It's in the pit lane at the moment, so that may be finishing the pits, but I believe it will be classified as the TCR winner. And there is your final finisher of this race in 16th place. It's the 3rd place Cup car of Story and McCullough there, the BMW 130. Makes it to the end, which is absolutely lovely to see. So in the end, 22 starters, and we did see a grand total of what was, as classified, 18 finishers, as we do see our winner making his way in towards the pit lane. And in fact, they're having to open up the entry. These cars have very tight steering locks at low speed, and will they all defect into the pits? And I'm sure Ian Walthouse is going to be there very shortly, and we're going to be cut into a word with our top finishers. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, cars are there, Ian's there as well. You know what time it is? It's time for some interviews here from race number 10 of the Britcar Endurance Championship.
Here we go. Oh yes, the champagne tastes sweeter on the top step, doesn't it? Indeed. Don Malone and Charles Rainford here taking the win. Brilliant stuff indeed. What a performance there by Callum Bates, just off to our right hand side. We'll hear from him very shortly indeed, just as we wait for Paul Molesdale to come in as well. Very fitting from Jeff Steele Racing to get onto the podium. Charles, you and Dom have been absolutely remarkable today.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Porsche's amazing, isn't it? No, it's fair play. Amspeed are incredible. Dom did a fantastic job. All I really need to do is drive round. So, yeah, fair play.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, today, thankfully, it was, just because Dom and the team were so amazing.
Can I just ask a very quick question? Champagne, does it taste a little bit better from the top step?
Oh, always, you know. It's, yeah, it's going to be a sweet drive home tonight. A long drive home, but a sweet one, certainly.
Well, where you got to go? Where's home?
Home's
roughly.
Home's around the Gatwick area, so a little trek, but yeah, nothing can't handle tonight.
Well done. Congratulations, Charles Rainford there. Dom Malone as well. Where on earth did Callum Bates go? Well, actually, we'll speak to him shortly, because right now here I want to speak to Paul Molesdale. A very, very fitting result indeed. We had a minute's silence for the Jeff Steele, who sadly passed away. Now it's a podium overall for Jeff Steele Racing. But I'll let you get your helmet off. It's just going to go over and just have a quick chat with the team as well. Callum, let's have a chat with you, because that was some drive from you.
Yeah, that was hard work. I'm very hot now.
I can see your face looks a bit redder than usual, but look, you just seem to get everything right.
Yeah, we were really lucky with the safety car. Pit stops were fantastic. The team just kept us in the loop with what we're going on, and yeah, kept it all together. We were getting a bit hairy towards the end, a couple of track limits, and we were on the black flag, so it was very close. Had to rein it in a little bit.
Well done. Look, go enjoy this one, celebrate, you deserve it. Good stuff. And we'll speak to Paul as soon as he gets his helmet off as well. Yes, like I said, the sad passing of Jeff Steele recently, and Paul has put it on to the podium. A very, very fitting tribute to Jeff Steele there, Paul.
Peter.
Oh, Peter! Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it was. That's great, isn't it? What a result. Yeah, quite an emotional weekend.
Yeah.
But yeah, great. Very happy for the team. Team just do an awesome job, don't they? You know, Jeff's been doing it for years and years.
Yeah.
We've been racing with him for 20 years. So, you know, sadly missed, but I mean, he builds a car.
He knew what he was doing, didn't he? And you know what you're doing behind the wheel as well.
Well, sometimes.
Congratulations,
Thanks
Peter.
very much.
Well done indeed. Good stuff indeed. Oh, I've got Paul written down here. Anyway, yes, congratulations, Peter. Let's just have a quick look around, just move around. Harry, how was it out there? All right?
Yeah, it was really, really hot, as you can probably see from the hair, yeah. But tell you what, it was great to go racing, great to go close racing, and it'd be great to celebrate Jeff Steele's life with trying to get as quickly as can with the BMWs. But yeah, it was really good out there, nice close racing, so yeah. Good.
I'm sure he'd be very proud of what he's seen. We'll just be chatting to Peter as well, of course, outright podium. So an emotional day for everyone.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, massive congratulations to Peter. I mean, it's his first time driving the car on slicks. It's a brand new build from the guys. They've done such a good job building the car. I mean, it's what they could do before, that's what they can do now. So yeah, the team's still going strong, the mega guys.
Brilliant. Congratulations. Well done indeed. Right, so I just want to say a big thank you to this young lady over here as well, Amy, who joined us in the pit lane. Amy, did you enjoy experiencing what we've been doing in the pit lane today?
It's been so much fun. I think motorsport itself anyway is really energetic. Britcar is always a good weekend, so get down to Brands Hatch if you can. And it's been great to chat to some of the drivers as well and see Oulton Park. The race track here is phenomenal. So
it's pretty special, isn't it? It's a test, isn't it?
it definitely is. There's so many tight corners here, and if the size of the cars on the track, I don't think you realise until you come to a track how small actually a track can be, and it can be difficult for the drivers. So yeah, heck of a race. A lot of safety cars as expected, but it's been a lot of fun.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Amy. We have seen a bit of a thriller here for Britcar Endurance. Not over, though, for the season. They head to Brands Hatch next month for 2 45-minute races to round out the season. We're not done yet here either. In fact, we've still got 5 more races to come. Next out on track will be track action. So let's hand over to your commentator, Paul Walsh.
Thank you, Ian, and well, brilliant effort there from both Ian and Amy throughout the entirety of the Britcar Endurance Championship race there, and really great to have Amy conducting some interviews with our drivers alongside Ian throughout. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we take a brief breath from the endurance racing, and now we get set for what will be back to sprint racing for the remainder of the day, because we've still got plenty of racing action to come here at Oulton Park on this wonderful Saturday afternoon. Indeed, the sun is still shining, and well, hopefully it stays here in the Cheshire countryside for a little bit longer, because we've been enjoying it. And next up is the Track Action Racing Club's 13th race of the season. Remember, this is a series, not a championship, and it's all about bringing a car to the circuit and having a good old scrap with it. And on pole position, well, it is none other than Dan Robinson in the 169. His Honda Civic lines up on the front row in a very close qualifying session in the end for many, but not for Dan Robinson when he put it on pole by the best part of 1.1 seconds. Joined on the front row of the grid, Lee Curry there in the Renault Clio. And representing the French brands there, because it is Auto de France, of course. And then we do have the man who turns up in a Skoda, of all things, Paul Roderson in his Skoda Octavia. He'll start third, and he'll be buoyant coming into this, having recently gone racing the Skoda Octavia in none other than VW Classic Racing, the VW Cup at Silverstone at the end of September. He absolutely dominated proceedings there. Can he make his way to the front and dominate proceedings here in the 2 races today? We will see. If not, Callum Trump in the Nissan 350Z will the last time we saw him go racing at Oulton Park at the Island Circuit, he definitely showed us one thing. If he gets a quick start, he makes that Nissan so wide that you would imagine it's impossible to pass it. But can he repeat his heroics the last time he was here? If not, Dan Earl in the Astra VXR, representing the British brand, starts in 5th place ahead of Adam Croft, with then Chris Coomer. An emotional one this one will be for the Renault Clio driver, because of course he makes his debut in the Track Action Racing Club here today. And he's racing in memory of Ben Southwood in Ben Southwood's car. And, well, Ben Southwood, a story of sim racer turned real-life racer. And right now, Chris Coomer carrying on the torch and looking to see if he can get it all the way to the front of the field. Chris Bassett gives him company there, starting 8th on the grid in the Peugeot 306. And then it will be Grant Hatfield and John Hallowell who round off your top 10. But we've got a few more rows of this grid to go. Indeed, we've got a 20-car grid, and we're going to show you that second half of the grid in due course. But as all of our drivers get set, remember, we have got a whole mixture of cars here, and that's why all the door number backings you see on these grids are completely multicoloured in reference to different car categorisations, with the likes of German marks, the Deutsche Marks Cup. We also do have the Britannia Brands Cup. We've got the Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup. We've also got Nippon Challenge in reference to the Japanese and Asian manufacturers, and we've also got the Tricolor Trophy in reference to French manufacturers. But as we come onto the second half of the grid and the cars gradually make the way on around, it's James Easton who starts in 11th in his Mazda RX-8, and we'll look forward to seeing the rotary engine go roaring forward in that. He'll be in the company of Dale Edwards in the Peugeot 206 GTI, who starts 12th. David Richardson is Audi TT. Well, it didn't quite work out last time they went racing at Donington Park National, but hopefully he can have a much more positive day today. We'd love to see that Audi TT make its way through the field. David Beecroft will join him on that 7th row of the grid in the Citroen Saxo. Then on round number 8, it's going to be Jake Richardson in the Peugeot 206 GTI. And Noah Checkley in the Peugeot 206 GTI, because all of your yellow backed door number machines here, that is your Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. And well, Noah Checkley today will want to try and beat Richardson. He'll want to try and finally put a win on the board. It's been a while since he's had one, and more the youngster will be very eager, and his dad will be very proudly watching. Stephen Rigby starts in none other than 17th place in his Mazda MX-5 amongst the Peugeot 206 GTIs, and Owen Anderson will join him on row number 9 with your top 20, and indeed your grid completed by Chris Van in the Peugeot 206, and alongside him will be fellow GTI Cup machine Jake Donaldson. So it's going to be a crowded grid, no lap set from Donaldson. Hopefully we'll see him on the grid and it's not the sign of an issue that has struck, but we will wait and see. But a 20-car grid here, and the track action, as we said right at the start, this is all about catering for, if you've got a shoestring budget and you've got a car you want to go racing with, just make sure it's compliant, has a roll cage, and it has had a few things changed on it in order to make it eligible to go racing and then jump on the grid. Most of these cars, you can imagine, they were road cars, very quickly turned into racing cars, and track action is aimed entirely at just providing the series. There's no championship, there's no points up for grabs. Of course, there are some trophies for the overall winners. However, the most important thing is just get out there and have fun. And that's exactly what all these different drivers are doing. They've taken a whole host of cars. It really is an absolute scramble of manufacturers, and we're going to get to see plenty of racing fun. The only car that is very tightly controlled, of course, is the Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup, because they're all equal machines and they all are running on very tightly controlled Nanking racing tyres. But as we do look to the YouTube chat there, because I know a number of you have been very patiently waiting for the track action to go racing, as well as enjoying the Britcar Endurance Championship, of course. Well, we do say hello there to Sophie South, also to Tanya Pearson, and well, both of you there wishing all the best to the 381 and saying thank you to Chris for racing in the car in honour of Ben Southwood. And Tanya Pearson, very emotional this will be as wife to Ben Southwood. I'm very happy to have you with us, Tanya, and indeed I hope that this race is definitely going to be one that you can fondly remember your husband by, and we look forward to seeing what Chris can do in the car. Chris Coomer, of course, keep your eyes out for him, as we also do see Mr. Hubbard there saying he's absolutely locked in and looking forward to it. Pablo Czech says good luck, Noah Checkley racing, and as they all come back to us, ladies and gentlemen, we're not too far away from going green flag racing for the first of 2 races here today, starting with round number 13 of the Track Action Racing Club's 2025 campaign. So the field gradually filters its way through. They all make their way into position. Looks like there's been a bit of a shuffle, because we do have Paul Roderson, in fact, now on the front row of the grid. No, in fact, I think that's my eyesight deceiving. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't want to cause any panic there. That it is the case that Octavia is so large. But green flag up at the back, and well, the lights will be going on when the last couple of cars get into position. The thumbs go up, the green flags wave, the 5-second board comes up, the lights go on. You know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, it is go, go, go for the Track Action Racing Club. And well, it's a quick start there from our two front row starters, but the best start there from Lee Curry takes the lead as Callum Trump has a lightning start. Looks one way then the other, he can't quite find it. We always said watch out for Trump, and he can't top Trump's already on the launch. Paul Rodderson, meanwhile, has had a very slow start. Car around there. Ooh, careful everybody. They all slide one way there. Oh no, that's all gone wrong, and that's a couple of our Peugeot 206s being collected in the chaos and carnage as the Castle Carpet Renault Clio there, definitely right in the scene of the instant. I think got a little sideways, tried to settle the car down, but everyone was at full speed. But unfortunately, it does mean we've lost one of our Peugeot 206s, and once we can see the number of it, we will confirm, ladies and gentlemen. We won't say anything until we know, but we're definitely immediately under a safety car there because that Peugeot is not going to go. Hand up there from our leader, and that is the number 73 car there of Croft. He puts his hand up to say to the marshals, I've seen the fact we're under full course yellows, and therefore I'm not going racing, I will slow the field down. But now they all come together, we are under that safety car, and well, definitely a bit of a difficult start there, and we'll see and try and tell you as soon as we can exactly who it's gone wrong for, unless of course you're astute eyes and you've seen it already, ladies and gentlemen, as we do say hello there to Alan 1066, who says all the best, Chris, from Track Day Motorsport or TDM. And we do get a replay, ladies and gentlemen, of what exactly happened, and we'll give us a brief moment and we will get you that replay of the incident from the start. Just going to appear on screen very shortly. Here it is. Well, the 381 car there came into the scene, got tapped on the rear, but went to the grass, and meanwhile the Peugeot 206 to the right. But in the middle of it all, it looks like that as everybody was fanning to dodge the wayward and rejoining Renault Clio, the Peugeot 206 in particular all got caught on each other, and unfortunately one car got escorted to the barrier. It was a bit of a scramble there, and the problem is you may be asking, well, why did it end up that way? Well, you can imagine the instance occurred further up the pack, and then everyone's come full speed through that corner and is unsighted. Plus also, you've had a bit of dust go up as well. That doesn't help with visibility. And the thing is, as far as the drivers are concerned, no yellow flags are waving. They'll be keeping an eye out for them, and because no yellow flags are waving, they'll believe that it can keep going full tilt. That's not a failure of the marshals either, because by the time the marshals are waving the yellow flags, already they'll all be at the scene of the incident. So I think everyone's just tried to throttle through it and take evasive action as they've reacted to the scene of the incident, but unfortunately it hasn't quite worked out there, as I believe our cars now are making their way across the start-finish line, and we will be able to give you an update of who was involved and who the biggest winners and losers are as a result of what's happened. And something tells me it was our front row starter of Curry, that being Lee Curry, who got caught up there. Yes, he did. Unfortunately for Lee Curry, he's gone all the way down the field. He is still running. The car that's parked up, meanwhile, that seems to be, that looks to be the 303 perhaps of Richardson. So that is our Peugeot 206 GTI car that we've had it go wrong for. We have also had problems at Anderson, who has not come across the line as of yet. I'm not quite sure where Anderson is. That might be Anderson's car. In fact, that, let me get my X-ray specs on. That is Anderson's car there. That is the 25 on closer inspection. So Anderson was the one who ended up being parked in the barrier here. Meanwhile, Richardson's car we have not seen come through. I wonder if Richardson even made it to the grid. Not being rude about him, but he didn't have a qualifying lap, so I wonder if that car came into woes earlier on today and has not gone racing at all. As everyone else is out there, this is going to lead to a bit of intrigue, of course, because it does mean that Curry's going to be at the back of the field. He's in the pits at the moment with work being done on the car. However, unfortunately, what it also does mean is that Chris Coomer in the 381, in honour of Ben Southwood, has dropped all the way to 16th. But the most important thing is that Renault Clio has made it through the chaos of the opening corner. It has survived it, and now it will carry on racing. So giving you a quick recap of the top 10, it is Croft ahead of Trump. We have Trump with that lightning start jumping from what was 4th to 1st initially, but Croft got back ahead of him, Croft having his own lightning start. Bassett is in 3rd ahead of Robinson, who dropped 3 places since the start, having started on pole in his Honda Civic. Then we've got Edwards in 5th ahead of Easton, with Rodderson, who had a very slow start in Skoda Octavia, falling all the way down the order and recovering to 7th after a 3rd place start. And it's Hatfield, Hallowell and Beecroft to complete your top 10, and best the rest at the moment is none other than your Peugeot 206 GTI Cup leader, Noah Checkley. So Checkley was able to survive all the madness, and with it he's been rewarded with the lead of that class. But you can see the car being recovered at the moment, And well, I can see the question there from Brum Racing in the YouTube chat saying, is it always that bouncy offline? And indeed, when you do look at the grass here at Oulton Park, you think it looks relatively flat. Surely if they go onto the grass, there's not going to be any worries at all. It's almost as if it's driving on tarmac, except it's green. Not quite, unfortunately. It is the situation whereby there are a lot of small undulations in that grass and the car will bounce up and down. As we do say hello there to Sky Hitter and also to Jamie Dory, and hope you guys are all doing well. We also do say hello there, I believe, to John in the YouTube chat a little bit earlier on, who's enjoying himself, and also to Callum, who massively enjoyed the British Endurance Championship race that just preceded this one. And also, let's not forget, let's say hello to Fox HD 1986 there. But we're just going to go silent a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, whilst the car there is being recovered. And we'll be back to racing in due course when we see the lights go off the safety car. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with a bit of silence, we now come back because we did just see the number 25 machine of Anderson on the low loader and now gradually making its way back to the pit lane. And I suspect we will probably be going back to green flag racing, if not on this lap, then probably on the next one. Unfortunately, it does mean that what was a 15-minute race will now definitely turn into, if we go racing at the end of this lap, we will have the best part of about 6 to 5.5 minutes as we do see the Gareth Newton and Sean Clark driven safety car making its way on around there. And well, I can tell you, I've yet to go in one of those around a circuit. I've been in an N-Line edition, and those Hyundai Ioniq 5s are incredibly quick machines, and they're entirely electric, of course, as well. Well, they're not powered on AA batteries, they're powered on something much stronger. And also a very unique car in the fact that Hyundai have done everything they can in order to try and replicate gear shifts in an electric car. Definitely look it up if you're curious, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably one of the most intriguing ways of attempting to turn essentially a car that can be used out of track that's entirely electric, so no gears, into something that does feel as though it's on some degree of what is a semi-automatic transmission or a paddle shift transmission, if you will. But safety car aside, safety car drivers doing a fantastic job of keeping the field together and maintaining the pace, but we are due to go racing, and when we do, well, if it's not at the end of this lap, then we'll probably only have 4 minutes left, but this is definitely going to be a sprint to the finish. It's going to be a very short sprint. In fact, safety car lights off, so we're going to get 5.5 minutes of racing. Fantastic, I say, and I think many of you agree, because we want to see the track action at full speed. And well, after one more corner, it's going to be to Croft to take us to green flag racing in his wonderful machine. And now to the final corner they go, and as they do, it is go, go, go. But look at Callum Trump immediately on the offensive. He can't overtake until the start-finish line, but he's trying to poke his way through. Croft goes as defensive as possible here, as meanwhile it's going to be Bassett looking up the inside. That Peugeot 306 absolutely lightning quick, much like Callan Trump. Trump seems to have the best of the standing starts, and meanwhile the Peugeot 306 seems to have the best of the rolling starts. That's not before we see Robinson in his Honda Civic diving up the inside. On paper, Robinson should be the fastest driver here because of the fact he put it on pole by over a second. However, will that be the case in reality? As that's going to be side by side there between the Mazda RX-8 and the Audi TT of Eastham and Hatfield. But our leaders come back to us, and as they make their way in towards Island Bend, top four now static. Trump seems to have broken away a little bit from the Honda Civic behind Robinson, and now is trying to put some pressure on Croft here as they come through that right-hander. Trump nice and low, and meanwhile Croft going a little bit too high, but look at that Honda, here it comes. It's going to try and look around the outside, but backs off the throttle there. 9.2 does not go into 1 on a fast right before Britain's chicane, but that's a message being sent there by Robinson, which is, I'm taking this lead off you soon. Not if he makes a mistake like that. A little bit too eager, and I think a little bit of understeer there, and torque steer just pulling the car to the grass. That Honda Civic is looking very quick as they head onto the brakes. Roddison a bit further behind, in 5th at the moment, still watching. He's trying to get a bit closer. He has made some progress. In fact, he's gained 2 places since the restart as Paul Roddison, so he's up from 7th to 5th. And we do see a bit of fighting further back here. So it's the battle of the Volkswagen and the Vauxhall there. Great to see the Vauxhall out. And that is going to be the Astra VXR of Earl, who's running currently in 13th place, trying to pick his way onto another place, and particularly trying to make his way up into the top 10 if he can. But the field calms down for a brief moment. Peugeot GTI Cup class is still in the hands of Noah Checkley at this time. Hold up, that's not normal. That is weight reduction, but not in the right way. That's a front bumper that's hanging off there. Has there been contact? Well, that is the Honda Civic of Robinson that's had a front bumper completely come upwards. And, well, we will try and understand if there's any other car that's been caught in. We haven't seen anything so far, but as soon as we know, we'll let you know, ladies and gentlemen. But that is going to be our Honda Civic drive peeling into the pit lane. So his charge, that of Robinson's charge, has come to a close. But meanwhile, the charge does not stop here for the 87. Let's look up the inside there from Earl, up the inside of Halliwell, and also up the inside of Hatfield now as he moves his way up into 6th place. They come back towards us, and well, some time before they do, there's your standings in the left-hand side of your screen there, ladies and gentlemen, as we do look to Drury's Bend for a brief moment before we come back to the action that's playing out at Ireland. Well, right now, in a bit of an island of his own, is Croft. As he makes his way through the fast right-hander here as Shell Oils. This time gets it much nice and lower, using all the camber of the road to his advantage there. You want to be tucked in so tight so as to carry the speed on exits. That way you can bury the throttle and attack. Callan Trump is close behind him, and right now there is nothing between these two. Roddison, meanwhile, he's now really starting to come alive here as Paul Roddison. I wonder whether Roddison fancies his chances, because they'll have this lap plus one more, and his pace right now screams out that he's able to match the leaders. Croft has set the fastest lap of the race, and that was a 1:58 last time around, a 58.0. Where Roddison, meanwhile, a 58.4. He's not far off, and also Roddison's had to pick his way through. Oh, goodness me, that's late braking from the car behind, but the 119 and number 68 goes side by side. That's Edwards there, trying to clear what will be Hatfield, but Hatfield gains the place of him as they head up the hill, and well, it's going to be a double whammy here, because in the end, that's also going to be Earl. Well, no, that won't be Earl heading on up. That's going to be other cars there as well. It's a bit further back. Couldn't quite see the door number of it, but that's 2 places made at the cost there of our driver, of Edwards. But back to the leaders. Will they get one more lap in? Yes, they will. Will they get 2 in? No, they won't. They haven't got enough time. So right now, I think Croft is going to be safe for the win here, but Roddison is on the attack for second. Onto the inside of Trump. Right up the inside he goes, in towards the opening corner, and I don't think Callan Trump's really got a response here other than let it run a bit wide. And well, he'll get away with it this time, in the fact he's had no warnings of track limits so far. If he does it again, well, he won't be doing it again because this is the final lap. Coming on down behind, Bassett in his Peugeot 306 plays spectator view there. He's got the popcorn between his legs, hypothetically speaking, and he waits as Earl in 5th, his Vauxhall, his Astra VXR definitely making haste, but not able to get into that top 4 fight. Our leader of Croft will last out at 57.1. Meanwhile, Roddison a 55.197. This may not be over yet, ladies and gentlemen. I think Roddison's going to be there on the final stretch of the circuit as they come out to Shell Oils. Look how quick he's going at this point. He's absolutely attacking his Roddison. And well, that Skoda's needed a bit of time to get up to temperature, but once he's got it there, right now he is feeling absolutely alive. Decent exit out of Britain's for Croft. He is holding on at the moment as they head over the crest. but we are going to wait and find out whether Rodderson can go for the move in towards the Hislop chicane. The answer is no, he can't, but he can be right there. If he was any closer at this point, I think they'd be conjoined at the bumper. Out to Nickbrook corner. Will Rodderson get a better launch out the bend? Not initially, but now the speed comes alive here. What is the front engine front wheel drive car in front, the Volkswagen definitely has it all in the corners, but on the straight, will Rodderson go for it into Druids Bend? No, I think he's going to target a run here coming out of the corner, alternatively the drag race to the finish line. This is going to be very close between them, and right now it's all going to come down to corner exit and how much Croft can get out of the corner versus Rodderson. But where they come, and it's going to be Croft going across, as it's going to be Rodderson right on the back of him there. Well, in the end, both drivers want it, but who wants it more? Drag race to the line here. Croft's ahead, but is he going to make it to the checkered flag? He is. Croft takes victory just ahead of Rodderson, and then it will be Bassett who just pits Trump to line in a similar configuration. Then we do have a bit of time behind. It will be about 6 seconds before we do get to the Vauxhall of Earl. Well, 6 seconds has passed. Where is Earl's car, I'm wondering? It's not there, so Earl's had something go wrong right at the end. So we will see what we Hatfield come home for 5th, ahead of Halliwell. Then we are going to have Edwards in the end take 7th place. Easton takes 8th, just behind him with Mazda RX-8. And then we're going to have Beecroft taking 9th place there. And then the 381, Chris Coomer, brings it on home in 10th place there. A brilliant drive from him. We hope to see a bit more later on today, just ahead of Richardson in the Audi TT. Got a bit more of a gap before we do get to your Peugeot 206 GTI Cup class. Checkley was leading on the previous lap. Is he still leading? Yes, he is. There comes Noah Checkley, hand up in the air. He's celebrating that one, and I think his dad's on the pit wall will be celebrating, and the family will be absolutely jubilant. We've then got your Mazda MX-5 coming to the line. That will be Rigby ahead of your runner-up in what will be the 206 Cup class, and that's going to be a Van, then it'll be Donaldson. And unfortunately, we have lost Earl somewhere, but we're not quite sure where. If you have seen him, ladies and gents, but if you are circuit side right now, tuning and listening, do let us know. But definitely right now, a big surprise there to lose our Vauxhall Astra right at the end. But meanwhile, well, goodness me, he had to do it all at the end by going absolutely defensive to Croft. He held off Rodderson. I suspect race number 2 is going to be much of the same. Rodderson's got his hand up there to celebrate. He enjoyed a good race, have a recovery there after a nightmare start for Paul Rodderson, one of his weakest starts we've seen in a while. But to be fair, it's not about how you start a race, it's about how you finish. And in the end, we only had what was effectively 3 laps of racing, but goodness me, they were 3 incredible laps here as we bring you these race results subject to any stewards' inquiries. Adam Croft then took the victory in round number 13 of the Track Action Racing Club. The series for 2025 has seen Croft just ahead of Paul Rodderson by 200ths at the finish line. And it was Chris Bassett who rounded off your top 3, just sneaking ahead of Callan Trump right at the finish. But credit where it's due to Callan Trump, took the lead of the race into the opening corner with a lightning quick start in his Nissan 350Z, only then to find out that over the distance it hasn't quite got the punch of the others, but it's definitely got it on the start. Grant Hatfield managed to finish in 5th in the end in the Audi TT, great effort from him, ahead of the Volkswagen Scirocco of John Halliwell. And then we did see Dale Edwards in none other. And then what was 7th place ahead of James Easton, with David Beecroft there in 9th ahead of Chris Coomer in the 381. An emotional finish there. Wasn't quite able to win his class in the tricolor class, but definitely was able to finish 2nd, and a close 2nd behind Beecroft. Expect a fight between them in the 2nd race later on today. David Richardson took 11th place there, best of the rest, ahead of Noah Checkley, your 206 GTI Cup winner for the Peugeot manufacturer. And then we did see Stephen Rigby and Chris Van rounded off your top 14 finishers. Fastest lap of the race went to Paul Rodderson on lap 6, the final laps of the race, and it was an incredible 54.85. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it may have been a very short race race-wise, but definitely an exciting one. And the excitement continues as we take to Ian, who's down in the paddock, getting ready to interview our top 3 finishers.
Oh, it doesn't get much closer than that, does it? Oh, Adam, wow. What a finish. No, we need to speak to you as well. We need to speak to the pair of you. 0.025. You just got over the line. In your favour.
Oh,
just, my word, I was watching you two come over down here over the start-finish straight. That was wild. What a finish.
Yeah. He sort of came from nowhere and had to put the car in some in the middle of the circuit for the last lap, and he's got far more power than me, so it's just trying to play the game a little bit.
It might be my fault a little bit, right? Because after the safety car came in, you start to get going again. I was up the top, and signal's a bit ropey down here, so I thought I'll wait to see. And then you pulled out about a 1.7 gap on second, so I thought, I'm pretty certain I'll write Adam's name down in first place, and kind of almost got it wrong, but not quite.
But can you do it again for the second race?
Yeah, okay. Well done. Congratulations. Let's have a chat with this man. Look at this nice little handshake coming in, as understandably so, Paul. 0.025 of a second. That was it. In Adam's favour, though, this time.
Look, I needed one more lap, didn't I?
You needed just to the end of the straight, I think, actually. That was it.
I got that was the worst start I've ever had in a long, long time. I just couldn't find the gear.
And of course, the safety car just stopped you, didn't it?
Yeah, and then once we got going, I'm thinking, I'm asking them, how long have we got left? 9 minutes. I'm like, bloody hell, so I just needed another lap, didn't I?
Can I ask something? No, I always do this because we know we love the Skoda. We know. Is it here to stay long term? Is it coming out to play next year as well?
What do you think?
I think yes.
Definitely, mate. Definitely, it will be here.
I think you still owe me a pint as well, Paul. Well done. Congratulations indeed. Chris Bassett coming home in third place. Let's just jump over here because this was really close, wasn't it? Callum Trump. Oh, sorry, Vicky. Sorry. Let's jump over here and have a chat because it was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, one corner away again, one missed gear away from a first podium.
Well, you never know. Look, we've still got another one to go a little bit later. And listen, is there anything you can take from this race that you can bring into the second one?
Drive faster.
Yeah, okay. I ask that question a lot. People always say that. So yeah. Well done anyway. Congratulations. Yeah, well, we know what we need to do. Let's go over here, shall we, and have a quick chat. Here's Dave Beecroft over here. Of course, does an awful lot for the series. Dave, I promise to always come over chat to you when I can. And now we've come over to have a quick chat. You won't have seen it because it happened right at the front. We just had an exceptional finish here. 0.025 over the line. That's just what Track Action's capable of, isn't it?
That's amazing. That is superb. I'm ashamed I'm not part of that bit, but hey ho.
No, you're a bit back. But
no, as long as the guys all enjoyed themselves. It's a shame about what happened at the start. I don't know what went on, but there was a bit of contact, which is not what we're about.
When we got racing,
they were good with it.
It was good, wasn't it? Listen, somebody watching this, why should they come and get involved in Track Action in 2026?
It's a bunch of guys, put my teeth back in, loads of different cars. Pretty much whatever you've got, we'll find a category for you. You're all welcome. So whether it's a Mazda rotary engine or a Nissan with a V6 in it, or an MR2 or an old Saxon, we'll find some home for you. You can have some fun.
Excellent, Dave. Thank you so
Cheers,
much.
Ian.
Good to see you, and good luck later as well. Don't forget, there is another Track Action race coming up a little bit later. Yes, so if you want to get involved in motorsport, doesn't matter what you have got, come and bring it out to play with Track Action. Right, next race coming up very shortly, CNC Heads. Let's hand back to your commentator, Paul Walsh.
Thank you, Ian. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was an incredible sprint to the finish there in the first of the two Track Action Race Club races here today at Oulton Park. But with that, we go from a series where it's all about just having fun and chasing a win, now back to a championship. Because up next is the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship and their final round of the year. That's right, round 14 of 14 is only moments away. And you know what? Let's build things up as we do see our cars making them out into the circuit by hearing from Ian in an interview earlier on today with one of our competitors.
Right, here we are with Marshall Groves. Marshall in the Vectra. It's a bit of a fan favourite, this car. I know we've spoken about it before. Yeah. That was race number 500 completed. How was it for you, first of all?
Exciting, yeah. I had grip problems. I had a very scrappy qualifying, so I was right in the middle of the pack with all the good old boys. And I had a very enjoyable race, trying to keep it on the island. I was slow initially, and then the tyres came to me. I've got a selection of old and knackered out tyres I've been sorting through at the end of the season. So fitted some new brakes from qualifying, so I had brake problems in qualifying. Managed to do a half-decent job of bedding them in on the green flag lap, as is necessary sometimes. It's a brilliant sport with Carl for the first few laps. Yeah. He came past me and then I came back past him, and with a Caterham as well, who got caught with a back marker at the end. I managed to get him on the last lap, but Vauxhall's still going really well, looking after me. It's got some really rattly bushes. I was waiting to arrive all week, praying for the postman, but unfortunately I didn't come in time, but still handled okay, managed to get it round, so please.
Well, look, you got race 501 coming up for the CNC Heads. Could be that 501. What's your expectation? Final race of the season as well?
Yeah, hopefully go a bit quicker because I've taken the edge off these tyres and brakes now, so it felt really good the last couple of laps. So fingers crossed for have a nice clean second race. Hopefully go a bit better.
Oh, you'll be great. Marshall, thank you so much indeed. Really appreciate it. Oh, you've got nice warm hands. Oh, very nice indeed. Let's grab Chris over here for a quick chat.
Well, apologies, ladies and gents. We did have to cut that extended interview within a couple of our drivers from the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship short, because, of course, we do have our cars making their way onto the grid. But great to hear there from Marshall Groves, a man with hot hands, but also very hot at the wheel of his Vauxhall Challenge machine. But this is how they line up then for their final race of the season. On pole, it is Chris Roberts, who takes that pole position by the best part there of 3 tenths over Simon Alloway, and they were close right at the end of race number 1. Will it be a repeat here in race number 2? Lotus is a speed driver. He knows that he could be on course to wrap up the championship, because some say that he provisionally already has it. How this is a double points round, so it's all slightly still to play for, to be fair, and we won't call it until the end of the season. David Lawrence starts in third in the Seat Leon Cupra, and he will be in the company on road to Bod Buckby, who once again in the Caterham 7 will be looking to go absolutely full attack in the very nimble machine. The only problem for Bod is that he's got Paul Masters right behind him, the Westfield wide body car, well, very close to that Caterham, and the two will be duelling straight from the start. If not, Thomas Cresswell will get involved, starting 6th on the grid on row number 3. Then we do have the Ginetta G20 of Jamie Cryer, that absolutely beautiful looking machine, starting 7th, and in the company of Chris Kuma in the Volkswagen Golf. And then we do have Mark Primmitt starting in 9th in the Banks Lotus Europa, that ended up having to retire from the race earlier on today. Hopefully he's got it back out there, and it is absolutely fine, with Zach Booth, meanwhile, rounding off your top 10 there in the Renault Megane R26. Behind them, starting in 11th, it's Paul Rovro, class pole sitter there in his class in the Citroen Zara VTS, as Carl Bennett will join him on that 6th row of the grid in the BMW M3 E46. Anthony Sullivan begins this one in 13th place, the Mini JCW driver who definitely got elbowed down the order early on. He'll be hoping for a much more straightforward race today, otherwise he's going to be having a brilliant battle with Marshall Groves again in the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge. From Groves, it starts 14th. We then do have Conor Modrow and Philip White, who make up row number 8, the Westfield Aero driver in the company of the BMW 325. We're then row number 9 going to Andy Tate and Alec Modrow, and then we do have William Bartlett there just behind on row number 10. William Bartlett, of course, starting in 19th place ahead of Jason Hennifer. And as they make the way on through, I think we've got a few more cars there, as they've just made their way away onto their formation lap. And in fact, we do now get the second half of the grid up on the screen as we just saw the ball pulling away. Rob Phillips will start this one in 21st place on the front of the grid, ahead of Paul Goodlad. Then John Price and Ricky Walker on row number 12. Mini F56 Challenge machine, a very small machine compared to most of its peers, but to be fair, small and nimble. That's what the original Mini was all about. From them, we then have Baz Johnson in the Pontiac Coupe. It'll be the last time he runs it after the best part of 25 years of running that 911 machine. Well, Baz Johnson will be hoping to end on a high. John Edwards Parton will look to do battle with him in the Ford Fiesta XR2. Then we do have Louis Dobson and John Maddock Jones, who make up row 14, with row 15 going to the pair of Cavan Taylor and Robert Wakelin. That is your top 30. We've still got a few more on this grid, however, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to squeeze them all in because it is an absolutely packed grid of 38 cars. Indeed, absolutely sold out and oversubscribed this. That's what we love. Row number 16 is Robert Claxton and David Jones, with Jonathan Lee and Nick Haynes line off on row number 17. Gary Warburton and Errol Taylor make up your penultimate row of the grid in the very funky looking Toyota Yaris T Sport. And then on the final row of the grid, it's Helen Allen and Matt Hibbert. 38 cars, ladies and gentlemen. They get ready to do battle once again here for the final time for 2025 in the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship. And the big story at the very front of the field is that he only needs a few points. And it could be the situation whereby we'll be seeing a new name taken to the championship title, and it would be Simon Alloway, who be looking to absolutely deliver it. No doubt about it. And indeed, the man who's trying to chase him down was Carl Bennett. However, Carl Bennett didn't quite have the points he wanted from the first race. And remember, this one is worth double points as our season finale, so therefore every position matters in class. As they all even wind their way through, well, we do see one car there, a little bit behind the times, perhaps a bit slow off the grid or leaving the pit lane, so therefore they're going to have to play catch up very quickly. But that is definitely going to delay things potentially as they all make their way to us. But as they do, all these cars right now weaving their way down, trying to get as much tyre temperature as they possibly can. I think, in fact, there's been a slight split in the field there as they've made the way around. I think there has been just a little bit of separation going on here. So it's going to be a bit of time before they all get onto the grid for that standing start. And well, with the sun out here right now, it's going to feel a bit of a different circuit compared to their race this morning, because it was the race that opened up proceedings, was round number 13 of the championship, and we had a very cloudy Oulton Park circuit and no sign of sunshine whatsoever. Now the sun is fully out, a lot of rubber has been laid down since then, so arguably the circuit should now be fully gripped up, and once they've got some tyre temperature, they should be absolutely firing on all cylinders. But the thing we're going to need to watch out for at the very front for overall victory is that Chris Roberts, he was the man who ran away with proceedings as Simon Alloway struggled at the start of the race, but in the final 7 minutes he suddenly found all his pace and was right behind Roberts on the final lap. Will we see a repeat of that, or could we see Simon Alloway not lose a fourth over win this season? Because he really has been the man who has taken the overall victories as well as class victories in Class A. But can one more victory elude him, or can he restore the balance? That and all more we're about to find out. Well, our last couple of cars tiptoe their way into position, ladies and gentlemen. Look how long that field is. They're practically starting at the very end of Deer's Leap, if you will. In fact, I feel sorry for Matt Hibbert because he's got to almost start uphill. He's going to have a very slow start, much like our pole sitters potentially start uphill as well. But all 38 cars are in position. The green flag goes up at the back. You know what time it is then. It's going to be the red lights going on the top left of your screen. After 5 seconds, it's going to be a duel to turn number 1. And without further ado, for CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship for the final time, it's lights down, away we go for their final race of 2025. Round 14 gets underway, and it's a monster start from Simon Alloway. No such issues this time as they make the way on through. I think there's a yellow flag waving further back. Somebody's had a bit of a slow start, but they've all safely made it in towards turn number 1. But now they're all exit, and with that low sun as well, that's not going to help with visibility as they head in towards Cascades for the first time of asking. But down they come, and as they do, it's getting very firm there, as that looks to be a Caterham battling side by side with the Vectra Challenge. In fact, I think that's Modro's Westfield Aero there. I always get the two mixed up, I do apologise for that, but they're fighting very hard as they all come roaring on past us now and in towards the Shell Oils Bend. But look at this, Alloway might have had the better start, but right now Robert says this isn't getting away from me. Well, the thing that Robert struggled with in race number 1 earlier today, of course, was tyre degradation towards the end. The tyres went off right towards the end, and that enabled Alloway to close up as much as Alloway find his pace. Bouncing over the curbs there. Right now Roberts is driving with a little bit of the red mist there, not because he's angry at Alloway, but because he's pretty angry at himself for letting the lead go astray so quickly. But heading over the hill and down they come. A good start there as well from Buckby, your Class B leader, as right now he's enjoying a good run into 3rd place. Can he get involved a little bit here? Can he keep the tension, not just between our top 2, but also further the field? As we do see a 2nd and 3rd in Class B, that's the battle there for the Westfield wide body and the Ginetta G20. Kuma is a little bit further back, but Cryer right now all over the back of Masters and looking to try and find his way through. He couldn't find it in race 1, and if anything fell off, this time he's going to go for it. Through Druids Bend, that's not going to help out at all for Masters. Runs out a bit wide there. Ryan definitely right now looking to be the faster of the 2 drivers at this point. Alloway there sliding and snaking all over the place. Look at the inside there. That was Lawrence trying to get 3rd place back. Arthur Buckley doesn't quite find it. 36 there diving to the inside to hold its position. A good drive in there from our Class B driver as they come towards the end of the opening lap. It's one-way complete. The top 10 stands as follows. It's Alloway ahead of Roberts, followed by Buckby. Then it's Lawrence. Masters sits in 5th, just ahead of Cryer, followed by Alec Modrow. Then we have Booth, Bennett and Groves. That's your top 10. Best the rest of the 11th place. It's Price in the Vauxhall Tigre Silhouette Machine. A bit further back there, we do see a wonderful run from 121 of Hennifer. That forward Fiesta ST180 right now on a mission to try and get back ahead of the Renault Clio Gen 4 of Tate. But the field starts to separate out a little bit. We do see the Pontiac Coupe there of Johnson. He's fallen back a little bit. He's gained multiple places since the start, it should be pointed out, but he's fallen back off the back of one car, as that's somebody going very slowly there, and that's the machine with the licence plate of George. That's the 34 struggling its way along. That is Allen, who is not looking good form. That's Helen Allen here, who I think right now might be making a trip to the pit lane, because it does look as though that car, the Ford Fiesta Z-Tech S, is not under much power here. I wonder if it's misfiring. Alternatively, it has just found a box of neutrals. Well, either way, Helen Allen makes her way into the pit lane, and, well, stepping aside there. And that is a retirement from this race, unfortunately, and the first of hopefully not too many. But back to the racing out on the circuit, and here we can see the 117. That is being run by none other than what is Bennett there, trying to hold off the Renault Megane of Booth. He's made a move at the starters, and that we didn't quite see it, but Booth right now has fallen back to 9th place, and that is for 3rd place in Class D they're fighting over, as they make the way towards us out of Druids. But look at this, in the 36 right now of Alec Modrow. He's put himself in amongst all these. Well, Alec Modrow, one of the 2 Modrow family members here today, is absolutely flying. He's gaining places left, right and centre, and I think he fancies his chances here of taking Class B victories. Up in the 3rd place in class. Here he comes now for 2nd. He's going to go up the inside of Masters. The Westfield driver on the right, and Modrow on the left, and sweeps his way immediately up the inside there. And, well, right now, I don't know what he's found since race number 1, but for Alec Modrow, he has definitely got everything to click together here, and it is showing, because he is flying. Back to your leader, and Simon Alloway right now continuing to pull away here. Lotus and Esprit driver open up a bit of a gap. Now 1.9 seconds clear of Roberts. BMW M4 driver is Class D leader, and he does have Class D runner-up if things were to finish at the current stand of Lawrence right behind him. So it is a bit of a game right now where Roberts wants to chase down Alloway. But I wonder if he's perhaps also thinking about tyre life here and making sure not to overcook the front tyres, so that way Lawrence, and certainly on Cupra, doesn't have an opportunity to get too close by the end of this one, because that's always a thought process. Although Lawrence in the front engine front wheel drive car will also need to be aware of the fact those front tyres, they will need to be managed. A bit further back, because we've got fighting everywhere you look in this field. There is your 164, that's Good Lad, who right now has got, I believe, that's one of our Honda Civics out there, trying to see the door number, but they are running close together. That's Phillips' 176, so we have had Good Lad get ahead. That was into Cascades from what I'm hearing. And, well, from there we can come back to the bottom end of the top 10. And one of the fan favourites here, the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge. Right now, Marshall Groves back behind the wheel enjoying the racing, but this time he's got a different competitor trying to put pressure on him, because this is still for 10th, but that is Price behind him. And first quarter of this race complete, and Alloway continues to lead. What does the gap look like this time? It's new fastest lap of the race, a 46.661. Roberts, meanwhile, the 46.810. So gap opens up by another 2 tenths. However, Roberts is not letting Alloway just disappear up into the distance here. He is trying to keep him honest. The only problem is that for Roberts, we do have Lawrence, who's only a tenth slower, so he is looking close between them. And it's looking a little bit close there between cars. And then we do suddenly see the lovely little Mini, the 149, making his way on around there. And that's Warburton in Class C, and the leader of Class C at the moment. And the little Mini Biglia there running very strongly. So great to see them doing well. A complete mishmash of cars out here, but to be fair, that's what you love to see. Full grids and plenty of action between classes and within classes. And every driver right now just enjoying their running. And indeed enjoying being here at the Oulton Park circuit. But from up and down the field, for a brief moment, Alloway there looked as though, in fact, had been caught up a little bit by Roberts on that run. I wonder whether the braking issues, or particularly the braking snaking that he was experiencing earlier on, is now coming back to haunt him a little bit and trying to find a bit more stability, because he's definitely driving on the limit. He said that in his interview after race number 1. I drive it to the limit regardless of how the car feels, and well, he's no stranger there to being right on the limit every step of the way. It looks so Roberts here close, can't quite get there at this time. Going away on and around, you can see, look at the gap they've already opened up there. As Lawrence right now, well, our top 2 definitely in a bit of a class of their own, as they go turbocharging. Well, elsewhere, I think it is going to be the fights towards the bottom end of the top 10 that are going to dominate the headlines as much as the battle at the very front, and also the fights we've got further downfield at this point. But then again, never say never. Anything can happen before it's all over. As we do see our 176 there of Philip on the attack. But Coops there in the YouTube chat quite poetically says, I wonder where these lot are driving to, particularly the top two of Alloway and Roberts, because they look like they're in a hurry. They're definitely in a hurry to try and outpace each other, there's no doubt about it, but it does seem as though they're trying to check out as quickly as they've checked into the race. But check this out. 117 of Bennett there being pushed along. Booth right on the rear bumper there, gives him a little bit of a nudge. I think they're the Renault Megane driver, been a lot more confident with his corner and apex speed here. Meanwhile, right now Bennett does not seem to be as comfortable in these medium speed corners as the cars bounce around there into turn one. You can see the drivers bounce around in the cockpit. This Oulton Park circuit, it looks smooth, but I can tell you one thing, the undulations in the road make it anything but smooth. As we do see there, a bit of side by side between Groves and Price. Well, in the end, Groves holds that position, and that is still for 10th place here, as Modro, for some reason, seems to be into the pit lane. Well, we'll get you an update on that when we can, but something's going on for Modro, that's for certain, if that pit stop is true, and it's not on Tom and Tower having problems. It's pretty accurate, to be fair, but we'll get you on the update on that when we can. But that could move a lot of the field up the order. I'll focus on 117. This is the battle for third place in their class. They're fighting over Class D at the final spot of the podium here. Look up the inside once again there from Booth in the Renault Megane. Hops his way over the curbs. They're using every bit of the tarmac in order to stay ahead or battle each other. Right now, Booth definitely has the upper hand on pace, but he doesn't have that final 5% to get fully alongside. He's going to have to be a bit careful with how he approaches these curves, because if he hits one head on, I wouldn't be surprised if that splitter on the front ends up being split itself. But you can see there where there is some damage to the cars over previous races where they patch things up. But that's the great thing about this as well, in the fact that these cars are not expensive to maintain if you've got the budget, and indeed you've got the aspiration to go racing. You can very quickly find yourself on the grid, and a lot of these modifications are made by the drivers and teams themselves. It's not as though they have to make modifications in order to be race eligible, it's just to try and make it an even faster race car. If you can drive it on the road, you can probably drive it here in the series, so long as a certain number of the car was produced as a production car, if you will. Further down the order, we did just see there, go through our camera shot, Rovro, Paul Rovro, your Class E leader, who's doing an absolutely brilliant job of leading in that class, and right now could be on course to move into third place in the championship before all is said and done. The absence of Wardle here today, I do believe, and meanwhile that fight for 10th is still on. In fact, it's a fight for 9th now. They are promoted because we have confirmation that Alec Modro has had to come into the pit lane due to an issue with Westfield Aero, which is a shame because that was going to be a big question mark. Would we see him chase down Rod Buckby before the end of the race? Buckby now, your Class B leader, may just be comfortably walking away with that to a degree, and it'll be Masters and Cryer. We'll have to wait and see whether they get close together or whether they continue to remain apart. Definitely right now, the fight here for third place in Class D is the closest battle on the circuit, and who are we to complain? As they roar the way out of Shellwell's Bend, nothing between the two of them. And it's interesting to see the confidence there in how they approach the chicanes, whereby you can see Booth really mounting those curves, really thinks he wants to straight line as much as possible, doesn't mind bouncing, confidence in the suspension rods there. Meanwhile, Bennett being a bit more conservative with those curves, as further back it's getting a bit close there, and the mini JCW machine, the Sullivan, worried back of what is his rivals there. Although if anything, I'd say that's fallen behind Tate and Kuma now that I take a double look at that. I think Sullivan may have fallen back a bit further. Perhaps there's been a bit of an off track for him, a bit of a mistake. But as our leaders come through, oh goodness me, that's at Shellwell's Bend. That's the 164 Goodland that's gone around. And well, thankfully, he's been quite patient in getting it turned around there. Does he get it started? Come on, don't stall it. Yes, he does. And it doesn't look that much uphill there, but I can promise you it is quite uphill. And yet he does get it turned around, but Goodland will drop all the way towards the back of the field in his Volkswagen Scirocco. There's a flash of lights there you did see from Groves in the Vectra Challenge machine. I think that might be just turning the lights on there for a brief month, daylight running lights. That's definitely what is Sullivan there. He has fallen behind the 159 at Tate, so I think something's gone wrong for Sullivan somewhere. Was there contact between him and perhaps our other drivers falling down the order of the Volkswagen Scirocco Goodland? Well, no, not necessarily, because they were nowhere near each other at the start. In fact, I think I can tell you the story, because I've just noticed there's all grass in the front radiator of the JCW Mini. Well, that might explain. It's had a trip to the grass somewhere. I can imagine that Mini, if it's not running hot on its engine right now, it will be by the end of the race, because once grass gets into that radiator intake, no matter how much it is, you lose a lot of cooling immediately. Oh, hold up a second. That's a surprise, and that's not a good one. That was our contender for third place in what was Class D of Booth. He was chasing Bennett hard, and the car's parked up there, and I believe that's on the adjoining road for what would be the Hislops layout of the circuit. So right now, he's parked up there well away from the circuit. I suspect that's going to be nice and safe. We won't need a safety car to retrieve that car. Booth definitely having his race come to a halt, right as he's making his way into the final half of it. 96 driver there. That is none other than your class leader in Class B, or Buck B, trying to pick one way than the other. The 164 comes into the pits. That was the Volkswagen Scirocco that had the spin at Shell Oils Bend. Oh, good lad, so he's coming in. There's probably a bigger issue with the car than perhaps we understand at the moment. He's decided to make his way into the pits. But as we continue to witness what's going on here at Druids Bend, right now we've got Tigra there, finding itself behind a bit of traffic as it tries to chase down the Vectra. Just had to go silent there for a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, because that was the lovely roar of Simon Alloway's Lotus Esprit V8 Silhouette there, roaring its way away. Goodness me, that engine is absolutely beautiful on that car. He's absolutely flying, I can tell you that right now. Roberts is still within 5 seconds of him. He's doing everything he can to stay with, but I don't think right now, unless there's going to be a complete subversion of pace, Roberts is gaining. If anything, the gap is opening little by little, and Simon Alloway really right now trying to put this race to bed. 6 minutes still to go, plus the final lap. You never know. There's White in the meantime. He's running third in Class A. So it's quite a way away from Alloway and also from Hennifer, who's the second of our Class A runners. But to be fair, White right now on course potentially for a podium there. And behind him is Phillips in the Honda Civic, our second place Class E runner. He's not quite quick in that, is Phillips. And the Honda Civics here today have definitely proven to be very quick. It is a circuit that typically suits front engine, front wheel drive. The only problem is it hasn't quite worked out the Hondas the way they wanted it to, due to circumstances outside the control. Mechanical issues, alternatively, an instant or two, and that's just put them a bit further down the order than they would like to be. But as we do see, what is the battle for 9th place coming back to us here. Well, in fact, that's 8th place now with the shuffling of the field. Groves and Price still together here. The battle of 2 Vauxhalls, 1 a road car, 1 a Silhouette, but neither one right now giving in or leaving any regrets out on circuit. They're trying everything at this one, and they're so close together right now. And further on down the order, Chris Kuma, he's also getting close to the back of Rover in the hunt for 10th place. I don't think you'll see them in this camera shot, to be fair. May do briefly. In fact, there they come into our view for a brief moment, and there is the JCW Mini of Sullivan. Well, it had already gone to the grass once, and now it's parked up again, as we've also got to drive out the car there. That, I think, is Booth getting out the car. You saw in the rear of the picture, and Sullivan right now, he's just waiting to get out the car. He's gradually unstrapping himself. I wouldn't be surprised he's had to park the car. I wonder whether it's got a bit too hot, but that is on the exit of what is Hislop chicane. That could potentially mandate a safety car, depending on what the marshals and the stewards think is safe or not, because it is a bit of a precarious situation there. But we'll wait and see. 4 minutes left on the clock here, and I definitely think if we did see a safety car, that might torpedo the rest of the race, so we might be seeing the race finish under the safety car there. I suspect they'll try and cover it as best as possible with double yellows, and we will see what comes of it then. There'll be no overtaking at Hislops, a prime overtaking opportunity for some drivers out there, but they'll have to look elsewhere. Here comes our leader then, making his way around some of the cars that are now a lap down, and indeed putting 2 laps onto there. With the Toyota Yaris, fire extinguisher out there as Bruce car now starting, well, to smoke up a little bit. I think that's just to cool the engine down there. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just running a bit hot as he's got away from the car. They'll be cooling it down. In fact, we've got a red flag, ladies and gentlemen, and I believe the red flag is for the combination of Booth's car being parked up right between Cascades and also the run into Hislops, and also at the same time the parked up JCW Mini of Sullivan, which is parked up on the exit of Hislops. So it's a red flag. And given the amount of time remaining, and the fact that we are running a little bit behind schedule, I think we are going to see all the drivers called into the pit lane, and that might be the end of this race. We do have there your Class B leader of Buckley parking up. I don't think he's committed to the pit lane just yet. I think he's waiting to be told, yes, go into the pit lane, please, or no, stay out. But they are definitely all being queued up there. So that's going to be potentially an early end to this race. And, well, that's a bit unfortunate there that we're going to be ending it with 3.5 minutes to spare. But they are definitely being escorted into the pits there. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is going to seal the deal for round number 14 of the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship and the season finale race for 2025 in the championship, which ended on a little bit of a damp note there. But to be fair, we did have the best part of a good 16.5 minutes of racing, and well, we've definitely got to see some great scraps up and down the field. But as they all creep their way into the pits, if that stands, then it will mean that Simon Alloway will take overall victory, and with that, with the double points, he will be, I believe, 100% confirmed. Subject to any stewards' inquiries, he will be confirmed as your 2025 champion. And well, what an effort it would have been from the Class A driver in the Lotus Esprit V8 Silhouette. A phenomenal run of form, and will meanwhile further down the field, well, the battle for second place between Carl Bennett and Gary Wardle. I believe that will go the way of Carl Bennett, and Paul Rovero may have just snuck his way into third place in it all, with Bod Buckley not too far behind. But we will wait and see, and of course, that's why we're not going to say too much. Everything we say about championships is provisional, ladies and gentlemen, just because at the end of the day, we don't want to set anybody up to suddenly find out they didn't get the championship. Definitely there. We can see the red flag and we can see the cars parked up. But without further ado, as things fall to silent on circuit, it gets louder in Parc Ferme as we're going to cut to Ian Walthouse as he's catching up with our winners of this race.
Yeah, welcome down everybody to Parc Ferme. Still no Simon or Chris here, but somebody I really wanted to speak to. Sorry to interrupt, David. I wanted to speak to you a little bit earlier. Actually, I didn't get a chance to congratulate you on the P3 earlier.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Well, P2 in class. Come on. Yeah.
Yes,
P3 overall. Yeah.
P3. Yeah. Well, what would you rather have, P2 in class or P3 overall?
P3 overall sounds a bit better, doesn't it? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Look, been
out
a good
of
day.
Out of a full grid. Yeah.
It's a massive
grid.
grid.
Yeah, it's always a big grid. That's why I like it.
What do you make of Oulton Park?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's very, very hard on brakes and everything like that, and tyres. So struggling sort of towards the end of the race, but yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. Yeah,
excellent. Well,
some good battles. So yeah.
Well done. Been a good day. Hope you got a big enough trophy cabinet.
I need to get a bigger one, don't I?
You too, top man. Right, let's go over here because I've just seen Simon pull in the Lotus. It's so low, isn't it? It just snuck in. Look, if you look over right now, if we pop the camera over all the cars, you'd have no idea that Simon is actually in this Parc Ferme, but he is. He is hiding somewhere around over here. Chris is in. And, sorry, he's all the way down there, sorry. We've got to go chat to him. Nothing's, of course, confirmed as of yet, championship-wise, but it looks like Simon has wrapped things up. Like I said, we don't like to officially confirm anything until the championship have done it themselves first. But there he is. He's got a big smile. I assume he's got a big smile. We'll just let him get his helmet off, of course, because it's been a truly, truly remarkable season. This is actually it now as well for the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship. They will go into hibernation until next season. Simon, nothing confirmed, of course. I don't like to officially announce anything, but wow, what a year you have had. Congratulations.
Oh, that was good fun. I gave it absolute maximum then. That was full.
There was still a few minutes left on the clock as well. Was there a little bit of fear that Chris might come at the end?
There was actually, because I lost 4th gear right at the end. Just on that very last lap, it started jumping out of gear and wouldn't stay in. So I'm probably been saved by the red flag there, maybe.
Well, what does the year mean to you as a whole?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, I've been racing a lot. Actually, I've been racing 40 years. Yeah. I think my first race was in October 1985. So it's 40 years since I started. And
I was born in 1985, and I'm old.
Yeah, I know I'm getting old, but it's kind of great that us oldies can still kind of win races and championships. So it means a lot, and a big thanks to my team and my missus and anybody that's kind of watching me on YouTube. My sister might be watching today, so a big shout for her.
I think there's been a lot of love in the live chat, so congratulations again, Simon. Brilliant. Like I said, I can't confirm anything. However, we are pretty certain that Simon has just wrapped up the championship there as well. Right, so let's just move down and around a little bit. Let's just have a quick chat. We might have a little bit of time. Junior Saloons are heading out on track soon, but I think there's just a little bit of work to do out there at the minute. There's Chris again. Chris, do you think if the red flag hadn't come out, you might have had enough? No.
I think Simon was managing it then.
Yeah.
He's a clever boy. He knows what he's doing. He was a championship winner now, isn't he? So
yeah. He did say to me, I did just speak to him, and I was like, were you a little bit worried? He said, I was worried about Chris.
He's been nice. No, I think he is. And fair play to him. The car's rapid. He covered the inside where I was going to make the same move. He's not going to fall for it twice, is he? So no, it was sound. I'm quick in the first couple of laps. As I said earlier, this is a heavy car, so the tyres come in quickly. It's towards the end. This goes off, whereas Simon's is complete opposite. But no, we did what he needed to do. He's a clever man in racing. It was fun though. I really enjoyed it.
Good.
But yeah, no way to call it. No
You've
way.
got a big smile on your face,
Yeah,
Chris.
yeah.
Thanks for coming out to play. Really
thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much. I'll
It's
see you
been.
guys next year.
There you go, official confirmation. Breaking news. Chris is back in 2026. Right, that is it for the CNC Head Sports Saloons Championship for 2025. That race was number 501. But as of yet, the CNC Heads, they are not out. Let's go over to Paul Walsh for the next race. Enjoy.
501st race of the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship comes to a close, ladies and gentlemen, but the racing here at Oulton Park definitely does not come to a close. And with that, we now look ahead to what will be another round of the Junior Saloon Car Championship of the JSCC. It heads into round number 24, and well, to set up the expectations, let's take a look back in time to a little bit earlier today when Ian caught up with one of our drivers in preparation for this race.
Right, here we go. It's time for the second Junior Saloon Car Championship race of the day. Tom, what are we going to do in this second race?
Well, hopefully make up some positions. I mean, I had a very well first race. I got up to P7 from P8, then got moved back down to P9 after the red flag because it got put back a lap. But yeah, I'm happy.
What have you made of your season? You enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been a great season, but I haven't had the best luck. But yeah.
Right, I've got a question for you then. How old are you, first of all?
I'm 15.
15, so you can come back next year, can't you? Is that what you're planning, or is there something else on the horizon?
You're going to have to watch the space, aren't you?
Oh, can you give me a little nugget? Potential?
No, nothing.
Right, these Citroën Saxos, they're French. We've been celebrating everything France here at Oulton Park. You ever been to France?
Yes, multiple times, yeah.
What's the hardest French word you know?
I don't know any French words.
Oui, bonjour. Listen, Oulton Park, what do you make of it as a circuit?
It's my favourite circuit on the calendar, yeah.
Okay, why is that then?
I like the slow sections as well as the high speed sections as well.
It strikes me as a real test and all round. If you can drive well at Oulton, you could probably go well everywhere. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, extremely fair, yeah.
Excellent. Look, Tom, we're going to enjoy watching you in this one. Best of luck, my friend.
Thank you.
Hopefully we're chatting in Parc Fermé as well. Excellent stuff. Here we go, the final Junior Saloon Car Championship race of the day, about to get underway, just as the sun is starting to drop down a little bit, but still beautiful blue skies here in Cheshire. Time to go racing. And Paul Walsh, over to you.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, catching up with one of our drivers earlier on did Ian, and well, it's all set now and ready to go for what will be their final race of the day. Keep in mind, of course, the JSCC has one more race meet, and that will be on the 1st and 2nd November at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. 3 more rounds there to seal off the championship. But here, round number 24, this is how they'll line up. Wilf Butler takes pole position in the Citroën Saxo ahead of Josh Salvadori, and well, so close between the two of them, only 16 hundredths separate them, and they are the two big contenders. And with Butler's win in race number 1, he moves back into the lead by a very slender margin of only 1 or 2 points. Oliver Kerr, well, right now he's the lead in independent, and he wants to lead his way into that fight. And I think he was a bit gutted not to be able to enjoy the full distance of the race earlier on, because if he did, he might have been right in the fight right at the end. Ollie Smith, the leading rookie, starts alongside him on that second row of the grid. And then you have Max Scharfegger, who starts in 5th place ahead of Joe Wood. And well, Scharfegger, hopefully we'll see him on the grid again, because he was the one who did bring out the safety car in the early ending of the race after a major incident at Druids Bend. However, hopefully the car and driver are all okay, and therefore we expect plenty more things. He was looking very quick and trying to turn around the misfortune of Snetterton. Joe Wood then starts in 6th, and then it will be on row number 4, the pairing of Leon Holly and Tom Allgar. We'll then have on row number 5 Martin Wright and Ben Ward. That'll be your top 10. Keep your eyes out for Ben Ward, because he's looking quite quick, even though he is very much a rookie to this grid. But he's really using this as an opportunity this year, having only joined at Snetterton, to get a bit of experience under his belt and then mount a full campaign next year. Jake Ward, all the same. He starts best of the rest in 11th place, and he enjoyed a lot of fighting with Lexi Powell in race number 1 earlier today. Will we see more of the same from the pair of them in race 2? Matthew Swatton, interesting for the number 27 driver, has shown a lot of pace in the second half of the season, but race 1 earlier was not quite there. In the end, had to really struggle to an 11th place finish. Hopefully it's not a sign of things to come again, because we'd love to see the number 27 driver inside that top 10 doing battle. If not, he'll be fighting on the likes of Sherry-Ann Powell and Lexi Powell, the two sisters there who start in the 7th row of the grid. And last but not least, in 15th place, it's Lewis Austin there in number 26. And that's how our 15 drivers line up, and well, as we mentioned earlier on, well, race number 1 definitely brought to a pause as a result of the incident for Max Scharfegger, who I can see is on this grid. You can see him on the left hand side in the grey and fluorescent yellow car, so it's great to see that Max is back out there. Very curious as to what exactly went wrong. We do know that the car gradually drifted towards the barrier at the exit of Druids. Perhaps it didn't end up in the barrier, perhaps it just ended up being beached there, and hopefully that's the case, because it does look as though that car is in relatively good condition. But as they all make their way around for their pace lap, and of course this will be a standing start when they come back, the big question at the very front is between Salvador and Butler. Butler now holding provisionally a 1-point lead, if my memory serves me correctly, on the points table ahead of Butler. It is very close between them, and Oliver Kerr couldn't quite get a result and therefore has fallen a little bit further back with another 3rd place finish. However, the important thing, of course, is it's all to play for at Brands Hatch, because as the drivers mentioned earlier on today, there are double points up for grabs when they do head to the season finale. So it's not over yet for Oliver Kerr. He can still really get involved in this, but it is a three-way fight, and at the very top it is incredibly tight. Further down as well, we do of course have the big question mark of what is the battle for the rookie honours, with Ollie Smith right now really trying to open up a gap versus Max Scharfegger, and race number 1 earlier will definitely have helped him in that endeavour. Scharfegger will be breathing a sigh of relief that the red flag meant the results were taken from the lap before the red flag, and he was running 6th, only 2 places behind. If it had been taken from his retirement, he wouldn't have scored anything from the race, so therefore he'll be happy to know that he's going to get some points, and that gap that Smith has coming into today of 24 points, that gap has opened up a little bit now to the best part of 30 points, but not as much as it could have. So a lot on the line here, and it really will set up the scene for what goes on at Brands Hatch. But as they all weave their way around, and of course, just to remind you, this, the Junior Saloon Car Championship, or the JSCC, is for 14 to 17-year-olds who are looking to make their first steps into road car racing. Whether they start off in karting or alternatively they're brand new to it, either way it is an entry point. They're racing in Citroën Saxos. Very small cars to be fair, but to be fair, very nimble cars to chuck around a circuit, and will definitely fit in within the Auto de France French theme we have here at Oulton Park today. And whilst they lack in power, these cars, they're lightweight enough to be chucked around these corners full tilt. Front engine, front wheel drive as well. Very exciting cars to go racing, and we've got plenty of excitement to come up as they head to the grid. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the cars take their slots on the grid for this standing start, we only require now 1 or 2 cars to get themselves into position. They do, and very shortly we'll see the green flag go up at the back. There it is, and now they'll all be looking up to the lights. The 5-second board comes out. You know what time it is for round number 24 of the 2025 Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC. It's red lights on. And it's lights out and away we go here for the second and final time at Oulton Park. And we'll look at that. It's a very even Stevens drag race off the line there between Butler and Salvadori. Butler's going to have the inside here into the opening corner. Salvadori thinks about it, swings the car out as much as possible. 4 wide at the back there. And that's a brilliant start from our number 26 runner of Austin. He's gained 3 places into turn 1. That could be contender for move of the season. 4 wide into turn 1, and Lewis Austin showing no signs of holding back at all. But remember, keep in mind that he's got a lot of pace at his fingertips and things haven't worked out previously. This 15-minute race definitely underway, and we're waiting for them now all to make the way and to us down towards Island Bend. Here they come. Salvadori is ahead now, so he got the move down to Cascade. But look at the scramble behind here, and this is a very different story from race number 1 earlier on, in the fact that right now Kerr and Smith are being swarmed by Scharfegger and Wood, so our top 2 are being allowed to try and run away with this. But also Salvadori has now got the lead. Can he pull Butler along with him? Because last time it was Butler who was leading and in control, and Salvadori had to play chase with a bonnet that kept trying to lift itself up. Well, it looks like they've exactly taped that down now. I can imagine hitting these curves and the undulations, definitely shaking the car around here. But right now, of course, the scrutineers will take a look at the car, as will the team, and they've done everything to get it back to how it should feel. Looking behind them, well, Max Scharfegger's up into 4th place. He's had a brilliant start as young Max, heading into the braking zone now, where he's got nicely ahead of Oliver Kerr. Kerr has fallen all the way back to 5th. Oh, that's gone around there for Wood, getting a little bit tight on the apex curve coming into his lops, kicks the car around, and now rejoins, but rejoins with a little bit of bruised pace there. No damage to the car by looks of things, just a mistake, and well, it's a costly one at that, as that's Matthew, that is Swatton, I believe, all over the back of none other than one of the cars in front of him. Couldn't quite see it was, but he's had a lightning start as well on the number 27. If that is Swatton, he's absolutely in the attack. So a number of drivers here trying to crusade their way through the field. Big run wide there. That is going to be Wardle. Almost went wide out onto the gravel at Druids, showing you that sometimes taking too much speed into Druids is a bad idea. But he's still enjoying himself, his young Jake Wardle. As behind the field, well, we see Tom Allgar here. He's still moving onwards, and after 1 lap, well, it is Salvadori who leads with Wilf Butler right behind him. Then we have Smith running in 3rd place right now. He's close, is Ollie Smith, but he's not close enough. Oh, goodness me, as that's got very wide. I think that's a failure of the car there for what is our 2nd place runner, Wilf Butler. He's had to go to the grass. That car's not rejoining the races. Something broke there. You could see it as he made his way through the corner, and that is going to be parked up right on the exit of turn 1, albeit it's a bit away, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's coloured by local yellows initially, and it might see the safety car coming out. But that's going to be a huge sigh of relief for Josh Salvadori. Not the way he wanted it to go. He wants to win by battling on circuit, but right now he's just got to get the job done here, and that's going to give him a small advantage heading towards Brands Hatch. The fight for second now is only going to intensify, because it will be Ollie Smith ahead of Oliver Kerr, and Mark Scharfegger here will be chasing down what will be for him only his 2nd podium of the season if he can get into 3rd place. There he is, the number 23 driver. But Leon Holly is proving to be his equal here, and Leon Holly right now has yet to score a single podium and has only had 1 top 5 in the number 87. So you can understand here if the rookie and independent driver is probably saying to Max, I know you want it, but I kind of want it a lot more than you right now, as they come down. But there go your top 5, and then behind we do have, well, the rest of the field there. It's going to be right ahead of Allgar there in the number 14. 2 by 2 they go. That's the move being made there by Austin. Another place gained, and Austin right now is absolutely tearing his way through the field as he roars his way out to Knickerbrook corner. That's another place gained, a run wide there from Swatton, who this Oulton Park circuit just does not seem to agree with whatsoever, and that's going to bring Ward, as in Ben Ward, up the hill side by side into Clay Hill. We'll see how they change. Do they change positions or not? We'll have to find out a little bit later on as our leader comes back toward us to complete a 2nd turn of the circuit. There, meanwhile, behind is now Smith and Kerr. They are definitely pulling away from the rest of the field here. I think now they've both found their momentum. Salvadori got it absolutely hooked up alongside Butler on lap number 1, got the tyre temperature, but now it does seem as though Smith and Kerr have finally found their pace and are starting to bolt away. So this could really be now the opportunity here for Leon Holly to fight for 4th and make it a 2nd top 5 of the season. However, if something goes wrong for anybody in front, you can imagine he'll be right there. Meanwhile, a bit further behind, too wide we go. Two very similar painted cars here, but it's the 27 of Swatton defending hard versus Ward, who's on the attack. And good on Ben Ward here. He may be relatively new to this grid, but I can tell you one thing right now, even with the novice badge on the back of the car, that's the yellow square with the black X on it, which shows that he is a relatively inexperienced driver. That comes after typically 6 race meets. Well, right now, he is no stranger to going on the attack there, and well, his inexperience is not being exposed. As he continues to chase after Swatton, we'll have to see what he can do here as they head in towards Island Bend. The answer is nothing so far. Again, we do have Wardle right behind, none other than, I believe, the 42 of Sherry-Ann Powell, and they're fighting over 11th place. All these drivers continue to roar the way on around as we say hello there to Max 65, and also there again to Dan Hughes. Good to see so many of you still with us. Also Hairstead Limited there, and Richard Reeves. A good number of you enjoying the CNC Head race and now enjoying this one as well, as Ben Ward there makes a small mistake, making his way out of Britain's chicane. And well, he's got to be careful of that because of the way the grass bounces with the car. We see Leon Holly, meanwhile, in fourth, goes a little bit deep there coming out of his lops. Some drives a bit too eager. That's way too eager from Tom Allgar, and well, you could definitely see the eagerness on his face when Ian caught up with him in the build-up to this race, but right now a little bit too eager, I'd say, there with the speed. But then again, you've got to push it to limit, otherwise you won't know where your limits are. I think they've just taken 1 or 2 miles an hour more than he wanted through the fast left-hander in that portion of the chicane. Top 3 still staying static. In fact, is that our 3rd place driver getting a bit closer? Is Kerr closing up to Smith? I think he is. I think Oliver Kerr right now is trying to get back the place that he thinks that he should be in. And that would be 2nd at the moment. And well, can he get back on the back of Smith, who, if he is able to pull this off, Ollie Smith, he would be on course for what would be only his 5th podium of the season. Yet to become a race winner, but he definitely has picked up multiple podiums, and I believe will be matching his season best performance in 2nd place. So Smith right now, there's a lot to play for there. He'll want to be on the podium, and he'll be happy to either way, but I think that 2nd place will mean a lot more to him than the 3rd place right now. And also what it will do, it will give him an even greater advantage versus Scharfegger into the season finale 3-round run. But Scharfegger, meanwhile, he's showing no signs of backing off in the battle with Leon Holly. Holly there, well, it is looking to be one of those races where, for the number 87 driver, that 4th place is going to feel like victory if he can hold on to it, because he's not had more than 1 top 5, as you mentioned, only months ago. And you can see that right now as they come through Island Bend. And then we do have here a rising tide of some other drivers. Martin Wright, well, there is your number 14 driver in the Orex machine. He has got behind him Lewis Austin. Austin starting from the back of the grid. So Austin right now really trying to do what is a last 2 somewhere challenge. Well, that challenge right now could see him finish in 6th place if he can make this move happen, because that pace is very, very strong. Up with the 2 wheels for a brief moment, the number 26 driver here, and more absolutely fearless, but as he exits the corner, I think missing a gear there, because that took a bit of time to get the traction out of the chicane, and falling back a little bit. But right into left they go, half the race complete, we've still got halfway to go, 15 minutes in total, but 7 still left on the clock, and there is no sign of anybody slowing down here. Everyone's pushing each other to the limit, and we've got some growing battles for both 2nd, also for 4th, and for 6th place. So this top 10, minus your leader, seems to be completely unsettled right now, and that's before you consider the battles outside the top 10, including that for 11th place between none other than Sherry-Ann Powell and Jake Wardle. So all to be decided before the checker flag, but when will it be decided? Well, looking back to our 4th place runners here, and right now with Scharfegger close but not close enough, you can imagine he's probably analysing what Holly's doing and to see where he's stronger and weaker. As right there, Martin Wright takes a lot of speed for that right-hander, and well, for Martin Wright, yet to take a top 5 this season, but he would be on course for a season best performance for this 6th place. If he can gain 1 more, it'll be his first top 5, and it definitely will be an even bigger first for him over the course of this season. The 2025 scholarship winner definitely has had a very challenging season, to say the least, as he challenges the track limits there coming out of the opening corner. I can imagine that's going to be registered on the system, and if he keeps doing that, there'll be a black and orange flag. Well, in fact, a black and white flag, I should say, as my mind gets jumbled there. And we have got a black and orange flag for the 333 of Lexi Powell. So that will mean that car's got to come into the pits and be investigated for something that seems to be wrong with the car that the scrutineers and the marshals have noticed. So That's unfortunate for Lexi Powell, who was enjoying some good racing with Jay Wardle, but her race will be gradually taking a backward step, and Wardle will be released into 12th place completely, and Wood eventually will be released further up the order. These drivers right now, not long left on the clock. The sun gradually setting in the Cheshire countryside here, and well, we can see there Leon Holly. I think some front tyre life now might be starting to bite back at both of them. You can see just missing a little bit of extra understeer on turning there into the chicane, but meanwhile, battle for second. This has come fully alive here. That was too wide on entry into Hislop's, and right now Smith trying to keep Kerr at bay. The 222 up the inside sends it all in. Contact between the two of them. It sends Smith to the grass, but Kerr immediately backs off here. But this is going to feel touring car-esque now as they head up the hill, and Kerr right on that inside coming over Clay Hill in towards Water Tower. He wants this move done by the time they get to Druids. Will it be done? It's still too wide under braking here. I think he's going to get ahead. Yes, Kerr is, and we have to get his elbows out to make it happen. And Smith right now, I think he's just going to tuck right back in behind and look for a shot to try and come back under braking here. But you can see Kerr, he knows that Smith wants this back immediately. Goes defensive to the inside, in towards the final corner, Lodge Bend. But Smith all over the back of him here, waiting, biding his time, trying to say to Kerr, okay, you took second off of me, now what are you going to do? Because I'm right here with you. Josh Salvador might be leading this race, but right now this battle for second place has definitely taken centre stage. And it is Kerr who holds on for now, and he will be looking to try and bring on home the independent win either way here. But he wants the points. If he knows that Wilf Butler's had to retire from this race, then he wants to try and push himself into second place in this championship and split Salvador and Butler and make himself number 2 in the championship rather than Wilf. But as we see 4th and 5th coming down the hill, then we've got 6th and 7th, and that's side by side there briefly between Wright and Austin. I think that's Austin trying to make the move for 6th place. They'll come back to us very shortly. So Austin, who started right at the back, might have gained another place here and will be on course for a 6th place finish. And well, with that, he would be chasing down another top 5 as quickly as he can, because he's had a couple of top 5s this season, but no podiums for Lewis Austin. But back to the fight for 4th, Holly versus Scharfegger. They're going nose to tail still, but definitely you can see how that gap is not closing at the moment. The only thing I can imagine is that Max in the number 23 might just be building it all up for the final lap, because we know that he is quite smart with his tyre usage compared to some of his rivals. He does try to save a little bit for the final lap or so, of which we are, I believe, on the penultimate lap here. We might squeeze 2 in. It all comes down to where Salvador crosses that timeline. So we are looking at lap times of about 2 minutes and 6 seconds at the moment. We're definitely going to be close to getting 2 more in and making this what will be an 8-lap race. As Leon Holly again just using all the road there. Scharfegger much more conservative, and there's your confirmation that we do have none other than your 26 Louis Austin up into 6th place, as right now Martin Wright falling back, but here comes Olgar and Swatton as well, and Swatton is all fired up here. This is good to say, and I can definitely tell you that Dad John, he's going to be watching this right now and cheering on his son from circuit side and saying, that's more like it, son, see if you can take on 8th place as well. But off camera they are, meanwhile on camera, on it for second here, and the Simpson machine on with Kerr. Well, right now it's only 2 laps away from bringing home the runner-up spot, because we will get 2 more laps in. Salvador has already gone on to lap number 7 with 2 minutes 12 left on the clock, so therefore we are going to be squeezing in 2 more laps or thereabouts. Our runners from 4th to 5th here, they're the ones who are now really at centre stage of the fight inside that top 5. Scharfegger's getting closer now. I think he's getting ready to try and go for a move. Back, Austin here trying to break away from Wright and Olgar, but he's used a lot of front tyre life in order to get that 6th place. So I can imagine that right now he's probably driving on whatever's left of the tyre at this point. These tyres can go multiple race meets, but they heat up quite quickly, and after that they lose their prime. Swatton will very eagerly looking one way than the other. They're coming down to Cascades, and Ward at the back of this group enjoyed a really good ding-dong battle with Swatton earlier on, but now I don't think he's going to be able to. As we say hello to Lamol in the YouTube chat, and we hope you're enjoying the race today, Lamol, and it's great to see you here as well. Well, our leaders definitely did out of picture as under braking. Oh my goodness, we heard a screech of the tyres there. That was both Leon Holly and Max Scharfegger both out braking themselves into the corner. I think Scharfegger completely misses his braking zone. You can see how the car was jolting sideways, and well, is that a bit of rear bumper that's hanging loose on the back of Leon Holly's car? I'm not 100% sure. It looks as though the rear right wheel arch from the driver's perspective was just a little bit loose, but we'll have to see. Maybe nothing, to be fair. It may just be my eyes deceiving me as they come down. It definitely looks like that rear right wheel arch poked out for a little bit there. In fact, I think my eyes are just deceiving me as Scharfegger goes straight on. There could be a sign of a problem with that car, because that's the second braking zone now where he's had some difficulty. He takes the escape road, and I think the number 23 driver at this point will just try and bring home 5th place. He's got one more lap after this. That's not going to be easy. Austin, meanwhile, well, he's holding on to 6th here ahead of Right All Guy Swatton and keeping that queue alive. He fought his way into 6th place, but he's not running away in it at this point. So I think he's used up all the car and everything else in order to get there. And now he's got to hold on with absolute grit and determination. Our leader's just about to go on to the final lap. There he is, Josh Salvador. We finally found him, the 110 driver here. Well, I think right now just keeping his head down, and then there's one more to go with 10 seconds left on the clock. And all he's got to do is bring this home, and if he does so, well, that second place from race number 1 earlier today will be now a first place in this race, and he will go into the season finale with an extended lead, and well, he'll just open up the gap to Wolf Butler and also to Oliver Kerr. Kerr still in second at the moment, with Smith behind. Smith, I think, just waiting, and understandably, I think just wants to bring on that 3rd place, and his goal, I think, will now just be focus on bringing home the rookie win and make sure that championship is going his way, because Scharfegger is looking fast, but right now, and is Leon Holly, but they're a lot further back. Quick run around the circuit on this final lap. The top 3 definitely spreading out, so the real battle's now off for 4th and also for 6th place. So it's the further end of the top 10 where all the intrigue will be. But the bigger picture here, of course, is that for Josh Salvador in the Lightning McQueen machine, not quite the number 95. We can't say ka-chow completely. I think there'll be a copyright strike from Pixar Limited. But Josh Salvador right now definitely really embodying his in the Lightning McQueen with the run here. Well, it's unfortunate the way it went for Wolf Butler. It'd be intriguing to know what exactly broke on the car, because for Wolf Butler, it's not the way he's wanted it to go. But Salvador at this point, knowing all he's got to do is just wind it through the corners. He's got the fastest lap in the bag as well. I don't think he's going to be worried too much at this point. A fastest lap for a 205.830. That's going to be some extra points on the table. All he's got to do is complete this as Smith there missed a gear coming out of Knickerbrook corner. You can see the car jolting around. He finally found the gear that he missed. I was a bit worried there. Was there something wrong with the car? Nope, just missed a gear, and I think a bit of tiredness perhaps creeping in here. And he heads towards the end of this race. And to be fair, they've put an absolutely Herculean effort, all 3 of these drivers, and they're not too far away from the finish line. But okay then, as he roars his way through the final quarter and does so at a bit of dramatic flair and style. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be another win for this season to make it 8 wins apiece for Wolf Butler. But for this one, Josh Salvador takes the win and equalises things with his championship rival. Second place goes the way of Oliver Kerr, and he takes with him the Independence win. And in third, it is going to be the rookie win there for Ollie Smith. It was fierce between Kerr and Smith, but in the end, Kerr got the upper hand. In fourth, it's going to be another top 5 for Leon Holly, who held off Max Scharfegger to the finish line, just pipping him to second place in rookie. And then it will be Austin with a brilliant drive from 15th all the way through to 6th, ahead of Matthew Swatton, who off camera found his way past Allgott and Wright on that final lap. And well, we didn't quite get to see that, but definitely a brilliant effort there from Swatton right at the end. Well done to him. And then we will see Ben Ward take his first top 10 of the season. Brilliant work there from Ward after that 12th place earlier on. And then we will have none other than Sherry-Ann Powell in 11th and Jake Wardle rounding off your finishers in 12th place, at least for now, because I do believe we might have Lexi Powell coming to the finish line, albeit a bit further back after that black and white flag. Not black and white flag, black and orange flag, I should say. Goodness me, I've now got the checker flag on my brain. As all the drivers make the way along here, well, definitely a great race to wrap up the 2 races of the Junior Saloon Car Championship for 2025 at Oulton Park. There's 3 more to go, but come the end of round number 24, these provisional results, until subject to Stewart's inquiries, see Josh Salvador, your winner in the end after 8 laps and 15 minutes ahead of Oliver Kerr. Oliver Kerr in the end had to fight fiercely past Ollie Smith to take that second place, but he got it in the end, and with it took home the Independence win. Ollie Smith, rookie winner there in third place, and definitely looks to be on course to seal that rookie title at Brands Hatch, ahead of Leon Holly and Max Scharfegger, who were the other rookies there, who in the end finished 4th and 5th. Credit where it's due to Leon Holly, dug in deep for 4th place, and we'll be very proud of that one. I can imagine the family will be ecstatic. For Max Scharfegger, we got to see the Max that we love to see out there. Determined, Cold and hard driven racing, but could not find a way past Leon Ollie after working so hard to get into 5th. Lewis Austin came through the field, took 6th place in the end. A fierce fight there from the 26 driver, but ran out of tyre life, but thankfully had no more laps left because Matthew Swatton was coming on quick and finished in 7th ahead of Tom Allgar and Martin Wright. Ben Ward rounded off your top 10 with his first top 10 of the season on only his 4th race of his season, ahead of Sherry Ann Powell, who was best the rest on 11th. Jake Warder was right behind once again. Those two are definitely forming a little bit of a rivalry. I can expect that to go to Brands Hatch. Then we did have Lexi Powell round off your finishers there in 13th place, at least on lead lap, with Joe Wood a lap down then, taking 14th. And the one retirement was Wilf Butler, unfortunately only 2 laps in, and we did have that fastest lap set by Josh Salvadore, that 2:05.830, and now he makes it 7 fastest laps this season versus Wolf Butler's 10 fastest laps. So they are really exchanging the statistics between the two of them as they all make their way now in towards Parc Fermé. Well, Josh Salvadore will lead them all in, and well, he is going to be happy about it. It'll be intriguing to know how happy he feels about it, because I get the feeling he's one of those drivers who he'll be happy for the win, but he would have preferred to do it through battling. But let's get a word from our drivers then, ladies and gentlemen. It's off down to Parc Fermé with Ian Waterhouse.
Oh, Josh Salvadore takes victory in what could be a crucial moment in the championship. Of course, they do head to Brands Hatch next month, where it's double points up for grabs. A great race by Ollie Kerr and Ollie Smith here as well. The two Ollies coming home 2nd and 3rd, and more championship points for Ollie Kerr. He's really put himself in the mix here as well. Look at Josh, look, he's going to have a little picture. We'll let him do that. So we let him get his helmet off as well, and he'll just have a quick pose there with Vicky for the photo. Go on, Vicky, snap away, snap, snap. Josh is taking his helmet off. He's going to make his way over to his team. We'll let him go do that for a second. Ollie Smith just heading over there as well. I've got Ollie Kerr here. Let's just jump in with him. Ollie, precious points in the championship there.
Definitely we gained kind of more points. I'm not sure what happened with Wilf.
Suspension failure. Okay.
Oh, suspension. It's unfortunate for him, but obviously it's all all the points we can get. I'm not sure what happened at the start because we dropped down to I think 4th or 5th. But no, really good that we clawed it back up, and a really good fight with Ollie.
Excellent stuff, Ollie. Well done. Congratulations. Let's go over and get Josh Sholwe. Josh, you've had time to talk to the family. Now you've got to come talk to me. Come on. Look, as races go for the championship, we'll go this way because the sun's playing havoc with us over here. As races go for the championship, that was pretty ace. Huh?
Yeah, it was alright. Yeah, good points all. I didn't see what happened to Wilf, but
suspension.
Okay, yeah, so that's unlucky, but at least there wasn't any contact between us. It was nice and fair.
Actually, it was a very good, clean race, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it was nice. I could see in my mirror a bit, like a little battle going on for seconds, but no, it was good. Just managed a safe pace and kept a consistent race.
Excellent, well done, Josh. On to Ollie. Oh, well done, my man. That was a great race, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good race.
On the podium again, you must be. Are you happy with the day's work?
Very happy. 2 rookie wins on a podium to finish it off.
All right, we go to Brands Hatch to finish out the season. What can you do there?
I mean, I like Brands, so hopefully stay in front and win the rookies.
Excellent, mate. Well done. Congratulations. Really happy for you indeed. Right, there we go. So for Junior Saloon Car Championship, they have finished here at Oulton Park, but the season is not quite over yet. They head to Brands Hatch to round out the campaign. Who will be champion? Will it be Ollie Kerr? Will it be Josh Salvadore or Wilf Butler? We'll find out at the beginning of November. Right, the cars are heading out on track right now for our penultimate race of the season, and I caught up with Andy Ball from the 2CV Racing Championship a little bit earlier. All right, here we go. The season comes down to this. Nick Crispin on pole position. Simple. If he wins the championship. That is all there is to it, really. But as we know in motorsport, there's always a little bit more to it than that. Let's go have a quick chat. So we'll leave Nick to it. Let's grab Andy Ball for a quick chat, shall we? Mr. 2CV himself, here he is. It's good to see you. How are you, more importantly? Enjoyed the day so far?
Oh yeah, it's been a busy one as well for the team. We tested yesterday and didn't really have much success on the test. Number one engine that we thought would rebuild after the valve drop at Pembrey, you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
So yeah, that went pretty slowly, the testing, so we went back to what became the new number one engine, but then that had a couple of little issues, so we didn't get much running on it yesterday.
Yeah.
This morning went really well in quali, as you can see.
Yeah.
But we've had an oil leak on it, and the first race we thought it was the breather filling neck. Changed that for quali for the race, and it still did it. And we've just spent the last sort of 2 hours having all the engine apart, put a new oil cooler on it. Because it turned out the oil cooler was hold, so lots of clean up, lots of rag and brake cleaner. We've run out of brake cleaner and carb cleaner and everything, but and then I've had to have the carburettor off as well, because I was just starting to lose a bit of power towards the end of the race there as well.
I thought you were going to say patience then, but
well, I was no, not again kind of thing. So so we're hoping for a clean run, and I can take a bit of a challenge to Nick maybe for a win.
It's been some season, hasn't it? And what a way to come to Oulton Park with 5 drivers in contention.
Yeah, I mean, that's just testament to how good the championship is, how close the cars are, and how tight the regulations have been kept for, and very stable for the last sort of 5 to 10 years. The example, again, Pembrey, I go back to Alec Graham brought his car out after 5 years of layup, didn't even put any new tyres on it, ended up on the podium. Yeah. So, we can bring a car out of retirement, or, all these cars, it's about the setup, and clearly those who are going to be at the front will always be at the front. But our aim is always to try and bring the back of the grid closer to the front rather than slow down the front, so we don't want to do that. We want to limit development as much as we can, but the season's just shown that what we're doing is working.
Yeah, 100%. Look, Andy, best of luck for the race. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming out to play.
Yeah, thanks for your support over the season as well. So BARC TV have been great.
I'll tell you what, it sounds lazy to say, doesn't it? But these proper cars, aren't they?
They're proper racing cars. As I said it before, they are seriously proper racing cars.
Excellent. For one last time in 2025, let's go racing with the 2CV Championship.
You heard it there from Andy Ball, and well, a very, very happy man indeed is Andrew Ball with regards to racing, albeit issues with the car in race number 1, and he's had to do some work with the team to see what they can get through them, but he definitely embodies the spirit of the 2CVparts.com Championship. But here we go then. It is time for their season finale, round 10 of 10 in the 2CVparts.com Championship here at Oulton Park. And on pole, it's Nick Crispin, the man who leads the championship by a growing advantage of almost 40 points after race number 1. Can he bring it on home? Well, joining on that front row of the grid is going to be Andrew Ball, and they will definitely get their elbows out as we see them making their way around on their formation lap behind. Brian Heary, he starts in 3rd. Ahead of Ethan Sparrow, the man who in the end put together an absolutely brilliant run in race number 1, albeit was pipped to the post for 2nd place by Sebastian Jones-White, who starts as 1 in 5th place. Judy Wolford starts 6th, and then on row number 4 we have Simon Turner and Sam Archer. They also played a big role in race number 1 in getting stuck into the fighting towards the front, and also the same can be said for Neil Graham and Glenn Oswin, who round off your top 10. A brilliant top 10, and I can imagine by most of the end of the race we'll still have them all together if race number 1 is any indication, albeit Nick Crispin was allowed to run away in race number 1 with everybody else so busy fighting behind him. But if that's how your top 10 stand, what about the rest of the field, I hear you ask? Well, we'll bring them up on screen very shortly for you and show you how they all begin this one as well. And these qualifying laps, of course, being set based on the drivers' fastest qualifying laps in the second of the 2 qualifying sessions today. And starting best of the rest in 11th place is Martin Rimmen, starting a little bit further back down the order in this one. But to be fair, will be keen to make forward progress, as will Matthew Hollis, who starts in 12th place. On row number 7 is Shirley Hennessy and Robert Dawson. They line up 13th and 14th respectively, with Hennessy getting really into the mix of a fighting for what was the top 10. Robert Dawson, meanwhile, needing to move forward a little bit more again. Martin Sunderland starts in 15th ahead of Roy Eastwood, and then row number 9 will go to Jenny Hall and Chris Tovey, and look at that, Tovey, the one right now who is currently 6th place in the championship, all the way down in 18th place. Well, the battle for 6th, he was leading it. This could definitely turn things upside down and suddenly see him missed out. Remember, he was your runner-up last year in the championship, and it's definitely gone backwards and not forwards. But can Chris Tovey end his season on a high? Well, if not, Colin Etchells and Chris Yates will be very eager to steal those places off him. They start 19th and 20th. And then we have one more row on this grid, ladies and gentlemen. And row number 11 will be contested by John Widdowson and Ian Arnold. So that's how they all line up. 22 of our wonderful Citroën 2 CV6s will be going racing once again. And well, it's the Autos de France weekend. We couldn't have a race in it without the Citroën 2 CVs. And I'm going to use a bit of an image, which is in French cuisine, of course, there is always the thought process of the French who like to eat snails. Well, here we're going to absolutely feast on what will be mechanical snails roaring their way around the Oulton Park circuit for 20 minutes of racing, because they're not quick. They, quote-unquote, roar their way down towards turn number 1, as many of you picked up on me when I said that at the start of what was the race number 1 earlier on. They roar in their own way, if you will, and, well, these gentle giants of machinery are absolutely brilliant. They go door to door, they run off slipstream from each other, and it really feels as though it's the Tour de France meets motorsport here in the Citroën 2 CVs. And what better way to celebrate French manufacturers in motor engineering and also classic racing at Oulton Park than to marry the two together here for our penultimate race of the day, as they make their way onto the grid, and we'll get this race started very shortly. So without further ado, the last couple of cars make their way into position. The green flag goes up, the 5-second board with it. They'll all look high and to the left or to the right for the drivers, because for the final time of their season, the lights go on. And it's lights out and away we go for the final round of the 2CV Championship for 2025. It's a decent start there from Andrew Ball as he gradually pulls along the side. But you can see they're immediately looking to cover him off. And Nick Crispin here, who wants, hopefully, in his mind, to make a runaway run. 5 wide, they go a little bit further back. That's a big squeeze through there for the number 81. And, well, that's brave. One out onto the grass there. And we're trying to see who that is. But the number 81 is Simon Turner there, who ends up being turned around in race number 1. Well, he definitely there, way to thread the needle with a Moses manoeuvre. But speaking of threading the needle back, Andrew Ball returns to the lead of this race. He absolutely goes for it immediately as they come charging on down through the corners. And right now they'll all settle into fashion as quickly as they possibly can, because this will feel like a long one with the 20 minutes of racing that's to come. We're not as long as the 24 hours that they had at Snetterton only a month and a half ago. But roaring their way past us then in towards Island Bend. Looks as though for the most part the jotting and jostling is starting to calm down. Well, as soon as I say that, Nick Crispin right now has got the 46 there looking around the outside. Ethan Sparrow trying to propel him backwards here. And well, that's not to try and help out Sebastian Jones-White, but it would help him out. Remember, it's 100 points for the win, 3 for pole position and 5 for the fastest lap, then 90 for second place. So you can understand right now if Sebastian Jones-White wants to see Crispin promoted or demoted down the order as rapidly as possible, because he wants him to be compromised on points here. But right now, Crispin, he is a natural with regards to the racing this season, no doubt about it, and he knows he doesn't need to be leading. All he's got to do is make sure he finishes ahead of Sebastian Jones-White, and he will be taking home this crown. Down into the Hislop chicane for the first time. Our leaders now, our top 6, all decide to go nose to tail line astern. A bit further back in the fight for 8th there. That was a brief tap by looks of things. As they come on through, the number 72 just outpacing the 33 there. So that's going to be Matthew Hollis, who's battling hard with Oswin. And up the hill they go. Glenn Oswin here, taking over the car from none other than Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown, who drove it in race number 1 earlier today. A number of these teams, of course, being driver pairings, but they score points in a Drivers' Championship. Crispin up the inside there, getting back into the lead ahead of Andrew Ball. So Crispin deciding that he now wants to lead back when it matters most, and Ball will need to be cognizant of this if he wants to win, because he'll need to understand where does Crispin go for the moves versus where is he happy to play second fiddle. But fiddler with things here, as that's going to be Sparrow, and also up the inside, the Crisis Machine there. And, well, Brian Heary tucks up the inside and takes second place. But 1 lap down, plenty more to go as they head towards that timeline. We'll expect to get about 8 laps in if we run the full race distance. And over that timeline to go. It's Crispin ahead of Heary, followed by Sparrow. Then you've got Ball, but it's not for long because here comes Ball up the inside and Sonny Heary pushed back 2 places. Jones White, he continues to watch from 5th place. He's probably trying to get ready to move in as that's a big squiggle on the steering wheel there from Heary running out onto the AstroTurf there, and will understandably that runoff there offers no grip and the car fell off the curb and then rejoined it. But that's White up the inside. Jones White going for the move there. Further back, well, we can see now that the top 5 are absconding, and then it's 6th through to 12th place all next together, and then 13th all the way through to 18th that are together here. So there are 4 major packs of cars roaring the way around right now. And we do have a bit of a lonely run there for Tovey, Chris Tovey, and also Arnold and Widows, who are both having a bit of a race not to be remembered at the moment. That's Widowson, I should say. Oh, hold up, that's number 50. That's Ian Arnold. That's gone out wide. That's at turn of 1 on the exit. He's trying to get it reversed. He's going to try and get it running again. But for Ian Arnold, it's definitely been a lap number 2 not to be remembered for the right reasons. But he is going, so that's good news. We haven't lost anybody. He's just lost his way, and he'll make his way back onto the circuit in due course. We don't know how he got there, but we know the final destination, which is to go back racing. Here, meanwhile, we do have Heary and also Jones White together, 4th and 5th now. A little bit further back, behind them, what's coming over the hill? Is it a monster? No, it's just plenty of 2 CVs, some with googly eyes on the headlights, and that is going to be Archer and Turner side by side. They enjoyed an absolute ding-dong in race number 1 until Turner ended up in the grass, and well, right now, Archer and Turner trying to go at it again, as that's Turner getting ahead at least this time around. Been a bit further behind, so is Rimmen and Yates. They'll be closing up this little by little as we do see the little cupcake machine making its way up the hill, and I absolutely love that cupcake smile at the back of the car. That's definitely one of the fan favourites out there, and also it's actually making me quite hungry as they all roll the way over through, but still I'll try and sate my hunger and instead gorge on what we've got racing wise here as we say hello to Sophie Addyman there, who is cheering on, I believe, Nick Crispin and cheering him on to try and take that crown. And indeed, there's only 15 minutes between him and potentially the 2025 title if it all comes together. And right now, that lead he's starting to pull out, this is a sign that things are all going right for the 89 driver, because if he can get to 1.5 seconds away, the slipstream will start to feel a little bit more potent for the likes of Heary and Sparrow behind, and therefore they will not want him to get away. But the problem is that right now, and there is a narrative to Ethan Sparrow, there's the same here for Andrew Ball, and that is they all want to try and do well in their own respective championships, which is particularly that fight for third. Ball and Sparrow, they are in an absolutely razor-sharp battle for the third place spot in the championship. Jones White, meanwhile, all the way back there in 5th place, doesn't look to be in a very happy place at the moment. And I am not surprised here at the fact that if Jones White right now wants to try and catch up, but the fact he's fallen away from it, a very poor previous lap, and it may be the situation whereby actually now he's got to try and play catch up, because you can see, look at how that gap's opened up. He's going to be hoping that this fight for 2nd through to 4th closes up to Crispin and they all pull themselves back to him. If not right now, I'm not saying that he's going to be thrown in the towel. You can understand that for what is Sebastian Jones White, he will give this everything until that final lap is turned, but it is not heading in his direction. If anything, it's falling out of his hands. 6th through to what is 8th there, those 3 still together. Very closely knit together, most definitely. But right now the field is continuing to spread, and what was 4 packs of cars is now starting to spread to the best part of 8 or 9 smaller packs here, as that's the way it goes in 2CV. You have to work for the pack. But absolutely brilliant racing here, and indeed one of the most premier motorsports in the United Kingdom from around the globe. Ball back up the inside, taking 2nd place back for a brief moment, but understandably Sparrow will be looking to get it back off him, and Heary really right now is a bit of a third-party player in all of this, because in terms of where he is in the championship, he's in 5th place. He is a sizable portion of points away from Sparrow and Ball, who are 4th and 3rd respectively, so he really just wants the points to guarantee what will be his 5th place, which he is most certainly on course to take. Especially with Chris Tovey all the way down in 20th place at the moment, and well, that 2nd qualifying session definitely not working out for Chris Tovey whatsoever, and I don't think that progress is being made in this race the way he would want it to. And as they go our top 5, then we wait for 6th all the way through to 11th place. Well, it's definitely getting a bit closer in the second half of the top 10. I think there's more fighting to come between those drivers before it's all said and done. Here they come. Well, absolutely brilliant run in here, and well, under the billboard they go. That's going to be free wide in towards the final major corner. Who's that on the inside? Well, regardless who it is, everyone's absolutely very keen to make a move, but right now, the number 79 there, not letting anyone go. Archer holding on. I think that's Oswin trying to take a bit of a poke there, and well, right now the Cupcake Machine definitely trying to get all into the nitty-gritty of the battling. They are going to continue to roar their way on. Indeed, different kind of roaring here as it's three abreast, and then we do have two up front side by side here, and well, this is a staggered formation where one would think we're talking about football here, given the way it's, oh goodness me, and well, very quickly that's a foul as they make their way through the corner and onto the grass. Surely that's not Turner again for the second time today. He's found himself to the grass, but thankfully this time he's found his way back onto the tarmac, because if so, that's going to be absolutely gutting for him there, and I don't think he's going to be too best pleased about that one. We'll have to wait and see who it was who got escorted out to the grass there, but there was a very sideways moment for one car, and well, Rimmond's right at the front of that group right now, so you can imagine the 41 driver here will be very happy to be right in amongst this pack as they head in towards Isle of Ben. But the consequence here is it has caused this field to spread a little bit. It's enabled the front two to break away, and right now it is still all in here as the number 40, that in the form of Yates having to fend off the attack of Archer behind, and the 72 trying to get involved here. That is Hollis who sees an opportunity to try and sneak into the top 10. And also there we do have the number 33 of Oswin also trying to play a bit of a role. But those two now starting to look at each other in earnest, and I think neither one wants to back off, but in the end it is going to be Oswin who takes that place back off of the other gentleman as they head up the hill. A bit further back as we head towards the halfway point of this race, well, the number 47 they're going very defensive in towards the Britain chicane. That being in the hands there, well, we don't have a 47 on this grid, I don't believe, so I might be getting my door numbers mixed up there, or it might be two different door numbers on the same car. But we'll come back to the 40 in a minute, as that's going to be our 41 and 72 side by side. And that's Rimmond versus Hollis, and Rimmond who fell all the way down after that excursion. I think it was Rimmond who got it wrong. Well, right now it's going to be trying to get it right again as he puts the blaze back on Hollis, so that's going to be, I believe, for 11th place. He's taking it back, and he's got to try and get his way back into the top 10. Around they come, and as they do, well, our top 5 battle definitely has disappeared off into the distance, but to be fair, that's fallen a little bit quiet for a moment, and it's been good that we've been able to catch the second half of the top 10, absolutely going full pace into each other. Incredible racing between them all. And well, we look back to the top 10 now, and Andrew Hall weaving the car from one way to the other. I wonder whether that might be, has he got an issue, or whether he's trying to send a message to Ethan Sparrow. If so, that would be the equivalent of shaking your head to the driver behind to say to him, do not fight me, let's bring Crispin back into the pack. And whether Sparrow will listen or not, we do wonder, as meanwhile here he's on the back of this one right now. He's along for the ride here as they come down towards Cascades, and there you can see Sebastian Jones-White just nowhere near these guys now 4 seconds behind. And I can imagine at this point right now he's hoping that something goes wrong in amongst the top 4 pack, and in particular it can bring him right back in there, because I don't think he's going to get there of his own volition. There's the 42, the car we previously said was the 47, so I definitely need to go to Specsavers after this one, and that is Sunderland right now, who is still ahead of Hall for 13th place. He's enjoying a good little run as we come back to your fight for second. Sparrow and Heary right now, they seem to be adhering to what is the proverbial truce out of the circuit. For how long it is to it, I can imagine that's going to be one of the big questions, because Ball will be saying right now, yes, let's keep doing this, let's catch up to him, we're getting there, we're closing on him, we're going faster than Crispin at the moment, this is working out. But I can imagine if Sparrow sees an opportunity, he won't go amiss and try to take it back. I think his focus is very firmly on beating Ball to that 3rd place, and Heary, meanwhile, is just along here having a bit of fun. Well, down they come, and well, both Sparrow and Heary there pulled over. Heary, meanwhile, switches one way then the other. He's keeping Sparrow guessing, but the body language here is that Sparrow is saying to Ball, yes, I want to work with you, and the reason he pulled out so early there over Hilltop wasn't to look for the move, it was to make sure he didn't pick up any more overspeed, and essentially saying to Ball, I won't have the speed because I'm not in the tow, therefore we can work on this together. A lot of what is communication going on between drivers at very high speed. Of course, they can't talk to each other. There's no radios or anything along those lines between drivers. They've all got to do this for the way they posture the cars. But right now, they all want to chase up to the championship leader, who is just trying to run away and make it back-to-back wins. And Nick Crispin is continuing, despite what seems to be some slight joint efforts from the 3 behind him. He seems to just be finding every lap a little bit more in terms of pace, because on this lap, personal best sector 1, very close to the personal best sector 2. Ball's trying to do the same behind him, but Ball missed out by a tenth and a half on the first sector, and on sector 2 he managed to cancel it out. So right now Ball is pushing, Crispin is pushing in response. A 2-minute 28.65. It's a personal best on Crispin. Sparrow and Ball, they're side by side into turn 1. Well, I think Sparrow decided to let Ball have 1 lap, and right now they'll go 2 wide into the opening corner. So the fight recommences here in the fight for second. I think Sparrow's attention span has run out there in chasing down Crispin. I think he wants to go hunting here with 7 minutes left on the clock. And who can blame him, because he's got a much bigger picture in mind, and that is he wants third in the championship as the car slides loose through dead turns, and in the end has to catch the car in the nick of time, and here he jumps into third. Jones White, 5.5 seconds back now. Well, he's a little bit further back in that picture. Elsewhere, we should keep you updated. Turner is still holding on to 6th at the moment, ahead of Wolford, Yates, Archer, Rimmen and Oswin and Hollis. That is the second pack for 6th place. It's still very close together, but we stay transfixed here to the fight for second for now. And of course, it is where some of the big questions are. Sparrow back up the inside, goes all in. Ball sees it coming. He'll be given the space to be around the outside, use the camber of the road. And these cars, with their very small 602cc engines, they can take multiple lines around the circuit and still be on the relative pace. It's not as though there's one perfect line. Albeit Ball there cuts back to the inside, going in towards the Britain chicane, but takes to the grass. And it's now a Rallycross CV as he heads back onto the circuit there, and well, holds on to the position for the time being. That will definitely be a track limit against him, but I can imagine that even Sparrow's not going to complain there because he's still right with them. Hold up a second, we've lost Heary in all of this. Where has Heary gone? I've missed it. Given the way that these two have been running, I think Brian Heary's had a problem with the car and he's had to park up somewhere, or he's ended up somewhere in his journey, because we have lost our 4th place runner, and now we really do have what is a top 3 that have disappeared off up the road. We'll get you an update on Brian Heary when we can, ladies and gentlemen, because he's definitely not with them anymore, and that's gutting because he definitely was really getting absolutely mixed into the fighting. But we do see the Jamesy boy asking if Sparrow is anything to do with the 2CV specialist company Sparrow 2CV, or is it a coincidence? And well, I do believe there we do say thank you to Suzanne Pedal, who says it's the same chap. And well, indeed, great to have so many of you here. We also say hello to James Stone, who is cheering on John Widowson, who wants to see the Silverstone Marshal go well. And of course, a number of these drivers, they will have worked in motorsport in a previous guise as marshals, alternately as series organisers. It's absolutely great to have so many drivers out here as well. So much rich motorsport in history behind them, whether it be on circuit or off circuit. And that's one of the things a lot of series do these days as well in the United Kingdom. They naturally do encourage drivers as part of the championship to volunteer as a marshal for a race weekend, and they even give, in some cases, such as the CNC Heads Championship, which we saw earlier on today, they actually do give bonus points to drivers who do volunteer as a marshal to encourage them to get more involved in motorsport. That's not the situation here for the 2CVparts.com Championship, but definitely a lot of drivers there, as there is Brian Heary's car, ladies and gentlemen. We wondered where it had gone. It's parked up on the exit of Britain's. It's out the way, to be fair. I don't think that's going to bring out the red flag. It'll bring out some local yellows, potentially. Although driver seems to still be in the car at the moment. I suspect he's gradually getting out of the car, but I think we will be going racing for full duration. That's gutting for Brian Heary, because if things finish as they currently stand, you never know, it may not work out. And we say hello to El Farrell there, who was here watching earlier on. I think he took a bit of a break away and says, hey, better late than never. And we're very happy to have you back with us, El Farrell, and I hope you're doing well, good sir or madam. But coming back to focusing on what's on our screen, and well, apart from the front bumper wobbling there of Ethan Sparrow's car, well, right now it's shaking around and he's pushing it as much as possible. I think that's going to need to be stitched back together for next year. But what we can see is that Ball and Sparrow are definitely locked in for this fight for second. As we got our leader, Crispin, comes up behind the number 50 of Arnold and makes a move on it to put a lap on Arnold's car. But our 22 starters are still out there, but 21 of them are only running because Heary is parked up and will eventually fall to the bottom of the timing tower. 3 minutes left on the clock, so they'll deliver this lap and most likely one more. We won't be getting in a 9th lap. In fact, we'll only be getting in 8 here, but it's definitely been a race of what's been quite a bit of intrigue. It's been a repeat in a way of race number 1 earlier today. Nick Crispin took the lead, everyone else starts to scramble behind him, and then he's just able to gradually walk away with it little by little. But further back, the number 81 there of Turner now. This turns from a fight for 6th for a fight for 5th. Turner's ahead of Wolford and Yates, and what we can see here is the Blueberry Muffins machine. Well, it's chasing after what is its 6th place counterpart as much as possible, but they're all going to fight hard, and meanwhile Turner's going to try and run away with that one. And meanwhile, our leader is finally, the sun starts to go a little bit lower. The sunset really comes into full force. And, well, it's going to be Nick Crispin going into the final lap of the championship. But right now, the fight for second, here we go. So we can see Sparrow rocking in his seat. We can see Bull looking one way, then the other, way into the pit wall. They are both going each other on here. This is classic racing, as good as it comes. Sparrow looking around the outside, drifting sideways there. Both cars more sideways than straight as they come through the opening bend. And now down into dents as they go. Bull's got the inside here, but you can understand if Sparrow right now is not going to back out. He's going to peck at this as they make their way to the brakes, and so he does, and roaring his way through that left-hander. Well, right now Sparrow will take that place back for a brief moment, but this is going to go the entire distance of the lap for second. In the battle, meanwhile, for fifth, well, Turner, he wasn't able to break away from the Blueberry Muffins machine of Yates, and Yates is right there with him now for 5th place as they head onwards. And, well, for Yates, this could be an absolutely great performance. In fact, for Chris Yates, I believe if he pulls this off, this would be his first ever top 5 of the season. So he's chasing that down furiously right now because he'd end the season on an ultimate high for him. But our fight for second here comes centre attention once again. And I can tell you one thing right now, that our broadcast director, whilst he's busy making sure everything's proceeding as planned, he loves these two CVs and he's absolutely loving watching this, as we all are, ladies and gentlemen, as they all come roaring through at the corners. And right now, for Sparrow and Bull, it's absolutely close as they go. Bull, meanwhile, hopping over the curbing there, but I think that's going to cost him a little bit of time, that small hop. And that's going to give Sparrow just a little bit of confidence as they head up towards. Hold up a second. There's the Blueberry Muffin machine. Oh no! It's into the gravel, and that's at Shell Oil's Bend. It's beached as well. The front tyres spin, but it's not going anywhere. And for Yates, for Chris Yates, it ends on a gutting ending. That 5th place isn't going to come at the end of the season. It was so close to his first top 5 of the season, but it's not going to be. And the Muffins will go from smiling to be upset. They'll be spoiled at the end of it. But still, as all of our drivers come towards the end, for all the fighting that's happening further down the order, well, 30 seconds left on the clock. And what I think that only means, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one car that's running away with things. It's got a 4.5 second gap. Here it is. It is the number 89 of Nick Crispin. He's got one corner and an uphill run to go. It's going to feel like the longest run to the finish line now, but he absolutely led the way in race number 1 today. And in race number 2, he's done the exact same. He is going to be your provisional 2025 2CV-Parts.com champion. Nick Crispin does it, ladies and gentlemen. He bangs on the dashboard. He knows what he's done. He's achieved something special. Even Sparrow brings it home 2nd place, just ahead of Andy Ball. In a brilliant back and forth battle between them. They've enjoyed themselves. In the end, Sebastian Jones-White, he puffed, but it was a lonely 4th place finish, and he will be your runner-up in the championship for this season. But credit where it's due, he kept it entertaining all the way to the end. And then we will have in 5th place shortly. Well, that down there is Arnold in the number 50, but well done to him for keeping it together after that early incident. 5th place will go the way to the 81 of Turner there. A great result for Simon Turner, brings it on home, and indeed with it his first top 5 of the season, so well done to him even more so. Wolford, Archer, Ribbon and Oswin will complete your top 9. And then we have got a little bit of a gap because unfortunately we did lose Yates, so therefore the Blueberry Muffins won't be seeing the finish, but instead it'll be Hollis who takes the final spot inside the top 10. And then we've got a bit more time before we do see Hull leading a whole pack of cars through. I presume it's Hull. Yes, it is, just ahead of Hennessy and Sunderland and Eastwood. And we are going to have Grant from a little bit further back there in number 20. Finally see his finish line. Well, we've got a few more cars still to make the way to the checker flag. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of drama right at the end there and further down the field. But here is your provisional champion. What a brilliant job, Nick Crispin. Absolutely untouchable today. Put the car on pole position in both qualifying sessions, and not by small margins either, putting it on pole by a good couple attempts in each instance. And right now I can imagine family and friends will be absolutely ecstatic. And what a phenomenal drive. And as he makes his way along, it's now going to be one of those situations whereby for Nick Crispin, he will absorb it all and he'll think to himself, well, what a way to do it. And indeed today, the story of the season really has been at pack racing all the way through, whether it's been Pembrey or alternatively at Silverstone International. But here at Oulton Park International, at a circuit where you would imagine it would have stayed so close, he was able to find a way to take that lead and just get everybody else to trip over each other. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a look back at what happened to none other than the Blueberry Muffin machine. And there it is. Oh, goodness me. into the gravel and almost onto its roof there for Yates, but in the end self-righted itself, but went straight on by looks of things. I can imagine probably slid under braking sideways. The gravel, of course, hitting the right-hand side tyres. That would have propelled the car upwards off of two wheels and then coming back down. That could have almost been on its side there, to be fair, and it would have been perhaps one of the slowest rollovers in the history of British motorsport. Oh, goodness me. Well, thankfully, it didn't quite happen that way for Chris Yates, and, well, a very near miss. But you can see, as we come back to your live circuit side pictures, Crispin right now being escorted on around, and what a way to escort him round as well, with Sebastian Jones-White there going past him and saying well done. The marshals all giving a big wave, and indeed I believe that's Chris Yates there out the car very safely so, which is great to see, giving a wave to everybody. And right now, even though he was almost on his side, I think still a smile there, even though the Blueberry Muffin Machine did not make it to the finish. But here they all come, waving to the marshals as they go, ladies and gentlemen. And as they all make the way back towards the pit lane now. It's one of the longest cool-down laps, but to be fair, they deserve it. They really do deserve all that brilliant time in the sun and in the spotlight, these two CVs, because they are addicted to watch racing. Indeed, it's one of the slowest motorsporting series in the world, but one of the best. But without further ado, let's quickly make our way to Park Ferme, because Ian Walthouse is there to catch up with our race podium finishers.
Ah, here he is, Nick Crispin. What a year it has been. As I say, it's not for me to officially confirm, but we've had the calculator out, and it looks like Nick Crispin is, as of yet, unconfirmed, but your champion for 2025. Anyway, you can probably tell by the hugs he's receiving there from Andy Bull and Ethan Sparrow as well. Brilliant stuff indeed. He gets out. We'll just let him have a moment to himself and get his helmet off and catch up. Look at how he's got a massive smile on his face beneath the visor there as well. Great racing by Ethan Sparrow today as well. Good stuff indeed. Let's let Nick get his helmet off very quickly so he can let us know how he is feeling. These two CVs are something special, aren't they? Nick, I can't confirm anything, of course, but you know, I've had the calculator out and it looks good to me. How do you feel?
Not as emotional as I thought I would do.
I think it's going to hit you soon.
I think something was... It was just like, oh, is that it? But it means the world, and like you say, I'm sure that come a little bit of time, it'll just hit me.
I think everybody will agree in this paddock there probably isn't a more deserving champion than yourself.
Well, there's a lot of people who've worked hard this year, for me and for the other teams, and to be pushed with 5 of us coming into the final weekend to have a chance of winning is testament to the actual series itself and everything. And I know I've won, but I mean, I couldn't do it without racing against the likes of Seb and Andy and Brian and Ethan, everything like that. I couldn't do it without them, so it's good.
When it hits, let me know. Congratulations,
Thank
well
you very
done.
much indeed.
Really happy for you, mate. Well done. Right, we've got. Let's grab. Let's actually just grab very quickly, Andy. I know you. Sorry, you're going through a quick interview there, but you can carry on if you like. That's nice to see, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Nick's been doing it 14 years, and he's sewn up the championship. In fairness, in some style this season as well, he's done well. He's obviously found a little bit of a secret somewhere, and his car's about a second a lap quicker than anybody else's. But all credit to him, you know, he's put the time and effort into it.
Excellent. You put a good time to find out yourself as well, Andy. Thanks. Good man indeed. Let's grab Ethan. Can we grab you for a quick chat as well, if we can? Congratulations, buddy. Nice podium. You're in the mix going into today, but words for Nick.
He's earned every bit of that. I'm really glad he managed to get it across the line, because I know he was absolutely bricking it. So I'm so happy for him. I'm made up for him. So yeah.
Listen, you've been pretty impressive yourself this season. Are you coming back in 2026?
I hope. I very much hope so. Yeah, I do. I would like to come and have another go, because last season wasn't anything like this. So yeah, this has been so good, so good.
Thanks for talking to us, mate. Well done. Congratulations as well. There we go. Let's just turn the camera around for a second, shall we? Let's pop it back on Nick Crispin, your 2025 Classic 2CV Racing Champion. There he is. Good stuff indeed. We're not quite finished here at Oulton Park, though. One final race to go, and it is going to be track action. And I caught up with one of the drivers a little bit earlier. Let's hear from them now. Right, it's the final race of the day. The sun is starting to come down now. The light is fading away. Time for one more race, and it is for track action. I've come over because I want to have a quick chat with Grant over here because we've got such a mix of cars. And you've got an Audi TT, and why not? And it's a powerful Audi TT. And what's it been? Why have you brought this out to play in track action?
So I was playing with a Mini, John Cooper Works challenge car, and I was right in the middle. I was faster than the 206s, slower than the fast guys. Yeah. So this one, it's second time out on it, and it's put me right in the mix now. So it's a bit of fun. Really? So I'm doing some proper racing.
Are you enjoying it a little bit?
It's a lot. Exactly. Yeah.
What do you make of the atmosphere inside the paddock? We were just chatting over here. There's lots of smiles. There's lots of laughing. Isn't
there? Yeah, exactly. Nice group of people and gentlemen racing. So no one's getting too silly. No one's being daft. It's just fun. It's a bit of fun.
You bringing this out to play at Brands as well?
Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, I'll be there.
What can you do from here, from 8th?
We'll see. I want it back in one piece more than anything, so that's the plan.
Okay, so no elbows out here.
Absolutely. That's the plan. Yeah.
Excellent, Grant. Thanks for talking to us, mate.
Cheers.
Best of luck. Enjoy it, won't you? Yes, there's Adam Croft over here. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, didn't we, on the podium. A lot going to happen in this race, the final race of the day. Don't forget, though, BARC TV is back at the beginning of November. In fact, we've still got 3 days of live motorsport to bring you in November. All three from Brands Hatch. We've got the trucks, TCR, and of course we round out the season with that Britcar endurance into the night race. So for one last time here at Oulton Park in 2025, let's go racing. Paul, over to you.
Oh, thank you, Ian. Well, ladies and gents, without further ado, we've got one more race here today at the Oulton Park circuit in the Autos de France event. It's been an incredible event with regards to the racing out on circuit. Plenty of French machinery going racing time and time again. But rounding us off then will be round number 14 of the Track Action Racing Club series as they all head on around. I do believe they've just left the assembly area and they're making their way onto the grid for what will be the preparation of their formation lap. But here's the grid as they're going to line up for the second time, and these laps, of course, being set by what was their qualifying performance. This is their second fastest qualifying laps earlier on this morning. Lee Curry then returns to the front after a nightmare race number 1. It really was a nightmare, ejected all the way down the order, and in fact, as they've come back to us, I can't see him there, so I wonder whether his Renault Clio is not going to go racing. That means Paul Roderson, who starts second, may be promoted to pole position effectively, and he'll be by his lonesome on that front row of the grid. The Skoda Octavia looked very quick towards the end of the race in race number 1, but just fell slightly short, with Dan Earl in the Astra VXR starting third. Watch out for him, and also watch out for lightning quick start in the Nissan 350Z, Callan Trump, who is still chasing his first podium of this year. Overall podium, that is. Can he do it this time? If he gets a good start, things could say yes. Adam Croft begins this one in third. On the third row of the grid in 5th place, and well, we look forward to seeing how he launches off the lines. He was very quick as well at the start of the race, ahead of Chris Bassett, who starts in 6th. From the Peugeot 306 driver, who stole away Trump's podium in the previous race, we then come to the 381, the very emotional Renault Clio, piloted by Chris Coomer, and that being piloted, of course, in memory of dear friend and fellow racer Ben Southwood. And it is the Ben Southwood car there, the Renault Clio, that will go racing once again. It had a nightmare start to race number 1. It almost ended up in the grass and in the barriers, much like many other cars around it, but was able to safely make its way on through, and just as out survived all the chaos. Grant Hatfield will join it on the 4th row of the grid, starting 8th. We heard from him only months ago in his Audi TT, and he'll be looking to get to the end of this one, with James Eastham in the Mazda RX-8 starting in 9th, ahead of Dale Edwards, who rounds off your top 10. And that's your top 10, your first 5 rows. We've got plenty more cars out there. Track action is continuing to be so populous this year. It's so great to see. It really is the very basic route into motorsport. The Turn Up and Drive series, with John Halliwell embodying that, starting 11th place in the Volkswagen Scirocco. Best of the rest. David Beecroft, he begins this one in 12th, and indeed one of the most important members of administration, I do believe, for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, which runs in tandem with the Track Action Racing Club. Well, it's good to see him out there in the Citroen Saxo. Just going to show, just because you are a little bit older than the younger competitors, it doesn't mean you can't race. And then you have David Richardson, who starts 13th, ahead of Jake Richardson, the 2 Richardson family members there together on row 7. That's quite poetic. With Noah Checkley starting in 15th place, the pole sitter, if you will, of the and the 206 Production Cup cars in the Peugeot 206 GTIs. Well, Richardson takes it, but Checkley, of course, he'll be looking to try and make it 2 wins from 2 if he can. Stephen Rigby joins him on the 8th row of the grid in 16th place, the Mazda MX-5, splitting up the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars once again, with Owen Anderson and Chris Van behind on row number 9, and then completing your 20 starters, it'll be Dan Robinson and Jake Donaldson, and hopefully we might see Donaldson on the grid. Again, we didn't see him on the grid in race number 1, something went wrong in qualifying, he didn't set a valid lap time. See him in race number 2. Yes, no, maybe. We'll find out soon, as that lovely sunset in the background there really provides us a wonderful backdrop for our final grid of today. But all cars making the way around right now, the scenic view there, and indeed we've still got plenty of daylight out there. We're well on course to finish the racing before our curfew of racing. Of course, all driving has to be completed by 6:30 here at the Oulton Park circuit in agreement with the local villages, and that's due to things such as noise pollution levels. But as all the drivers make the way on through, right now we're not too far away from going green flag racing for the final time today, and this will of course be in round number 14 of the Track Action Racing Club Series for 2025. But as our drivers almost now sit at the grid, there's just a couple more to make the way into position in short order. There you can see them all, and we'll very shortly we will have Paul Roderson, who essentially gets promoted to pole position with the absence of Lee Curry, and it was very unfortunate what happened at the start of the race for multiple drivers in race number 1. We're hoping that race number 2 here is not going to have the same aftermath, where we did have that big scattering of cars right at the beginning, but then again it all come down to how it all begins this race, and we will see all what can happen there. But as they all get themselves set, the last cars couple will get into position, and then it will, as usual, it will be the case, they'll look up to the lights and we'll be going racing. So the green flag goes up, the 5-second board's on your left, the lights on your top left, and when everyone looks up, red lights go on, and for the final time today at Oulton Park, it is going to be lights out and away we go here. Who gets the best start? Callum Trump once again lightning quick on the right. Look on the left and you'll see Croft having a good start, but I think Trump's going to get ahead into turn 1. Roderson tries to squeeze Croft, they're going to be door to door. Trump takes the lead this race, and Croft tries to follow them through, does so versus Roderson. Roderson, however, does have a much better start this time, and as soon as that Skoda's got its tyre temperature set up, he will be on the attack. Oh my goodness, Croft there, taking way too much apex curve coming through Denton's. I think that's a little bit aggressive there for the open lap, but he's not waited around at all. As they all cover down, everyone's safely on through this time, and lap number 1, a much more straightforward version compared to previous time. But there goes Croft, up the inside of Trump in towards the island bend. Is it going to work out? And the answer is no. Trump this time does hold on to the position. So the number 89 drivers found out what didn't work out at Cascade in race number 1, and he's now got things dialed on him. And that first podium could be coming his way. All he's now got to do is hold on to the place as the remainder of this one. And over 15 minutes, that's no easy task. It looks like Noah Checkley's been able to move into the Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup lead. Further on back there, being chased, but he seems to be in control for it for now. We'll see him as they come around a little bit later. But here comes Croft once again. Is Volkswagen looking for an opportunity here, try and look around the outside, but Trump covers him off, gets Roderson to get his nose stuck in there, and Paul Roderson right now, he's in a bit of an unfortunate situation where he wants to move into second, but the thing is Croft is looking just as much forward as backwards, as that's an RX-8 going to the grass. That's Easton there, who takes a small trip to the rallycross line, and he rejoins there, and well, in the end, finds out that you can't run that wide, but to be fair, the fact he's got himself back on the circuit, lost a place or two, but I don't think that's going to be a big bruise to his ego. It's just going to motivate him more to try and attack later on in the laps. Through Druids Bend, the headlights go on here. Lovely view here as the sun setting, and light starts to fade away from us in an autumnal Oulton Park. And as we do see Croft taking another look up the inside there, in towards the final corner of this opening lap. Well, the race car with Wings machine right now, definitely holding on. Croft pushing it to limit there, coming out the bend. He wants every bit of corner exit. Trump right now in the middle of the road. He leads after one lap. Croft's going to be on one side, Roderson on the other. It's going to be free wide. It's the reverse Moses manoeuvre, and they sweep around the outside, but it's still too wide as they come through. Croft takes it. Roderson moves into second. My good lord, that was absolutely incredible. Well done to all three of them, and well, 3 different cars, 3 different, very different speeds, and in the end, well, right now it is Croft into lead, but Roderson is hot on his heels, and I think Callum Trump at this point is probably thinking, how did we just make it through that? Well, answers on a postcard, ladies and gentlemen, or on a clipboard, but hold up a second, we've lost somebody. We've lost Roderson. Roderson, I think, has gone straight on at Cascade. I don't know what's happened, but he's definitely gone straight on, because I can see a green flag in the background there, and that means that is to enable people to go racing again. Well, we'll have to wait and see where he comes from, because Roderson's fallen off the circuit somewhere, and hopefully still in this, but a long way back. But that was definitely a brave move there. That might just be one of the moves of the day here at Oulton Park today in this Autos de France event. And well, we don't end on a boring race, I can tell you that. We end on a high as always. But as we do look a bit further down the field, and there's a bit more fighting going on here between Beecroft in the Citroen Saxo, and behind him that is going to be number 50 of Richardson, the Audi TT. 2 very different cars, both front engine, front wheel drive I do believe, and both working hard on their tyres. Albeit the Saxo a much lighter car, very quick in the corners. The Audi TT, a lot of horsepower, but it does have to battle with a little bit of wheel spin on the front end. But once they come to us there, and Beecroft right now enjoying himself, and definitely having a good time, chucking the car from corner to corner here, and well, not slowing down by any means, and right now holding on to 9th place or thereabouts. But we do believe that we look back to our leaders, and here they are, and well, that's the 169 car getting involved. In fact, Robinson's suddenly got up here. I don't know where Hatfield's gone, but Robinson's suddenly just arrived on the scene. And that Honda Civic has just appeared out of nowhere. Well, it was very quick in qualifying, and also it was very quick in race day 1 until it wasn't, up the inside there. And Callum Trump will drop back to 3rd again. And right now, this must feel as though it's on a CD on repeat here with the way he's falling back to 3rd. But right now, Robinson back on the attack once more. We've got no idea what's happened to Roderson at the moment. We surely will see him shortly. He is running, he's in 8th place as I'm being informed, based on the information that's available to me. And I think he may have just gone straight on at Cascade, and therefore had to get the car back together. But as we look back to the front, it's going to be Croft versus Robinson then. It's going to be Volkswagen versus Honda. And then we do have that Nissan tucking in behind right now, looking to get involved. And to be fair, Trump is quick. However, he's not as quick. Oh, goodness me, that's a big lockout of braking there for Trump. And in front, that's a big dicey dive up the inside from Robinson there. So 2 late on the brakes there in towards Shell Oils. 1 by mistake, 1 by intention. And the Honda now moves into lead. And right now, as that's a big mode. Oh no! He gets it all wrong there. Just taking a bit too much grass on entry into Britain's. And Croft bounces over the curb. Gets it back together. Goodness me, how the suspension of that car is holding together. Well, it goes to show you it's built very well, I can tell you that, ladies and gentlemen. But that's a surprise, and not a welcome one to be sure. If you are a Croft fan, or indeed if you're a fan of the motorsport here, will he go straight on the chicane to calm the car down? No, he won't. He'll just take his racing line again, and in all of it, I think Hatfield now comes on and goes, well, what exactly has happened here? Paul Roderson, meanwhile, there he is. We finally confirmed that he's still out of the circuit. He has got behind him the number 119 of Edwards. He's just made moves on both Edwards and also Easton. He has picked his way past on this lap, albeit off camera. So Roderson is back at the charge once again. It's absolutely incredible racing here, I can tell you that. We're not even halfway through it at the moment. But back to the front we go, and there's the Honda Civic. He's right now, Robinson roaring away at the very front here, and he does look just absolutely dialed in that Honda. I don't think anybody's going to be able to take this off of him unless he makes a mistake at this point. But then again, we'll wait to see what happens, because front tyres are going to be very heavily lent on. Then there's Callum Trump, followed by Croft in 3rd at the moment as he stays close behind. And right now for Adam Croft, you can imagine that after that big scare, he'll be looking not to make that mistake a second time around, because I don't think he's got many of his 9 lives left here today. If he were a cat, he's definitely probably used all of them up at this point. The next one, I think, might not come off as easily, but we'll wait to see. That's not to put bad will on him, but he's definitely been right in the scene of some major moments over the racing for track action here at Oulton Park. And further on back, well, Croft, Hatfield and Hannibal, they complete the top 5 with Roderson into 6th and very quickly approaching Hannibal. Oh no, no, it's all going wrong again as Callum Trump comes out of Cascades, but he's taken to the grass. He rejoins, but where does he rejoin? I think that's put him well out of the podium places at the moment, because I think that was, we were trying to see who it was, I think that was Croft coming up behind him quite quickly. In fact, that wouldn't have been Croft coming up behind him at all, my apologies. That would have been, I think that would have been Edwards in his Peugeot 206 GTI, not his Cup car, but I think he would have been getting close behind there. So right now Callum Trump will have moved all the way down the order, and that would have put him all the way down somewhere in the region of 7th place, and that is going to be absolutely gut-wrenching as a bit of an upset there, because he was doing so well till he wasn't. But now Hatfield moves up into the 3rd place spot, and right now he is going to have a bit of pressure building on him, as we do see the number 24 on its way around there of Halliwell, but it's being caught up to very quickly by Paul Roderson. Now Roderson here, we don't know what went wrong at Cascades. One train of thought would be that he outbroke himself. The other one would be that perhaps he ended up in a bit of a side-by-side craft. Well, either way, he's definitely going to be making sure not to make those mistakes again, as our leader puts another lap beyond him. That's now going to be 7 minutes left on the clock, and an absolutely lovely lap there from Robinson at 54.864. It's a personal best. It's not the fastest lap of the session, however, because Paul Roderson's the fastest man out there. Right now, banging in laps that are half a second quicker at a 54.3 last time around. He'll be very eager there to try and get things done. Further back down the order in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup class, well, here we can see it's all back and forth, because Noah Checkley right now, well, he's battling close with the 48 of Van, who's got ahead of him on this lap. And for Noah at this point, I think might have been a small mistake, and Van was able to find a way through, and they have the cheeky little Mazda MX-5 of Rigby close behind. We always love to get involved in that fight. Right, coming back to the bottom end of our top 10, there's your number 50. That is David Richardson. Behind him we do have Beecroft and what is Eastham. Eastham in the Mazda RX-8. Very lovely looking car there, and one of the underrated gems of what is the Japanese car manufacturer market in this modern era, it must be said. But from them, we look come back to the front of another very popular Japanese machine, and that being the Honda Civic there of Robinson. I couldn't quite see if that's listed as a Type R on the side or not, because we don't have that on the entry sheet, whether it's a Type R or a Type S, but either way, he is enjoying himself out there. And the only thing between him and victory is going to be a mistake of his own doing or mechanical failure, and well, one he's in his control of and the other one he's less in control of. But Paul Roderson, meanwhile, well, whatever happened earlier on, he's not letting it phase him, because he's already found his way past number 68 there of Hatfield. He's now up into 3rd place. That's all happened off camera. He is chopping those places down quickly. His next target is going to be Croft, who is only 1.5 seconds up the road, if that. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get onto 2nd, and how much time can he chop away at Robinson before it's all said and done. But back to your Peugeot 206 Cup cars. Well, here comes Noah Checkley looking for the move. Can he find it? He's going to try and look round the outside here. No, he can't. He has to wait his turn. And in fact, as they make the way on through, I believe that's not Checkley. In fact, that's somebody else. But hold up the phone here, because that's a mistake, and that's Beecroft who's gone onto the grass at the Hislop chicane. He's got a bit wide, he's got a bit wayward, but he does rejoin, but that's going to put him a long way down the order. But going back to that fight we're looking at only moments to go, I don't think that's Noah Checkley behind at all. I think that's Donaldson chasing after Van, and well, where is Noah Checkley? He's actually further up the road, so I do apologise there for saying that Noah was in this battle, but he's actually walked away, as that's a big lock up of the break in there from Donaldson, and well, very late on the brakes behind what was Van's 48, but in the end their fight for 2nd place in the Peugeot 206 Cup class is definitely getting tighter and tighter, as meanwhile Rigby in his Mazda MX-5 just watches on behind, and the brakes were hard on so much there that the hazard lights came on, and that's a feature of the road car there, and indeed a feature of most road cars. If you stamp on the brakes hard enough, in the end the hazard lights will automatically come on to say this car's heavily braking. But speaking of breaking his way into 2nd, as that's a lock up of the front right brake, Roderson is up into 2nd. He's past Croft, and I think that's happened towards the start of the lap. And Roderson now will be unleashed to try and rip apart a 16-second gap that Robinson has gradually built up for himself over the distance. How long will it take him to bring it on down? It's going to purely take a bit of time, surely, as Dan Robinson has done this race from 19th to 1st, it should be pointed out. And he started all the way from the back of the field. He's absolutely carved his way through. And right now, Paul Roderson is going to try and do the same to get back at him. As we see Callum Trump's car leaving the pit lane, Well, there they're having a look at the car. Something's perhaps wrong or damaged on it, and just inspecting it. Well, our 169 leader right now. Yes, he starts with 90. You did not hear that incorrectly. He's found his way all the way through this field, and well, right now only 3 minutes or so, 2 more laps, and this is going to be an incredible run to victory. And I think it'll be the lowest starting position this season for Track Action's Racing Club Series, where somebody has started and then gone on to take the win by a sizable margin. Now, good point there from L4L in the YouTube chat, which is that there seems to be a bit of a curse for second place, regardless of whether it's over or in class, as that's a big lock up there from our number 48 in the 206 GTI Cup class, and that being a major lock up for none other. And then what was Van, as Donaldson continues to sit right behind him here. And I think Donaldson at this point is thinking, well, if I keep this much pressure on him, he's just going to make a mistake and I'll take second place by default. But Van is doing everything right now not to fall off the circuit as much as possible. Chris Van, to be fair, I think if he locked up anymore, he would have completely flat tyres. But second place definitely seems to be cursed. Whoever takes it overall or in a class, they suddenly end up coming into difficulty in this race. As meanwhile, Rigby just watches on behind here, and with these brakes being a bit hotter than they were earlier on, and I wouldn't be surprised that's contributing to the number of lockups we're seeing. But back into focus, we come to David Beecroft, as he makes his way past the 119 there, and that is Edwards going slowly. Dale Edwards, I think there might be a problem on the car, because that was not any sense of steam that he was making his way along here, and I think that's going to be a Peugeot that's making its way to the pit lane very shortly. It makes its way up the hill, and there it goes into the pit. So Beecroft comes past us, but unfortunately that will be the last we see, most likely, of the car of Dale Edwards, as I think it's going to make its way straight back into the paddock. The RX-8, meanwhile, of Eastham, that carries on its merry way. It comes across that timeline, and right now then, there is no Checkley. We can confirm he is your class leader. We were worried that we'd said he was in second for some time, but that's the gap between him and the rest of the 206 GTI Cup class. That gap's not too big, to be fair. It's only the best part of what is 6.5 seconds. So he hasn't pulled away too quickly, but I think it's Van and Donaldson all fighting each other that's led him open up that gap. Meanwhile, we then come to your race leader. Such a the pace he's shown, he may even be able to put a lap on a couple of cars before the end of this one. A minute left to go, and right now for Robinson, he is absolutely roaring on through. It's Dan Robinson. And then we do come to what is your 4th place runner here of Hatfield. He seems to be very happily on course. He does have the 24 of Halliwell trying to get a little bit closer. And lap time wise, Hatfield in that previous lap with 58.808. Meanwhile, Halliwell at 58.769. So close but not close enough, as that's way too close on the break in there between our 2nd and 3rd place runners in 206 Cup. They do scatter sideways, and will they wait now to potentially get themselves back up to speed? And well, goodness me, that was late on the break in there. And well, in the end, I think Donaldson just coming in a bit too hot. We can see Van now getting himself back up to speed as well. They both wait to go racing, but I wouldn't be surprised if there might be a word between the two of them after the race. And I think, in fact, I saw a left-hand indicator going on there straight away from Donaldson. He wants to give the place back. He's being fair. He knows what's happened, and I think he sees himself right as the heart of the fault of that incident, and in the end says to him, no, you go back ahead of me. I didn't get that fairly. That's entirely on me, and just lets it go, which is absolutely fair, and that's great sportsmanship being shown. But Dan Robinson right now comes on past us in the Civic Type R. That is an R on the side there. I thought it was an R, and as that K20 engine roars its way out the hill, flames spitting now at the exhaust for a brief moment. I don't know if you saw that. Well, he is now only the best part of 4 quarters away from a checker flag, and indeed a victory that he'll be very pleased with after what was a race number 1 where it all came undone after only 4 laps, and it was a retirement. But this time for Dan Robinson, having started all the way back in 19th place, he soldiered through the field, got into the lead, and as he roars his way through D-Leap here, give a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen, because he's been absolutely phenomenal weekend. It is going to be victory in round number 14 of the Track Action Racing Club Series for Dan Robinson, and by a considerable margin. Coming in second, well, it's close, but it's not close enough there for Adam Croft, as Paul Roderson is going to be your runner-up here, and he finally gets the upper hand on his rival from race number 1 after it was a split finish between them in race 1. But Paul Roderson will take it this time, and Adam Croft 3rd place there, flash of the headlights to say well done to his rival. And they will finish 2nd and 3rd. We then do have, coming across the line, there'll be Hatfield in 4th place, just behind the number 48 Cup 206 car. And then we do see off him, it will be Halliwell. Then we'll have Richardson. We do have their car pinning into the pits. That's going to be the Mazda RX-8 of Eastham, a lap down with an issue on the car of some description, so he decides to abort before crossing the finish line, but his race effectively finished at this point, given the leaders already finished the race. we are just waiting for a few more drivers to come to the finish, including Richardson, there'll be Beecroft and Noah Checkley, who will be your 206 GTI Production Cup car class winner out there in the Peugeots. It's just a bit of time for that finish line because of how the field has gradually spread out over time. As we patiently wait there we go. As soon as we take a pause, here comes Richardson across the line, flashing his lights as he goes. He's very happy with that. In rather lovely presented Audi TT, the number 50. And then we've got just a little bit of time before we do get to Beecroft, who has been on the grass, he's been on the tarmac, he's been everywhere on the circuit today, both racing and also administrating. I do believe we'll see David Beecroft come to that line very shortly. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Not the way he wanted it to end, but he will get to that finish. And then it will be your last finisher we're waiting for. It will be Noah Checkley, who makes it back-to-back victories in the 206 GTI Cup class of the Peugeots here today at Oulton Park. But as they all cool on down, and indeed our last finisher is just due to head to the finish line very shortly. There he goes, in fact. You just saw him go through the camera shot. So indeed it's a bit of a wait, but he's going to finally get there with it all cooling down. And for Noah Checkley, 2 out of 2, he'll be absolutely ecstatic about that one. And well, he'll just gradually sit into the pit lane there, knowing he doesn't need to take to the finish line because all of his rivals have finished the lap down, and therefore there's no way it can be taken from him. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we head to Parc Fermé and over to Ian for our final interviews of the day.
Oh wow, what a way to end the day. That was some race, wasn't it? Here is our winner, Dan Robinson in the Civic, just waiting to get out. Let him get his helmet off, he'll open the door, we'll have a quick chat with him as well. Wow, Adam Cross, Paul Roderson, incredible racing, but Dan Robinson is your winner. Dan, that was a wild race, wasn't it?
Yeah, P19 to P1 I think.
Yes, yes.
I don't really know what happened at the end. They held out 2 last lap boards, and so I still haven't taken the checkered.
Yeah, well, do you know what? Funny enough, the timer ticked down to 0, then you came over the line and it didn't show the checker until Paul and Adam came over. But you're our race.
Right, okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah, it was mega. Everything went really well. Struggled a lot getting off the line in the first race, and then we had a little incident that took us out. But yeah, everything fell into place.
You were there when others were falling away. You stayed on. Yeah.
Yeah, not an easy race, but yeah, managed to get it there.
Top man, congratulations, Dan. Let's grab Paul for a very quick chat as well. And he can't blame me either, can Paul Roderson, for this one, because I didn't speak to him before. He's going to come out now. We'll have a quick chat with him. A very wild race indeed, none more so than for Paul Roderson. Again, who got off a little bit slow off the line, got swamped. But Paul, you brought it back a bit and then dropped back down again and came back up again. I mean, I know you want the race win. However, when it comes to motorsport action and showing the skills out there, boy oh boy, you don't half put on a bit of a show for us.
I made it hard though for myself, didn't I?
Well, not half, yeah.
Yeah, there's no point in doing it. It's not good for telly if you make it easy, is it?
Oh, so you did it just right? I'm flattered.
No, you know what? Schoolboy errors, them, aren't they? At my age, I shouldn't be making them schoolboy errors, but we're trying a new tyre this week, one that we've not run on, which is the Nankang CRS. Right. So we're learning the tyre and we're trying to find out where its limits are. And you find the limit by making some mistakes, but then you have to work hard to get it back.
So it might be fine-tuned for brands then?
Yes.
Paul, it's great to see you again. Thanks so much for talking to us. Yeah, there we go. That rounds out the action here at Oulton Park in 2025 for the British Automobile Racing Club. As ever, can I just say a big thank you to the team who bring you these live pictures for you to spend the entire day out. No matter the weather, okay, today's been quite good weather, but come wind, rain or shine, the guys out there bring you these pictures completely live and free for you to tune in. So a big thank you to John, who's been following me around with the camera today. I know I don't make your life particularly easy at times, John, so thank you very much. A big shout out to Troy, Jimmy, Richard, Anton, Danny, Paul Walsh, our commentator, and of course Simon, our director as well. Big thank you, and we can show a bit of love in the live chat for those guys. We really, really appreciate it. And thank you to you guys for tuning in as well. That's it from Oulton Park, but BARC TV is back at Brands Hatch on the 1st and 2nd of November. It is going to be a cracker. From me, Ian Waterhouse, thank you for watching, everybody. Bye-bye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our racing. You heard it there from Ian Walthouse. An incredible day of racing here at the Oulton Park circuit, an Autos de France event to remember. The third running of it, definitely not leaving anything out on circuit other than brilliant racing. And well, there are still 2 more race meets, the British Automobile Racing Club, both at Brands Hatch. Next up, of course, it'll be on November the 1st and also the 2nd. And you can catch all that and plenty more racing action only on the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel. But until then, it's goodbye from us here in the commentary booth. A big thank you to all of our marshals and all of our broadcasting team, whether it be our director, our cameramen, and indeed everyone else in between. They've all made it possible. And a big thank you to you guys and girls tuning on in as well. It's been a fantastic day here at Oulton Park. But until next time, it's goodbye from us. It's goodbye from me in the commentary booth. I've been Paul Walsh. And until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, and most importantly, like our drivers, ladies and gentlemen, remember to stay on track. Good night.